Redditors who left companies that non-stop talk about their amazing culture. What was the cringe moment that made you realize you had to get out? Oh my god, I went through something similar in 2000. Was working for a financial firm. 1,800 employees, with a sales force of 200. I was one of the salesmen. We had our annual meeting in April. It was a big affair. Most of the employees attended, and the CEO gave a big speech about how the previous year was the best in the company's history. Blah blah blah. The next month, May, we each submitted memos basically justifying why we qualified for, or should qualify for, bonuses at the end of June. I wrote mine out and explained the sales growth in my territory over the course of the previous 12 months and what percentage my sales were out of last year's total sales. Coming off the company's best year ever, it should have been a slam dunk, right? All of us were excited about how much we'd have coming in June. June rolls around and my bonus is zero. But it's not just me. It's all over the sales floor. Less than 20% of the sales force got bonuses, and holy shit, everyone was pissed. All the supervisors were dealing with angry subordinates, the sales manager was too, and even the VP and director above him. Everyone was furious and insubordinate. Angry accusatory emails were flying, and the company was facing a mutiny. It got worse when it came out that the supervisors were offered bonuses that they could determine for themselves. Most of them took them, but a couple, knowing their subordinates wouldn't be getting anything, refused. My supervisor took his. When it came out, he tried to explain to his sales team about how he felt it was justified and how hard he worked. He ended up with people screaming at him about how they felt the same, but they didn't get jack shit. So for a week or so, things on the floor came to a stop. A lot of people just didn't show up, and the ones that did were angry. I came in and started reading Monster.com ads at my desk. I also stopped selling anything or answering my phone. When confronted by my boss, I told him that as soon as I got the bonus my sales justified, I'd start working again. Until then I'd be coming in late, reading and responding to want ads, and leaving early. He could expect me to keep that up until I found another job or was fired. The following day I was sent to the regional sales manager's office. She said she'd heard about my work stoppage and asked me to explain myself. I told her that if she heard about it from my supervisor, then she already knew why I wasn't working, and I didn't need to explain it again. She tried buddying up to me, being friendly, then being stern, then being angry. I kept my composure and told her that the longer the company held out on my bonus, the longer it was going to miss out on sales from my territory. I then gave her my average daily amount of sales from the previous year, quantified what the total loss would be for a week of me not selling, and how much cheaper it would be just to pay me the money I was owed and get me back to selling. Then I thanked her for her time and told her I'd be leaving work as soon as I left her office. And I did. The following day I came in, checked my emails, some of which were farewell emails from coworkers who quit over their stolen bonuses, and sat on Monster.com until I was told to go to the office of the national sales manager. He's the gatekeeper. He's in charge of all 200 of us. He told me he understood that I was upset and could see why. I asked him if withholding the bonuses from 80% of his sales force was his idea or someone else's. He didn't answer. He did tell me that I would be getting a check on Monday, and could I please go back to work now? I told him I'd be going back to my desk, but work wouldn't start until the check was in my hand. When I went back and checked my emails, yup, more defections. The next day an email went out to the entire sales force. Management had taken a look at the numbers, re-evaluated the financials, and determined that June bonuses would be issued shortly. The email also apologized for the delay and reminded us that as salesmen, we were the core of the company and our hard work was appreciated. I also received another email, this time from the national sales manager, who told me, while bonuses were scheduled for Monday, he'd be walking my check to my desk the following day. The following day I showed up, sat down, and shortly afterwards the national sales manager walked on up and handed me my bonus check. I thanked him and handed him my resignation effective immediately. In my resignation letter I requested that a check for my unused vacation time please be cut and given to me before I left the building. When he finished reading it, I told him I'd clean out my desk while I waited for the vacation check. While I was doing that, one of my coworkers also resigned effective immediately. We were walked out at the same time and ended up getting drunk at the bar across the street. I learned later from coworkers that remained that even though the company issued the bonuses, they lost about 20% of the sales force in the following 2 months. Gotta love corporate greed. When I was asked to sleep with a potential client. Edit. The rest of the story. At the time I was in my early 20s. I'm female. Looking back I realize I had more going on looks wise than I knew back then. This was decades ago. My boss, business owner, always told us that he thought of the office as one big family. He also referred to the female employees as his girls. A new client is coming into the office. My boss called me into his office and told me he was going to give me the company credit card so I could take the potential new client out for dinner and drinks. He told me to sleep with him. We need this client if everyone wants to get paid. Nice added pressure. I said no and the next day quit. A couple of months earlier my boss had invited me over to his house for dinner with his family and a swim in his pool because he said he knew how hard I had been working. I was a little surprised that he finally noticed and thought it was kind that he wanted to do something nice for me. I get there and his wife and kids are gone, but there is a 25-year-old guy in his pool. The son of a client who just got out of the army. He told me he was trying to fix me up on a date because I needed to get out more. Like an idiot I believed him. It wasn't until later that I realized that he was hoping I'd show more interest in the guy. I found out later that he had asked all the female employees at one point to sleep with clients. The secretary actually did. She was a young single mom and was worried she'd be fired if she said no. After I quit she told me she wished she had the option to quit. I didn't realize what she was saying until we talked later. At the time his daughter was around 4 years old. When I quit I asked him how old would his daughter have to be before he asked her to sleep with clients. I thought he was going to hit me. I have 1,000 stories about working at this place. The guy was an unethical idiot. A dangerous combination. But I learned a lot about how to not run a business from him. I've owned my own business for 30 years now. I've never asked an employee to sleep with clients. Or even go out for drinks. I had the benefit of growing up in a family with money. I wasn't earning much and would probably not have been able to quit and move without the assistance of my parents. I never told them what happened. When I told my dad I quit he was happy. You hated the place. Now that I'm older and times have changed, I would know what to do. I would hope he'd face consequences. Today this isn't considered a regular part of business. #metoo wasn't a thing back then. No one really cared. This was the only time I was directly asked to sleep with a client, but not the only time I faced sexual harassment at work. It was so common for me and my friends that when we pushed back against it, we felt like we were really on the leading edge of changing work environments for women. I guess we were, but sad that we needed to be. I certainly hoped women didn't face this anymore, but the recent news set me straight on that. My boss came up with a campaign called Smovers, Smile and Move. We needed to be Smovers and encourage other associates to be happier that they worked for a dead-end retail corporate job. He gave us bracelets to wear and little cards to keep on our person at all time. Like, we worked at a shitty timeshare property with owners who owned part of a small independent timeshare in the early 2000s that was bought out by a huge hotel conglomerate that destroyed the entire aesthetic of what they originally invested into. So these are embittered, hateful people always wanting refunds for silly shit like a broken treadmill in the gym. Literally had a grown-ass man, followed by his wife an hour later, yelling, raised voices in the lobby at my young visibly pregnant self because a lifeguard moved their towel from their beach chair after they left for 2 hours to take a nap in their room. On the 4th of July, while we're at full capacity lol. On top of the daily emails reminding us that working for Wyndham was the best choice we've ever made in life, and constant reminders from upper management what our mission in life, your life's purpose, the reason you were born was to reason on a daily basis with unreasonable garbage humans as hard as you can until they give us a 5 on their surveys. I declined all requests for transfers and just got out as fast as I could. Pizza Hut. Where will Pizza Hut take you? During the interview I was told the work is hard, but we feel like a family and we can always bitch about the bad customers after a shift. The people there were horrible. The managers made you do two people's jobs for less money. I was paid minimum wage for my age, 4.00 an hour, and the company purposely brought on 16-year-olds for that reason. I was also told that they didn't have enough money to pay me, so my shift was cancelled. I was told I'd be paid to complete my training, and I wasn't. Our manager would fling the corks of Prosecco bottles at the waitresses to make them scared. There would be regular breakdowns from cooks and waiters. I would regularly get screamed at in front of the whole restaurant for silly things like the knives and forks not being straight enough, even though they would leave me by myself. As in, I was the only waiter still working. 1 week after my first shift point, the waitresses would always bitch about the other people in the restaurant and would shout at me for asking questions. Even on my first day point, at one point an outside chef was brought in from a different restaurant and he didn't realize he had to wash up cutlery because he doesn't have to at his place. That's an entirely separate job point. So we ran out of cutlery and the two more experienced waitresses, instead of helping me and washing up the cutlery or teaching me how to do it myself, would just hoard the cutlery. So it was me that would run out. Then my manager would have another go at me. Point, fuck that place. I was working at a startup. I put that in quotes because this place was a startup for over 8 years and continued to refer to itself as a startup until it reached break even. I put my heart and soul into that place, worked nights and weekends, all for a salary that looked on the slightly high side of average for 40 hours a week, but stunk for the far more common 60+ hours. I fought tooth and nail to get the business critical application rewritten from the ground up, as it had been written by a contractor who had retained ownership of the source code, so the company had no ability to modify code or even properly investigate software faults, and there were plenty of those. So, I had only 3 requirements. 1. The company must have the source code. 2. It must be written by a developer that understood SQL, aka a different developer to V1. 0. And 3. I was given enough prior notice to write a complete project specification beyond the skeleton of website plus HardDB plus backend stuff to interface with government API. Finally, the CEO let me know that the project to write Business App v2.0 had budget approval. Oh frabjous glorious day. Then things got worse. It was being written by the same one-man developer who wrote v1.0. who was once again retaining all rights to source code, and who was being retained on a very generous contract to provide ongoing support. And he was already working on it, without a proper project specification, just he knows what he's doing. That's when I knew I would have to leave soon. Very soon. Finally, as I approached my 8-year anniversary, the CEO announced that the company had finally reached profitable status. He was right now signing the checks for the first ever dividend payment to the shareholders. For nearly 8 years, they'd stymied my requests for salary increases with not this year / no money / poor startup. Well, surely now that the company was making a profit, they could bring me up to compensate for the years of watching inflation eat my salary from the bottom up. I had a review meeting with the CEO and a director. The director gushed over how I had single-handedly pulled the company through the dark times, how the company would not have made it to the present day to break, even if it had not been for my personal efforts over the last years. The CEO then informed me that, effective immediately, my salary was being increased by $1,000 on a 40-hour work week. That's slightly less than $0.50/HR. Given the hours I actually worked, it was more like $0.30/HR. Given what inflation had done to my salary, the skill set required, and responsibilities involved in my role, it should have been more than 10 times that. The CEO then offered me a one-time bonus of $1,500 if I could get the developer's new application into production within the next 3 months. I responded that I couldn't even get it through functional testing in the next 3 months, as it required a test connection to be established in a government-controlled data center, which would take anywhere up to 2 months to get installed correctly. And we couldn't even start that until the CEO approved the expenditure, which had been sitting on his desk for so long that I'd have to get the vendors to requote it. I went back to my office and called a recruiter. Less than a month later, I handed in my notice. Within 3 months, I had sold my house and moved to a different city. Within 12 months in my new and far less stressful position, I earned more than 150% of my previous salary. Quitting turned out to be the best thing that I ever did at that company. I only wish I'd done it sooner. When I was told I wasn't human enough. I was in a telemarketing sales role for a startup in the wine trade. I had recently left a 10-year-long sales and business development career to pursue full-time study and was looking for a stress-free job that gave me work-life balance. I stumbled across a well-paying, fun-loving startup that sold wine. I knew sales and I liked wine, so I got a job selling wine over the phone. Now I'm no wine expert. I'm not the best salesperson to walk the earth. But I was hitting all their measurable targets, but something felt off. I felt singled out. I was constantly pulled aside to review recordings of my calls with supervisors that had never received formal training in teaching and developing staff. And after being awarded a certificate for completing my 3-month induction training successfully, I was shortly after issued a performance improvement plan, not a performance management plan. I was assured the first action I was to be measured on was my personality, and I quote, "needs to be more human." I was stunned and confused and upset and angry. Myself, who I am, was not good enough. I was too polite, too sweet, not as cool, or quirky, or unique, or out and out there as they wanted me to be. I'm totally turned off the idea of working for a startup after this experience. The ping pong tables, free wine, monthly drinks, birthday, and Christmas parties were such a ruse. The constant rewards were there to imitate amazing culture, rather than really investing into the team, to teach and develop them, and really listen to what they need. Not everything is as it seems. Worked for a hospital that was going through a culture change. They brought in a management group to help them get in better financial shape, and what was their first recommendation? Cut nursing staff and pay. Within 90 days we lost 10% of our nurses. We were struggling to legally and safely take care of patients. Meanwhile, the management team and the senior management went on a 2-week trip to the Caribbean, all paid for by the hospital. Flights, food, rooms, alcohol, all of it. I came into work that next morning after discovering that and saw an email saying the 4 nursing jobs I needed filled were denied due to budget costs. I pride myself in being level-headed and rational when I'm angry or frustrated, but that was enough. I know that cutting some of their benefits wasn't going to save the hospital, but you lead by example. I never opened the email, as the info was in the subject line, and I called the local newspaper about 5 minutes later. I set up an interview with a journalist and told him to bring a big notebook. I resigned after making sure that my staff had their vacations approved and their bonuses, if any, were locked in to be paid. I did everything possible to help my unit out, and then I just sort of left. I left the key to my office with my resignation letter in hours. They called and offered to keep me, and I told them it would cost 4 new nurses. I never heard back. Spoke with the reporter 2 or 3 times after that and told them everything. I told them exactly what the community was paying for on a daily basis. He dropped a small story that eventually grabbed some serious attention. I know from some former employees that a lot of people were forced out over that. A few had to stand in court for minor monetary charges, and one was charged with embezzlement. They were in serious trouble after that, and eventually a bigger entity bought them up. Supposedly things are doing much better now, and those that rode it out went through some serious hard times. I don't know how or why they stayed. The funny part was that new culture program was never implemented. They paid a ton of money for it and never even opened the box. Well, not what set me off completely, but some red flags for an old job that talked excessively about their community and how great their company and product was. I was paid intern wages, $13/$16 per hour, when another developer quit to keep me. My 21-year-old friend makes that, managed 17 clients, support a new development alone, expected to work 68 hours a week. We were brought in and yelled at because the 60-hour weeks plus Saturdays were meant to be 12 hours MF and 6 to 8 on Saturday. Owner showed up at 9 and left at 3 that day, and I lived an hour away. Always told we don't have money for more developers, but the owners both bought new cars. The one's wife did work, but the other had a stay-at-home wife with 5 kids under the age of 10. The single working parents also bought a motorcycle. Blamed my stress level and working less to maintain mental health on working less and not giving yourself enough time to accomplish tasks. Owner told me to find a wife to do my laundry and housework I was also doing while working less. Annoyed that hourly employees clocked out to take a 3-minute stroll next door to get a snack or drink. Complained that the small development team, all friends, took lunch together leaving work at a standstill. Complained that friends would take smoke breaks. Tojatha had an executive, sales and backroom bathroom. Not gender separated. One owner used the executive, nicely renovated. The 2-man sales team used the other, somewhat renovated and spacious, bathroom, and the 9 other employees, 2 females, had to use the unremodeled, extremely tiny, mold/dirt filled bathroom. Refused to give me a proper work email because they ran out of slots and it'd cost $5 a month to give me one. They tried making employees clock out for bathroom breaks until one threatened to sue for illegality. Employees, except sales, had to park in back on a gravel lot that flooded, so the actual lot looked inviting for clients that never came in. I could probably go on for another 100 points. Won't name the company, but was called ugly, fat, talentless, and many other names by my manager. One of the associates that worked there started to chime in and would text bomb me multiple texts that I should die, no one likes me, etc. My manager also liked to humiliate me and would talk down on me in front of customers. I have a medical condition that makes periods unbearable and sometimes I need to sit and rest for 15 minutes then I can go back to work. When I came back onto the floor my manager asked how it felt knowing I couldn't have kids because of my condition. I went to my district manager and he said that my coworkers were stressed out and needed to release some steam. He said the holidays were 3 months ago. I'm sure they're still trying to recover from it. I became anxiety ridden and found a hotline to write to about the work environment and waited to see what would happen. A few days prior a different employee went to the hotline because my manager wouldn't allow her to take her medication at 3 each day because it was an inconvenience. Her complaint went through first and she was called into the office and yelled at and left crying because she didn't know what to do. I knew I was going to be next and immediately put in for the rest of my vacation time, 9 days, then took my normal 2 days before and after vacation off so I could find a job and put in my 2 weeks then and there. That job made me anxiety ridden. I lost 15 pounds and I became depressed and suicidal. I couldn't sleep through the night and cried on my way to work each day. The job I'm at now is night and day. Everyone is so nice and I haven't had a single bad day there. I will never shop at that location and warn anyone who wants to go there about how they do things. It was disgusting. I was a manager and was very good at the process of disciplinary hearings. I ended up being used on them all the time and the company in question used to pretend they were all about the staff and created a great work and home life balance. This wasn't true in any way. Once you got to a certain level of management you were told to treat people like shit while smiling. The final straw for me was when I was being coerced into what outcomes to come to in the disciplinary meetings, which is against their own policy and borderline illegal. When I first did not follow this advice and went more lenient, justified in this case, I was called at home by a very senior manager and advised it would be in my best interest to follow the advice next time or I would regret it. At this point I went into work on my day off and resigned with immediate effect. I was not being anyone's puppet. They were extremely shocked and offered me a pay rise to stay, but the whole place had become toxic to me after that. And I handed it personally to the manager, who had called me. I still know people that work there, and the place has got worse and worse. Allegedly after I left they started to use another main person for the job who unfortunately had no problem following the often unfair and corrupt advice. In a much better job now, and much happier. I learned something about myself on that day, and made me like myself a lot more. TL. Dr. I design and implement strategy to save cottage company millions over a few years. Get fired for it. let it all burn. I was working in quality assurance for a cottage company. The total staff was around 30 people and 5 upper management. The business was clearly in a boom sales wise. An arbitrary amount of finished units had to be completed and shipped per day before we were released from work. Sounds great, right? Nah, not when the failure rate of the product was over 60%. This means in the quality assurance department, our job was to certify the product as functional and flawless aesthetically and clear it for shipping. The arbitrary number set was 300 units per day at around $150 to $500 customer cost per unit, depending on their customization options. I was hired on in-CAF for product testing. Well, I got tired of 14-hour days, 6 days per week. So I created a running list of modes of failure and who along the production line was responsible for the area associated with the various modes of failure. Fast forward 3 months, and I had a massive volume of data in a presentable format showing who, what and where was bleeding the company dry on materials and wage cost, and my recommendations for fixing the issue. Literally would save the company over $1 million over the next year at the current shipping rate. I started approaching people on the production line and taking them aside and showing them my data. I never hovered or micromanaged, just told them what was up. Everyone was super burned on hours worked as I was, so they were glad to work it out so they could spend more time with family. Over the next few months my running list of failures changed. Overall failure was down to something like 39%, and I was still having daily meetings with people as we would have huddles to determine if these issues were personnel related, lack of training, poor materials, poor assembly and maintain tools, poor storage and handling techniques, whatever. Big boss man confronted me one day while I was upstairs in the production area and was like, "Don't you work in CAP? Why are you up here?" I said, "My name is freshest, and I do work in CAP, but I've been collaborating with production for the last few months in efforts to improve our numbers and reduce failure." Boss man, in front of the entire production crew, said, "I have a production manager, and you're not him. So tell me why you thought it was okay to leave your area and go behind our backs and do this." I was literally stunned. I told him that the production manager had been working closely with me this entire time and had approved my methods and had been flexible in helping me refine strategy and implement changes. I quickly got the hint that old Greg, the production manager, had not said shit to Big Boss Man this entire time, almost half a year at this point, and had been stealing the credit for the increase in productivity. The discussion was getting heated, so I asked him if after lunch could he please set aside 15 minutes for me to give him a presentation. He said no. I said not, even if it will net you several $1 million over a year or two. That got the attention of that slimy fuck. We wind up having that meeting, to which T concludes with him demanding I turn over all of my data and write up an outline of my methods. I could sense the tension and I confronted him and asked, "Why does this feel like I'm about to get fired?" He said, "I haven't made up my mind about that yet." I was so furious I was almost crying. I destroyed all of my data and literally burned my notes for the past 6 months and told the cocksucker goodbye. Oh man, I can hear his rage now just thinking about it. When he found out I destroyed the data and my notes and refused to share any of it. Shouldn't have tried to fire me, asshole. I work for a law enforcement agency that prides itself on being world class, the elite, the best of the best. My first week, a coworker took me to lunch and explained to me how to get with the program, how much overtime you can get away with claiming over what you've actually worked, 4 extra hours per day, more than that, and people get suspicious. What other law enforcement agencies will respect the blue wall by getting our employees out of tickets and looking the other way for minor infractions, the whole deal. Then he bragged about how well he'd gamed the system, showing me credentials he'd gotten himself issued for a higher level position he didn't have and would never show within the agency, but loved flashing to the public and cops. He went on to explain how only idiots paid taxes, listing off all the deductions he was able to pile on, including the lunch he was buying me and his son's dog, which he was especially proud of because he'd managed to forge paperwork claiming it as a service animal for an expansive tax credit. Cherry on top, this was the chaplain. Honorable mention. The first time I tried talking to my boss about how a given policy applied and got the answer, "We don't do that here, it's big boy rules." Big boy rules means no rules, except ignore policy and do whatever the boss says to do. Except, of course, if something goes wrong, the punishment for not following policy falls entirely on you. Funny, that point we've managed to keep it to only 2 suicides this year, so far. Blissfully, my last day is next Friday. I worked for a mid-size Pennsylvania-based regional paper supply firm. Keeping the name out, because I don't want anyone from work to see this. I had been a salesman at the company for 8 years, before I was promoted to regional manager. As regional manager I led my branch through some rough periods of industry-wide decline in the mid-2000s. We were always the top branch though, and we consistently led in sales, and came in under budget. Due to an unrelated issue at corporate, the position directly above me had opened up, and corporate decided to fill it with an outside hire, who turned out to be some schmuck from a steel factory or something. He didn't know anything about paper, thought you could make it by putting it in a furnace. He was hired right around the same time as my 15-year anniversary with the company. I understand that his job was to oversee the branches in the Northeast region, but this guy goes way overboard. He's basically camping out in my conference room every day, which is really uncalled for. I mean, this guy has 4 other branches to manage. He is so obsessed with kissing ass and being able to say that he's cutting waste that he decides to freeze all discretionary spending, office parties, break room crap, stuff like that. Well, turns out that he cancelled my 15-year anniversary party. What would that have cost? $100? After 15 years, I was so mad. I drove all the way to corporate in New York to talk to the CFO. He listened to me, but didn't really get it. He thought that by giving me back the party he could just make everything better. Nope, fuck that. I quit. As I walked out I turned and looked at him and said, "You have no idea how high I can fly, and you know what I'm doing now? I started my own paper company with 2 of my old loyal employees. I'm currently in the process of stealing all of my old company's clients." Old CFO is pissed, but that's what he gets. I'm kinda there now. My company, US, was bought out 2 years ago by a tech company from India. We are not a tech company, we are a health insurance TPA. We were told the company was in the hole financially and none of us are getting a pay raise until the company is profitable again. Meanwhile my increase in 4 years has added up to a whopping 63 cents an hour. A few days later an email goes out company-wide talking about how bonuses and raises will be discussed soon, and your manager will reach out to you. Turns out that wasn't for us, it was for the other employees in their other sectors, and we still weren't getting an increase. My department is the only money generating department. Because I'm in sales, then this parent company decides to build this lavish office on the first floor. Special lighting, fancy chairs, like 20 of them, a special order desk that's 20 feet long, or whatever, new floor to ceiling windows, to overlook the lake. The table itself cost $40K cause it's some fancy ass zebra wood I don't know. The chairs were $800 a piece. No one from my company is allowed to use it, it's for the corporate guys to use when they visit from overseas. I know the cost because one of the security guards got chummy with the construction foreman who showed him the room and told him the cost. He told me on his last day, since he had quit. They also sent their CEO to our office for a meet and greet. He's a billionaire. They made us take time on our lunches to go to this dog and pony show so he could pretend like he cares about us as employees. Worked for a semi-large craft brewery. Seemed like a dream job. In marketing, fresh out of my old internship. Free beer, work at a brewery, get to work events, right? Couldn't believe I got such an amazing job. They talked about how they were all best friends with a great work culture. Flash forward a year, everyone I worked with was a mega piece of a shit drug addict alcoholic who talked shit behind everyone's backs. Management expected you to work 60 hours a week with an unpredictable schedule for the most useless health insurance benefits and terrible pay. I was salary. You were expected to be centrally located to the brewery, which was downtown, but guess what? You only got paid $30,000, but they got a Miss Pac-Man machine in the office. Final straw was when the married owner was sleeping with the married receptionist, resulting in divorce, which resulted in receptionist's husband coming to the office, threatening to kick the owner, and all of the Employees, asses, resulting in us not receiving a Christmas bonus and the owner being an overall dick for the next 2 months. Despite 6+ years experience in high-end sales, and bringing them a fucking sales plan in the interview, when I tried to move to sales in the northern part of the state, to get away from the office shit, I was passed over for a bartender, because he had interviewed 3 times already. They even had the balls to tell me I interviewed the best, and had the best credentials. It's okay though, now that I live up in the area I tried to work for them in. I laugh every time I realize how irrelevant they are up here. I should walked out of my original interview when I got hired, when my future boss told me they all took significant pay cuts to work more hours because they all loved the brewery so much. I went through a phase after I left for retail, that's how bad it was, where I wanted to go back. Because I thought I'd love going back. Boy, I'm glad I never did. I make 3x as much and work 40 hours a week. There was a quarterly meeting with this new CFO who started around when I did. He had just moved to DC and found an apartment in Georgetown. He took time in one of the first meetings complaining about how there was no good public transportation from Georgetown to our office, so he had to walk. Now the reason Georgetown doesn't have good public transportation is that people living there fought tooth and nail against it to keep the riffraff out. In a room of over 100 people who couldn't afford to live there, this douche was complaining that he had to walk from there. Oh, then there was the election meeting. A week after the election we all came in, and he was super chipper and asked, so who wants to talk about the election? We all groaned out a collective no that held him up for a second. This is DC, where Clinton won something like 95% to 3%. No one was in the mood. He tells us about how some investors wanted nothing but to talk about the election. Sure, whatever. And then he started telling us about the stock market. Something like, yeah, the market started dropping when it looked like Trump would win, but then they started to realize that if he brought jobs back that would be good, so it went back up. The guy next to me did the jack off motion, which I think summed up the moment perfectly. To his credit, the next guy to get up and speak actually knew something about economics and basically went over why the previous comment was stupid and that markets are fickle and don't like uncertainty, which is why when something unexpected happens they can panic. The CFO single-handedly made me hate the company. When my project manager had to go care for his sick mom, another project manager was assigned to us temporarily. My team was just me and one other guy, and we were very self-sufficient. Our manager was basically just there to get us info from clients, software developers. This new manager was absolutely crazy, thought she'd change absolutely everything and make it amazing, ignoring the fact that it was already running great. She also didn't give a shit about us as people. Our first exposure to her was when she scheduled a meeting between us and some of her other subordinates, but never actually invited them. Apparently we were to blame for that, and she screamed at us over the phone calling us stupid. She was requiring us to work 60-hour weeks salaried, for no reason. We weren't on any kind of time constraint, and were actually ahead of schedule before she arrived. Apparently she went to our personal managers and asked if we could work that much. They said no, if she couldn't prove a need. So she came back to us and said our managers approved it and we had to do it. Straight up lead to both of us, and our managers never knew until months later. During this time of absurd hours for no pay, there were long periods of time where we'd be required to learn from her team, which means sit on a screen share with one of them while they worked and do nothing. These were always in the evenings and useless. I missed the beginning of my own birthday party before I finally said I'm leaving now. I'm accomplishing nothing watching you, and it's my birthday. One of the weekends we were required to work, I told her I couldn't attend any Sunday morning meetings because I had church. She bitched me out for it and basically insinuated that she'd be willing to lie about why I was missing so I could get in trouble for missing the meeting. All of this was peppered with screaming, insults, snide comments, and work that took a significant dive because of her micromanagement. This happened over 3 weeks and was hell. When our original manager finally came back, we told him everything. She actually ended up being reported by me, my coworker, the project manager, and my personal manager after hearing how she lied to him. I saw the emails go up the chain of everyone she was reported to. No clue what happened, as I'd be job hunting every waking moment after that, and quit soon after. After nearly 5 years, the company claimed to be family first, because all companies say that. It make them seem nice. You were voluntold to do optional mandatory overtime. The company reported massive profits in the billions, built new facilities, refused to hire enough people to operate properly, kept us at a skeleton crew for every department except the office, where the secretaries had secretaries. The company physically controls the private label market for just about everything food, condiments, or drink based. When they told me to ship mayo that had sat in the warehouse for 3 months in unsealed, 2,200-pound containers, at room temperature of roughly 85 degrees, that turned brown, to a packaging facility that then went to small packets and served to humans. The other was being forced to use long expired, as in 3 years expired, ingredients in something I would put on my food and my kids' food, that I thought was safe and clean. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I stopped working overtime, reported everything they did wrong or dangerous to OSHA, the EPA, and the FDA, and worked 44-hour weeks until they fired me. They took a huge hit 2 years ago on a particulate plastic in the bottles of product recall that was literally hundreds of millions in lose that the insurance refused to cover because it was literally weeks of production completely unchecked. Right before I was fired, they landfilled 26 trailers worth of product, something like 700 tons of food. I used to work for a company that when I first started working there, all the upper management was promoted from within. There were family holiday parties, etc. Once a month we'd have a pizza party and there would be a cow, and employees were encouraged to ask tough questions and upper management was actually accountable and responsive. There was the idea that if you worked hard enough you could pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Then the company got bought by a financing firm. They brought in a whole load of executives. Then the cuts started. On occasion we'd have the pizza, but now our questions had to be vetted through our managers. I saw a case where the CFO basically asked, "Does anybody have any more questions?" And an old timer proceeded to ask a you could hear a pin drop type of question that went something like, "All the departments have end-of-year cuts and compensation freezes. However, because we are public, I can see that in the last 2 years all the executives got a 20% pay increase. Why is that?" It was literally a no fuck moment. The CFO basically responded with, "It's not our policy to talk about the executive staff compensation," and walked away from the podium, leaving everybody to stand there aghast. The guy was fired by the end of the day, according to ours, for performance reasons. It was ugly clear it was time to go. I worked at a small marketing company, like 25 employees, for about 18 months as my first real job out of college. This was like 15 years ago. They had a real startup feel and everyone was very friendly and happy, and there were lots of perks like free snacks and drinks and lots of team building and happy hours. etc. The moment I decided to leave was when I got my year-end review and didn't get a raise while my job duties had increased. I effectively replaced 3 people because I figured out how to automate the reports our department generated and learned SQL to pull ad hoc ones on my own without needing the DBA. The same week 2 other things happened. I learned that the new hires, there were 3, every 3 to 6 months 3 to 5 people quit to get better jobs and were replaced by fresh college graduates, were getting paid about $4K a year more than me as the new starting salary, and I couldn't get a raise at the end of the week. The CTO of the company, i.e. #2 and co-founder, went around the office high-fiving everyone with a brochure for the new company car that the company just bought him. It was a fully loaded Lexus sedan that cost almost double what I made in a year. I left him hanging on his high five and started my job search immediately. When I found a new job, they tried to match salaries and lost their shit when they found out I'd found a new job that had less responsibility and paid almost double what I made, and that I wouldn't stay for even a $10K increase. Fuck you CTO and CEO and your muffins and free juice. I need to pay my fucking rent. I had one of the most unprofessional interviews I've ever experienced with Bamboo Hours. This is a company that touts being the best place to work in Utah, a human workplace, a hip place to grow. They love reminding people that they pay their employees to take vacation. But when you start getting around their kitschy marketing ploys, you quickly realize they're a typical, unimpressive workplace. I was asked to show up at some restaurant to have lunch with the interviewer. It was about as casual as you could imagine. The conversation went as most normal conversations go, but I quickly noticed he was completely disagreeable. From movies to hobbies, even offhanded sarcastic comments, he was quick to correct and disagreed with any statement I made. My response to each of his questions regarding professional background in that were scenario-based were countered by him completely disagreeing again. At one point, to just be contrarian, he claimed listening to and actioning customer feedback was not something he was interested in. This was troubling. He cited his experience in the industry as being sufficient for design purposes, so no need to listen to your customers. Then, when I asked about the seniority level of the role and the salary, he asked, "Does that really matter?" I knew at that moment that something was very wrong. I worked at a skilled nursing facility as an RN and tried to take a day off to go see the eclipse. I live a few hours drive from the belt where the eclipse would be visible, but figured it's one of those things you only get to see once or twice in a lifetime. We had to put in days off almost 2 months in advance, and I had missed that window, so I got another RN to agree to pick up my shift. She was happy too, since she had no plans to see the eclipse and owed me a favor from when I helped her out by picking up a shift for her last minute. A few days before the eclipse, I went to the scheduler's office just to inform them of the shift swap. This is one of those things that technically everyone is supposed to do when they swap shifts, but no one really did. I wanted to make sure I was covered just in case the other RN forgot or didn't show up. I submitted the shift change request form that I never even knew we had and thought that was that point. Then at the end of the day, I got the form back with my request denied. Apparently the assistant dean of nursing was denying shift changes since we are going to be short that day, so anyone who is willing to come in on a shift change should just come in. His masterful plan was to deny the shift change with the hopes that both me and the other RN would come in instead of just one or the other. Of course, she was only picking up the shift as a favor to me, so had no plans to work unless it was picking up my shift. So instead of having one RN who wanted to work that day, he got one RN who didn't want to work that day. Smart. I worked at this place that was essentially an entertainment venue / company run by a few guys that had good intentions. The guys referred to the company as a premier multimedia production conglomerate. They had an open bar like 24/7. They were into film production, television, radio, advertising, records, DJs, YouTube. They were doing stuff with Twitter and Facebook. They did promotional stuff, clubs, personal memorial videos for pet funerals, dogs, cats, fish, tiny horses, giant lizards, you name the animal. Visual effects for raves, laser light shows, regular light shows, amateur mixology. They said they would turn your gold into cash. They also dabbled in chef competitions. Also personal styling, guerrilla marketing, viral marketing, interior design, personal bodyguards, wildlife sepia tone photographs and catering. They would install AV systems in people's houses without their permission, then test them with the Fast and Furious to make sure they were up to paragraph. They would create tiny carts for grandmas, change your sheets, pillows, and comforter, then sleep in your bed for a week to break it in. They would give you shoes and teach out how to tap dance. Basically, if you wanted something cool to happen, they would do it for you. They had a money bowl for the petty cash that was literally a clear toilet filled with cash. Just reach in and grab what you wanted. They said they did it because they were flush with cash boxes to play with randomly. Also, random people would just walk in. I don't know what they did. They wouldn't keep pence because they were afraid they would just leak in their shirts. And they would give people random names. You don't look like a Ben, you're Angelo now. Then they would turn around and not 10 seconds later say no, your name is Jello Shots. They would pay models to stand around. Catering staff running around offering hors d'oeuvres and champagne. Giving out free iPads left and right. They had a party switch, literally slap it, and the light scheme would change, and music would blast. Crazy feng shui chairs everywhere. They had a pool table, ping pong table, lounge area, couch with a ceiling, in-house DJ, and former NBA superstars Detlef Schrempf and Roy Hibbert Point. So they hired this guy to come in and evaluate the company, and he gave all these really good options out to keep the company afloat. It just wasn't sustainable. Point Entertainment 720. Most fun I've ever had as a doorman. I worked in retail for 2.5 years roughly, mainly in the stockroom, which was uncomfortable to work in mostly cause of the poor ventilation. I had an assistant manager who thought he could do what he liked and talk to people like shit, bearing in mind he was removed from the same shop a few years previous over sexual harassment. Well, one day he was in a bad mood from something store related. I was working away in the stockroom tidying shit up, rare behavior for me, and these girls I worked were sitting on the stairs chatting, which didn't bother me cause I couldn't care less what others did. The assistant manager came in all worked up, decided to shout out how pissed off he was, and as the girls were pretending to be interested I came round the corner and he pointed at me saying I'm on thin ice. I very nearly dived down the stairs at him. Instead I stopped and said, who the fuck are you pointing at? I'm actually doing shit, and don't ever talk to me like that again. Was seething at this point. The useless prick mumbled something and stormed off, and a few minutes later the manager wanted a word. I actually got away with it mainly cause the manager was an alright guy as well, hating the assistant manager also. Soon after the real manager left, the assistant manager made it unbearable to work there, and I left not long after. This was one of many times he tried to dig me out. Still hate him. My sister worked in a place like that. A company that was ordering from them accused them of fraud or something after an invoice went missing, and my sister was fired after a coworker, who was the son of the boss, convinced her that my sister hadn't sent the invoice on purpose. As it happened, it was her boss's job to take care of that particular invoice, and the boss found it on her desk. She had forgotten to post it to the company. The next thing we knew, the boss was calling our house to get my sister, but after an accusation like that, the attitudes of some of the other people who worked there, and the condescending and judgmental nature of her boss, she pretended that mum had never received the call, walked into the office, put the keys on her desk, said something along the lines of, "You can't fire me, I quit," and walked out like a boss. That place really ruined her, though. She's always had anxiety and depression, but it was never as bad as it was after she worked there, and she never recovered from that. She can't even drive past the place without feeling physically ill. I mean, I did my work experience there, and I can vouch for her. The woman and her son were just horrible. I remember that her daughter-in-law worked for her, and she practically banished the poor woman to a building to work on her own, just because she disliked her, and for no reason. Her poor grandchildren on that side of the family are neglected too. For her grandson's 18th birthday, she got him a jumper, and for her other grandson's 18th birthday, he would be the first grandson's cousin. After he stole from her and hid drugs and alcohol in her house, she bought him a Mercedes, all because she was prejudiced towards the first grandchild's mother. I'd honestly rather not have anything more to do with that woman. We had a town hall one day to discuss the business. Before this town hall, people were stressed out and pissed about the company's direction and how we were doing analytics. Everything from automation, which was a joke at the time, to outsourcing, didn't help with workloads, to work hours just had everyone on edge. The VP of our division came up and started talking about how awesome our company was and how we are such a talent factory that other companies steal people away. One person piped up during his spiel, "If we are such a great company and a talent factory, why are you outsourcing our analytics?" He started stuttering and stammering about how it's to drive efficiency, so we can get more important things done. Another person piped up, "It's not working, we are doing double the work now, because we are constantly cleaning up the mess of the people overseas. What are we doing to fix it? Something automation. Are you fucking kidding me? The automation that you're creating is Excel workbooks with macros that break 90% of the time. How about we get some actual automation via other programs?" The VP got red-faced, while one of the directors stood up and told them that it's all coming down the pipeline and that if we don't like how things are being done here, we don't have to be here. We can find another job 6 months later after that fiasco. Myself and about 20 other people left the company to work for other companies. Morale and turnover got so bad, the senior directors and VP were running risk analysis on people in the company to determine who would leave and when to try to curb the turnover rate. It failed miserably. The whole division, after there was maybe 5 people left, got folded into another one and then completely disbanded after that point. But sadly, that's not the first time I've seen a company who talked about an amazing culture where shit went downhill. The second time was yet once again during a town hall meeting. Sales had been down for a portion of our business and there was rumbling about a potential sell-off. The CEO came on stage and started talking about how we shouldn't hit the panic button, that we have an amazing culture, and that everyone will still have a job in 4 months. That's when he proceeded to have his life coach come on stage to do an interview of him and how he feels about the culture and the company. They even stylized it like a morning talk show. I wound up quitting 3 months after that and found out a month later they laid off half of the officers. They sold off a big portion of the business. The third time we had a company-wide call. We had been promised for months that we were doing a mass restructure and that we would be headcount neutral. Nobody was losing their jobs. Day of the company-wide call, they showcased the new org charts of what everyone was doing and who was under who. After the VP of sales went through the whole thing, there were a number of names left off of the org charts. At the end of the call, they said that those whose names weren't on the org chart were given the opportunity to apply to a new position. That is, you no longer have a job and need to reapply to stay here. Not surprising that after a year, 90% of the people on the sales team left. We are talking 10 to 20 year veterans getting so pissed off at the company that they just up and quit. They changed CEOs recently because culture got so bad. And today, I'm going through the same bullshit. Our CEO retired back in May, and the CFO just left last week. Welcome to corporate America. Future Shop, Canadian version of Best Buy. Every morning there would be a pump-up meeting where a group leader asks how are you feeling. They hold their hand up and everyone has to say fan, and when they put their hand down you say tastic. Then the managers would ask about sales yesterday, commission work. They particularly enjoyed calling out people having rough times and belittling them in the group. Fantastic stuff, right? Extended warranty was called squeezing the juice because for commission sales you made a shit ton by selling it. To sell a printer would get you like $10, but with the juice you could make $50. The director rolled in from Winnipeg one day and this put the fuckface managers on extra asshole mode. Some cuss came in and asked about a printer, then walked away and left. First manager comes up and says what was their objection to buying this printer today, so you feed the general bullshit lines. Second manager comes up and says the exact same thing. First manager comes back and asks me again. Needless to say I was less than enthusiastic at this moment. He follows up with, do you like your job here? To which I replied nope. After some awkward silence I suggested perhaps it's time for me to go. So I went to collect my things in the back. By the time I'm out panic has ensued. They are asking me to please stay and now the director wants to talk to me. I didn't stay, met with the director and told him how much the management sucked balls and that nothing about the place was fantastic at all. Future Shop is no longer in existence. Surprise surprise. Late to the party here, but I was executive sous chef for a long-standing catering company, over 35 years in business. When I was brought in it was to establish some order in the kitchen. I was told that it was a great team and everyone knew what they were doing. They just needed some help getting prep lists and recipe development done. I ended up cataloging hundreds of recipes, developing a prep system with auto-scaling spec sheets, links to recipes in the spreadsheet, etc. It took 2 months. After those 2 months had passed they fired the executive chef, hired their business consultant's best friend, and brought in a company to establish goals for all the company's employees at exorbitant costs all round. I was told by the new chef that everything that had been done was not good enough and that we needed to elevate our performance. He then took 2 weeks off for the birth of his twins. Understandable, but that left us alone for our biggest weekend of the year. We had nearly 20 events to cater throughout the day, and not a single member of management took the time to check on us. I was told that we had done a great job almost a week after the fact. The final straw was when management refused to pay one of my guys' bereavement when his father passed away. I brought up the fact that it was fucked and got shut down. I told my crew how it was and that I would be writing and to probably have somewhere else to go. I waited a few weeks and my boss was giving me shit over the phone about needing me to work another long week. So I made the schedule, took my name off it, and never talked to anyone there again. Best decision I ever made. I went to a new company for more money, closer to home. I got a promotion and a further raise in under 2 months. And I just got a job offer for significantly more money than I make now. It's been a good year. I had to reflect on a memory I had long repressed in order to share my experience. When I was about 22, I had traveled a little bit and ended up in a small town in Idaho. I saw an ad in the paper that said travel, make money, have fun. Well, I was young with few responsibilities, so why not? I called them, and they immediately put me on a Greyhound to Denver, where they had already traveled since the ad was placed. Exciting. When I arrived, I was picked up in a very pimped out Escalade by a man who looked like a bawling rap star. He took me to a nice restaurant where we discussed the job, and then he took me out for new clothes and a haircut. I needed to look the parts for this Fortune 500 sales job, selling magazines door to door. I wasn't sure, but overwhelmed at the luxurious feel of this new job. We made it back to the hotel where I watched movies for a bit until all the other mag pimps got back from their sales routes. A diverse crew of 20 to 30 guys and girls arrived about the same time, and they were riled up, like they had just gotten back from Disneyland. They jumped around, danced, bragged about their sales, made it rain dollar bills. They shared stories of people who made it big in the business, and what they would do with all the money once they advanced, and had their own crew to drive around. Everyone was interested in meeting the new guy, and it was pretty glorious for a young dumb guy like me. Dinner consisted of pizza and beer ordered to the hotel. We stayed up partying a little bit, and even had a quick meeting about how well we did that day, and how much better we would do the next. I've never seen a boss treat his employees with such encouragement and respect, and I was sold that this was going to be a good job. The first morning, and every morning thereafter, consisted of waking up early, spending an hour in a very loud and excited meeting, practicing the South Pacific subscriptions chant, and sharing new pitches, spiels, and sales tactics with each other to get our heads in a place where we are ready to push those customers into sales. I remember there was a basic format of a spiel that I had to practice, one where I pretended that I was an old friend knocking on this person's door, but that I must have the wrong house, and by the way I'm selling magazines, and it consisted of a lot of high fives. It was fun and it kind of worked sometimes, because I definitely sold enough magazine subscriptions to garnish respect with the others. They drove us around in 3 different cars, an H2, an Escalade, and a cargo van. And they would take groups of us around various suburban neighborhoods to knock on doors and make those sales. Roughly 2 hours of sales. Then they would pick us up and take us somewhere else. We would spend about a week in each city before we moved on to the next. The hotels we stayed at were pretty low end, and for cost's sake, we were 4 to a room. Whoever made the most sales got first pick on the beds. Average sales got the cots, and least sales got the floor. A little capitalist incentive for us all. Now that you get the general gist of it, here's where things unraveled. When we were dropped off to make sales, each individual got to pick their own street to make sales on their turf, and if you knocked doors on somebody else's turf, then you better have made a sale, otherwise you just burned a customer. And this happened fairly frequently, especially due to the street patterns not being exactly consistent. And if you burned a customer, then you were a wab, weak ass bitch. If you didn't make a sale in your 2-hour interval, then you were a wab. And if you didn't make it back to the rally point after 2 hours, then you risk getting left behind. And yes, this happened sometimes. At the end of the day, we did booking and turned in our invoices, cash, checks, and whatever else. We didn't exactly get paid in money. The crew leaders, that rap star guy I was talking about, they kept all of our 25% commissions in an account, and we could ask them for money from our books whenever we needed some. But the majority of the time, they would smooth talk and convince us that we didn't really need the money. Albeit, the leaders took us out for a nice lunches and dinners, they paid for the hotel, and there were often prizes to be won. They also supplied us alcohol in the evenings, and they had lots of toys for us to use briefly on our Sundays off, before we hit the road to the next city. I'm talking a couple mini motorcycles, bongos, gaming consoles, boomboxes, etc. Those hotels must have hated us, but we stayed places that were pretty desperate for the business. Except on a good sales week, we would occasionally get to stay at some 5-star hotel, which I'll earn the star rating. Doesn't really mean anything. Point, it was around my 6th week that things started going downhill. I ended up knocking doors on another guy's turf, and when he saw me, he bolted down the street at me and hit me in the head with a rock. It was a pretty bloody mess, and the crew leaders were mostly upset because it's going to be hard to make sales with big scab on my forehead. But me and my offender, we are both pretty good salesmen, and they really tried to patch things up between us. Of course there was a lot of drama between the 20 to 30 of us, and a lot of cliques, and a lot of clowning and bickering nonsense, but it really escalated for me after that point. We had been all over the Midwest, and my sales were decent, but the breaking point happened when we were in Minneapolis. I finished my last 2-hour route of the day and waited at the rally point like I was supposed to, but nobody came. We were all young and cell phones were just becoming a big thing, so nobody really had one yet. By dusk I realized that nobody was coming for me, and I started walking in the general direction back toward Minneapolis. By late night, I was on a dark 2-lane highway with no idea of the layout of the city or exactly where I was going. I laid down off the side of the road and went to sleep. I was awakened by a policeman who seemed startled that I was alive, and he took me to a truck, stopped down the road, and dropped me off. I spent the rest of the night under those hand air dryers in the bathroom, occasionally waking up to hit the button and let the warm air heat me up. After sunrise, a passerby offered me a ride, and I told him the specific hotel I was staying at, and this kind sweet gentleman took me straight there. I showed up to the hotel just in time to see everybody packing the vehicles to move on to the next city. Everyone seemed genuinely surprised to see me because the leader told them that I quit. And that was the moment that I walked away. Edit, spelling, grammar, punctuation. If a company brags about how great their office culture is run, they are overcompensating. My psychotic middle-aged boss tried to be the young cool mom with things like office yoga, company field trips, great break room, which turned into mandatory yoga, which turned into a half an hour of unpaid time. Then she asked me to keep a tally of how many times staff members would attend yoga and would use it against them in performance reviews despite making it mandatory. She also had a super innovative fun break room, but would have me stop watch and keep track of how much time people spent in there. Our company field trips were scheduled for weekends, completely unpaid, and her way of making her feel like she had friends. She even would schedule them on Christmas Eve, and you didn't want to be the employee who didn't show up. Trust me. The same middle-aged woman who pulled me from my office to do her hair for staff pictures and then proceeded to inform me I wouldn't be getting paid for the hour I spent doing her hair because it would be silly for me to get paid for doing hair. The same middle-aged woman who would send me across town to get a dog a sweater, not even kidding, in the middle of the workday, and then berate me at the staff meeting for disappearing and slacking off. I would cringe when new hires would come in, and she would tell them about how much fun we have with group pictures plastered on the walls. I wanted to tell them to run far, far away. My ex-manager drove me into a deep depression, and the owner hauled me into her office nearly a year later to go around about my performance. Let me explain. I worked there 8 years. I could do multiple positions in the store. It was a pharmacy with multiple departments, I guess you would call them, like a CVS, but in Canada. And I was the right hand of my manager in 2 departments. I was trained to do their jobs so they could take vacation time and not come back to a load of work. I busted my butt doing extra stuff, cleaning the office, making sure old stock got sold, doing up reports so my manager wouldn't have to, fixing every goddamn register every time there was a problem, coming in on my days off to help the other people because they had no effing clue what they were doing and taking all the calls my manager should have taken at all hours of the day and night. Manager writes me up for something and uncharacteristically I burst into a full-blown snot-faced tear fest. Sends me home. I go to my doctor, diagnosed with depression, OCD and anxiety. Okay, I get medication and get told things may be wonky for a bit. I tell my manager this. I fuck up once. It was a pretty big fuck up, but a misunderstanding on my part, and he promises me for 2 days it's not my fault. Then writes me up. I bawled so hard they had to send me home. My hubby is convinced I'm going to go crazy if it happens one more time, and he starts suggesting I look for other work or go back to school. Finally, it's a cold winter day and my husband, who usually would pick me up from work, has been called into work, so I have to walk home. He brings me a coffee and asks if I have my warm mittens and such. I had left my hat at home. So he walks with me across the store. I had no customers, and it was a quick 2-second walk, and tells me to pick a winter hat, and he'll buy it, and bring it back. He doesn't. Goes home. Owner calls me to her consultation room and launches into a tirade about how I've been having all these issues in one of my departments, that I need to learn to keep mouth shut, and that I'm a bad employee. She reiterates back that I was hoping to get more hours in that department and that I'd get more hours if I was a better employee. And to top it all off, my family is now banned from the store during my work hours. All of my uncles, aunts, cousins live in my neighborhood. They are now banned from the store if I'm working. You tell them that then. I held my tongue, went back to my department, and called my husband crying. He told me to quit then and there. I typed up a resignation letter, printed in triplicate, and even gave them 2 weeks notice. They blacklisted me, and I haven't been able to get a single job since. But fuck that place. I'm in school now, to do something I've loved all my life, and they lost someone who was loyal, reliable, and good at her job. I regret nothing. My girlfriend just went through a situation that has her looking for new jobs. Depending on how this shakes out in the next 6 months, it's hard to envision her staying there. She works for a property management company that is family owned, about $1 billion in revenue, and has a national presence in the US. They rave about their culture and how they take care of their employees. For example, they give people $1,000 a year across 2 Visa gift cards to buy work clothes and look sharp while showing off their properties to prospective renters. My girlfriend finds a new position and promotion internally and was hired into it at the end of May. She gets a raise and prepares to start moving over to her new job at a different facility. While she's getting ready for this, her current manager says he's concerned about finding a replacement and being short-staffed. So her new manager makes a compromise with her old manager and she's to split time between the 2 sites, doing her old job and new job simultaneously. These sites are about 10 miles apart, and some days they have her at both sites, but don't cover the cost of transportation. After 3 weeks, she's pretty run down from the back and forth, and asks her new manager if they had any luck finding a replacement, to which she is told no. She asks if her new manager can work on a hard end date, since this is open-ended, and her new manager tells her that they'll look into it. A week later she goes back to the old job full-time, but is told that she'll keep the raise in the meantime. A month in, and the company interviews 5 replacements, but doesn't like any of them. This was bad and disheartening. 2 months into this whole process they tell my girlfriend they are taking away the raise. That was worse. She complains to her old manager about this, and he reluctantly sets up a meeting with his management chain the next week. When this meeting rolls around they tell her that the budget doesn't support the position she was waiting for, and it was being dissolved. They also wouldn't be doing anything about the raise. As a consolation prize they set up a meeting with the HR director to discuss openings they may have that she could apply for, but they won't guarantee any position. I work for a heartless corporation that where I'm not wacky_water_weasel. I'm just 137,876 on a spreadsheet, and we've never done anything this fucked up before. They've medicated a woman so badly she began having heart issues even worse than she had from her previous life with drug addiction. She was trying to stay clean and wanted off some of her medications. She kept being told they were fine and to keep taking them and that they would level off. She complained of issues staying awake and focusing Bix's use of the medications. They told her it was normal and completely ignored her complaints about her physical health and just told her to wait on her doctor's appointments. She ended up dying in her sleep one night, likely due to a heart attack. She was alone in her home because the supervisor wouldn't give her a roommate, even though she requested one many times. My supervisor offered everyone who worked there counseling, except me. I was with this woman several times a day every weekday. This was a residential facility for people to begin their sobriety in. All of the staff fought for her, but the bosses wouldn't listen. Few days later the phone rings. I answer it. It's for my client who passed. A reminder call for her heart doctor appointment. My supervisor was standing right there and asked who called. I told her it was a call from heart doctor for client who passed. Her reaction was to ask who that was and then laugh like it was funny. When I explained later I found out she lied to the police about the situation revolving around client's death as well. When I left I gave ours every scrap of information I could on everything that my boss did that was a violation of policy as well as just against basic human decency. Nothing changed. Fuck that company. I was very quickly promoted to management after a series of great visits from our district manager. The company culture is of healthy living and continuous learning and well-balanced life. A month after I take the title of general manager in training, I receive the worst district visit I have had ever, but not because my store was in bad shape. He sat me down and talked about my weight, told me I was unhealthy and not living the company values. He proceeded to emotionally terrorize me for the next 6 months and sell me a $300 a month starvation diet. Told me if I stopped the diet he'd make sure I never work for this company again. I didn't have the sense to call hours. I previously had so much respect for the man, and even though he made my existence miserable I somehow thought he was trying to help me. They moved me to whatever store they needed a manager and never sent me to formal training. When they left me abandoned in another city's bus station with no car or hotel at 11 p.m. with instruction to call him in 3 days. I quit and called a ride back home, more than a 4-hour drive away from where I was. Then I called Hours, who offered me my job back a month later with no intentions of firing him. I denied. Now, he's been fired, as apparently my leaving inspired others to report to Hours. But honestly, how was he able to thrive in that position before that? So many members of higher management supported this guy. Victoria's Secret is consistently paraded as this empowering, progressive and helpful environment when really, it's barely masquerading as the equivalent of a really bitchy all-girls high school. Not including the dash of being afraid for my life. Not only does the culture refuse to acknowledge the fact that most people aren't Adriana Lima's size, it also put me directly into harm's way on multiple occasions. I found a couple of sensor tags from stolen items where a regular shoplifter just was, and she saw me calling it in. She and the dude with her proceeded to threaten both myself and my fellow assistant manager with bodily harm and told us she'd be waiting for us outside when we were off work. Corporate asset protection rather than loss prevention, because obviously we shouldn't make the criminals uncomfortable, refused to trespass them from the store, and mall security couldn't do anything because app refused. That same assistant manager, when she was the store manager at a lower volume store, don't even get me started on the promotion structure, had been fucking maced in the face trying to recover merchandise, and is a stone's throw away from being legally blind. Corporate did nothing to trespass them, and I think she was denied workman's comp. It's an unbelievably toxic environment, and I refuse to purchase anything from that brand ever again. I haven't left yet, but I have an urge to leave. I work at a hospital. Here are some cringe instances. Hospital claims come grow your career with us, but they have failed to train me in being a nurse assistant and in doing phlebotomy. I requested that training from my supervisor several times. Finally I paid out of pocket for training. My career development receives virtually no help from here. Also, they fail to provide a translator training course because it doesn't apply to my job duties, even though I translate often for patients for simple, non-medical needs. Hospital claims to offer on-site childcare, but it costs so much. They have the audacity to advertise this perk to food service kitchen workers and to nurse assistants in giant posters, but they fail to mention that the cost for childcare is the same as the average salary for those positions. You would be working to make enough for someone to watch your child, Ren, while you work. Hospital managers use all sorts of corporate euphemistic language. They never admit that layoffs are indeed layoffs. They use the term internal restructuring when certain departments get dismantled. Also, when I asked about a raise for doing a good job and having good annual evaluation scores, my manager said that there would be adjustments to our salary. That is quite vague and quite frightening because an adjustment can mean decrease as well as increase. I know sometimes a hospital genuinely has financial losses, but I expect open communication about it. Don't mask it with fancy words and terms. Stop advertising perks that are no longer valid. Worked at the HQ of a large classic business clothing for women with a famous red door. At the time, it was yearly on the list of best places to work. Job description didn't remotely match the actual job duties. Make a noticeable mistake and get the pumpkin head award, which is to be prominently displayed on your desk until someone else screws up. Cola raises. Bonuses were non-existent despite being part of the benefits package. Work from home was touted as a benefit. CTO refused to let anyone do so, forcing sick and injured employees to either take their very limited sick time, chew up vacation time, or take a no payday despite being on salary. On call was a month long, uncompensated, and you were guaranteed to get woken up nightly for the shit tier backups failing. They also refused to replace said backup software because they got upgrades for free. They never did get a complete backup in my 30 months I was there. I gave up trying to get a part replaced in a server after 6 months of filing paperwork for the replacement weekly. We took only 4 hours to snuff out a Sasa worm infection. Yes, it was a long while ago. That was affecting an 1800 node network, and I got written up for using unauthorized software to do so. A network protocol analyzer got jerked around so much that I was starting to have, in retrospect, panic attacks at work. Told my boss I needed a day to see my doctor, my shrink at the time, and was denied because we going to be short-handed that day. Narrator, we had a full staff. That day I ended up having a nervous breakdown a week later and nearly committed suicide on that job. Took 2 weeks on short-term disability as a mental health hospital outpatient and fragile as hell for another 18 months. I'm much better these days. They fired me 7 months to the day after I returned to work from my breakdown, because if they fired me within 6 months it would be considered retaliation. Worked on a fairly large project, think $2 million plus, and I had to deal with a company that was greedy and false promises. I was the project manager, and it ran without a hitch, meaning the corporate office never came to check on me, asked for anything, or even mentioned anything as far as good job to me. That was the writing on the wall. I saw the numbers, I made the contacts, the relationships, the important people knew who I was, and the value I brought to the table. I asked for a raise, tools for my guys, material etc. 4 months. Nothing, nada. Okay, this is how you guys want to play your cards. I'm no slave to a job, and I proceeded to line up contacts/jobs for my guys as well as for myself. Long story short, I left and all my guys followed me out the door too. The company didn't know what hit them. This was one of their biggest projects to date, and to think they didn't want to take me or it seriously is beyond me. I'm now in a better place. Gets calls from the main people still at that project and the company that refuse to give me a raise, tools or just take things seriously and act professional is blackballed from one of if not the biggest client in that whole region, all over not treating an employee right and me looking out for my team. You don't respect me and my guys and what we accomplish for you. Best of luck to you. TLDR. Creepy as fuck Christmas gift and I'm out. At that point I actually worked at a place where the culture was awesome for a while. It was a very small non-profit, 7 to 8 of us including 2 supervisors and a director. Management had grown up together and worked together for decades, and it was very much like a work family. I was by far the youngest working there, the same age as some of management's kids, and they were basically my work parents. It was great, until it wasn't. Long story short, male supervisor was trying to help a relative get a job, not with us, on work time, using work resources. This would not have been an issue normally. Our director didn't care what you did on work time, so long as your work was done. But supervisor didn't tell anyone he was doing this, and one day some material that was supposed to go to relative somehow ended up on my desk. I thought it had been misdirected to us and send it back to the company, whose name was on the material, relative's potential employer, which they apparently were not supposed to see. Supervisor came looking for it, and when he found out what I'd done, he lost his mind. Screaming, yelling, grabbed my arm, and dragged me out of my chair and down the hall saying I was going to call relative and tell him what I'd done. I broke away and locked myself in female supervisor's office while he went to the director, still screaming and demanding I be fired. Director tore him apart, we could hear him. Said it was his fault for not telling us what he was doing and for doing personal stuff at work. I was not fired. All that is bad enough, but it's not the incident that made me realize I had to get out. After all that happened, that supervisor never spoke to me again. He had been like a father to me, so this was heartbreaking enough. But then Christmas came. Supervisor loved Christmas and always went all out with gifts for me and the other secretary. I was really dreading Christmas this year because I didn't know how he was going to handle it. Well, other secretary got the customary awesome gifts, and I had a tiny box wrapped in brown paper bag material on my desk. Inside was a plastic tree ornament of an ice cube with a face on it. It had an ice pick shoved through its head. I was out of there 4 months later. At the orientation for new hires at RE, one of the many things they boasted about was their guaranteed minimum hours. The idea being that, no matter the circumstances or how the store is performing, each employee would be guaranteed to work X number of hours per week. This orientation took place in late October. The week after Christmas, a manager in training pulled me aside and asked me to sign a document. Essentially, this document stated that I would acknowledge and accept that the company did not have a policy of guaranteed minimum hours, and I was guaranteed 0 working hours per week. I approached another manager later that night and told them that I was uncomfortable signing the document. I also explained that this was one of the pitches made to all new employees at orientation. I found it all very sketchy as I was hired in the months approaching their busiest time of the year, and then they slid this document in for me to sign immediately after the chaos of Christmas had ended. Eventually the store manager heard and they guaranteed me alone 10 hours a week. The store manager never treated me quite the same ever again. RE is also notorious for paying their employees shit wages. I believe there was even a mass revolt by employees a few years ago that led to a small price hike. TL. Doctor hired a few months before Christmas at RE and promised guaranteed minimum work hours. The week after of Christmas, a manager in training asked me to sign a document agreeing that there is no such thing and my guaranteed minimum hours are 0. Chipotle. I was there maybe 2 years and this friend of mine had been there 5, so one day he wants to take his week of paid vacation. So he comes back in a week and turns out the manager didn't put in for his vacation time yet. Somehow it was gone anyway, so essentially my friend had taken a week off work unpaid when he should have gotten paid for that vacation time. What did the manager do, you ask? He told him he'd get it straightened out, but in the end he gave my friend $20 for compensation of what was a full week of pay. My friend obviously wasn't okay with that, so they just took him off the schedule office space style with no warning or having actually fired him for any reason. So he comes in and the manager ran to the office, locks the door, and refuses to come out like a little kid. Fast forward to 2 weeks later, and that E. coli outbreak happened with the Chipotles, so the company basically mandates we all have to come in early and stay late to clean and do all this extra work. And here's the kicker, it was all to be done off the clock, no exceptions. So when I and 3 others refuse to do that, they tell us we are no longer demonstrating the 13 qualities of a top performer and therefore weren't team players. We come in the next day and our names are erased from the schedule. The 2 others leave immediately pissed off. I stay and ask the manager why, whom I had to wait on to finally emerge from his office once he believed I was gone. He confessed that we were fired for not being willing to work off the clock, and I informed him I work for a company, not a cult, so I left and signed up for unemployment. Wish I'd have seen how messed up those places are beforehand though. I worked at a church. You could say by definition, most churches are all about their culture. It was large enough to have 2 buildings, multiple services, and multiple full-time employees, but not quite a mega church. I quit for a variety of reasons, but central among them was the hypocritical behavior of the leadership. My pastor literally was endorsing Bernie Sanders from the pulpit, trying to fit Jesus into a socialist box, and preaching against the top 1%. They then basically kicked out a renter because they wanted to use the space for ministry usage. First, they tried to do it because they had adopted a kid who had turned 18 and was not on the lease. When that failed, they bumped their lease to month because they were a week late on the water bill. Our church was also in a bit of financial decline, and I quit partially because I did not think my job had much security and for the sketchy reasons above. Sure enough, my replacement was hired half-time at $15,000 less a year. However, when I looked at the broken down budget, I see that the 2 pastors got exactly $15,000 in raises, broken down into various categories. Obviously, they could not throw it into their salary in a declining year, but if you throw $1,000 into your housing allowance, add $1,000 to your insurance coverage, it adds up fast. I thought this was pretty rich coming from a pastoral team that reduced their faith into basically socialism and stoicism. There are plenty of non-sketchy pastors and churches out there, but be cautious of cultural Christianity, the church growth movement, and the emergent/missional church model. Trying to leave currently. About 2 years ago I took over responsibilities of our technical writer as he had just left, while still managing to do my core job at the same level. Almost a year goes by, and I'm suddenly emailed a job opening for our company for, you guessed it, a technical writer position. It irked me that they had decided to make the position open full time, but didn't bother telling me about it. So a week goes by and still no word. One day my direct supervisor is walking by and makes a joke about me having to write up our release notes. I took that opportunity to ask him if I was being replaced. He took me into office and said that they had opened the position up and that he had just been told about it. I could smell the bullshit across the desk. He told me I could apply if I was interested, so I did. I was literally the last person to be interviewed by our dep director and a few others, and only after he had completely forgotten to call me down from my desk, which sits directly in front of his own office. Less than 24 hours later I was told they went with someone more qualified, which I found out later meant he was fresh out of college and was banging the CFO's daughter, and lived halfway across the country from our offices. They decided that paying to fly this guy down every month and nepotism were better than offering the job to someone who had already been doing it for a year. The director told me during his rejection that if I were interested in doing that I should look into classes, but don't take any classes that would interfere with my schedule at work. I decided after this that the company was worth no more effort than what is stamped on my contract. I've been looking for job openings ever since. I was severely underpaid and overworked. At one point I had lost 3 people on a team of 4. Meaning it was just me left, and I was working late nights and weekends to keep up. I had accepted the extremely low salary because I was promised that it was possible to double or even triple my salary with quarterly and yearly bonuses based on performance. After working hard enough to keep things going, even while down the team and being promoted to team lead, no pay increase, I expected that it would be a good bonus quarter. I got the same bonus I always got, which wasn't meaningful. The final straw was at Christmas. At the party they gave everyone a $1,000 bonus, what they do every year, and went on and on about how they didn't know if they were going to be able to afford it this year. I was thinking my gap in pay was paying for like 30 to 40 other employees' Christmas bonuses. It felt so disingenuous, it gave me the jolt to get out. In the interview for my next job they asked me what I wanted, and I asked for over double, and they laughed at me and told me that I didn't understand what I was worth. They gave me exactly what I asked for, and over another 3 years doubled my salary again. Sorry if this is triggering for anyone who is working really hard and not getting ahead. I recognize that I'm writing from a place of privilege, and that I was lucky things ended up working out for me. I worked at a small, family-owned marketing company out of university for 2 weeks. Holy shit, what a mess that place was. In my interview, the CEO, yes, the CEO of a company with 3 employees, one of whom was his wife, said I treat my employees like family. And when my family is happy, I'm happy. Nope. This dude was so verbally abusive it wasn't even funny. He would routinely call his wife into his office, yell at her to close the door and proceed to scream his head off at her. I was right next door and could hear it all. So uncomfortable to be around. It's also worth mentioning that the office was a townhouse on a farm in the middle of nowhere. Everyone's office was a bedroom, mine literally had a bed in it. Anyways, back to his verbal abuse. When I started, we agreed that I would start part-time and become full-time after I got back from my vacation to Japan. On my second day he called me into his office and yelled at me for missing the previous day. He forgot about our agreement, which was in writing in my contract. After one day, my manager there, who wasn't related to him, once told me, yeah, honestly I've just gotten used to getting yelled at like that. This guy was also trying so hard to be seen as a business influencer. His Instagram was nothing but selfie videos of him giving motivational speeches. He had a comic of himself made up detailing all the services he could provide. He also bragged about being an Amazon best-selling author. The final straw for me was when he told me that I would be required to work while on vacation in Japan. I made it very clear that I was only going to take this job on the understanding that I would be doing no work while on vacation. His justification was, well, they have internet in Japan and you can do a lot of your job remotely. I quit via email the next day, had to hound him for the money he owed me for months afterwards, and reported his business for illegally operating in a home. I worked at a chain fast food restaurant who has had an outbreak of illnesses. Because of this, their high standards were supposedly higher after the fact. Got to work one morning and the walk-in was down. We temped food and it all sat in the 60s. From meat to dairy. Area manager insisted it was okay to eat. Called the local health dept, and they said it was not okay because we didn't know how long it had been in that temp zone. This was around 11 by the time all the drama played out, and I finally got a hold of someone at the health department. At this point the food had been at these temps for about 3 hours. Danger zone is 40 to 140 for more than 2 hours. I asked them to come do a random health inspection, and they said it takes 24 to 48 hours to get someone out there. We were told to put the food on ice baths, which makes perfect sense for the first couple pans of stuff. We had about 10 hotel pans that could hold maybe a total of 2 pans of each item. After that, they wanted us to just use what was sitting at 60+ degrees. We had put some food on ice baths, but again, there were dozens of boxes of food and other pans of food that would sit in the 60s until it was their turn for the ice bath. I also work in the medical field, around geriatrics and others with weakened immune systems, and I wouldn't have fed that food to my patients or my kids, so I refused to serve it. Those of us who refused were told to go home, and the area manager would come in and speak to us another day. A couple days later I worked and got called into the lobby. Area manager was an absolute asshole, asking what degrees I had and if I thought I knew better than the corporate experts. I told him I had seen patients die from food poisoning because their age or immune system couldn't fight off the bacteria that had grown in the food while it was sitting in the danger zone. I called out the fact that they had already had multiple foodborne illness problems and they should have taken the $5,000 loss for the day to get new food. I was told, based on my attitude and demeanor, I was no longer needed at the company. All of my coworkers backed me up, but since I had another job, I could afford to get fired. In the following weeks, 5 or so workers all got other jobs and quit. A couple customers in the lobby heard what we were talking about, heard the way he was talking to me, and refused to eat their food, and asked for a refund. They went and blasted the managers on social media. Corporate contacted me asking what happened, and I returned questions asking what their policies were on food temps. I never got any response back, of course. They won't admit they were wrong and their food was in the danger zone. I'll admit I was an asshole back to the area manager, but I don't take well to being talked down to. I'm not incompetent just because I was just a grill cook. It was not my first rodeo in food service, but it was certainly my last. Best Buy Canada. Manager went on a tirade about if you weren't on 100% of the time and went over your break by even a minute, you were committing time theft. She also went on about how in the interview we all said stuff saying that we were ethical, so either we lied, or the time theft issue was unfounded, or a lapse in judgment. This is the same company that constantly tries to screw you over and does stuff like shift hours around so they don't have to pay overtime, which they legally have to pay regardless of consent. Before I got fired, she pretty much said I have to come in with a shit-eating grin regardless of any issues I have. Which I understand, but given the circumstances of them pressuring me to do overnight shifts and shit talking, this didn't sit right with my self-point edit. Not to mention stuff like, if you believe in our services, they should be easy to sell, was actually said. You can fuck the right off with that shit. Every grunt, such as myself, knew they get bonuses depending how we did, and had at least half a brain to know that it's like 90% profit. So quit trying to get us to drink gallon of Kool-Aid. I told them I'd pitch it, since it's my job, but if a customer says no once I will drop it. Since it's like approaching a woman, not going to pester them if they turn me down. I've got two. One was a warehouse/factory I worked at. They made school furniture and I worked in the shipping department, pulling orders and loading trucks. They touted the family environment and employees own the company, yada yada yada. Come Christmas time and we all get a turkey as our bonus. Find out that the managers got a 5-figure bonus. Yep, left a couple months later. Job right after that I ran heavy equipment in a coal mine. Our employees are number one, and we are a team and all that crap. We would generally pull 12 to 14 nowadays. At the end of the day we were all parking our equipment and loading out. Boss comes driving up and just screaming and yelling, "Get back in your fucking tractors. We are working till dark." Now, I continued getting my lunch box and stuff and walking away from my equipment. He came up, "Where the fuck you going?" I said, "Where the fuck I'm going is to the bus. Take me to my truck." Now, you don't tell me I'm working till dark. You ask me. You don't know what I have planned this evening. It may be my wife or kid's birthday and we are planning something. Take me to my truck now. He just stood there open-jawed, and I continued onto the bus. They took me to the parking lot and I went home. The next day I come in, and they punished me by putting me on the labor crew for 2 days. I left shortly after that. Company was shady as all get out too. We contracted with the mine, so the company got paid for how many yards of dirt was moved, and each operator had a clicker in their tractor to count how many loads we hauled. I would get in trouble because I was honest with my loads. I'd write down 95 loads and get yelled at because these other guys were hauling 150 loads. I'm like, bullshit, they were. They're extra clicking. Not me, but a close friend, let's call him Rick, recently worked for just a few days, not even a full week, in a very small company as a salesperson before resigning, saying that being an introvert he couldn't stand the overly friendly culture there. So according to Rick, they apparently have an ice-breaking session every morning, where they would gather in a large circle, where everyone would over-enthusiastically tell everyone how their previous day went after work. For instance, what they did at home after work, what they had for dinner, etc. Usually when moving from one cubicle to another they would high-five everyone along the way, while yelling "high five" loudly. Every time Rick goes anywhere from his desk, everyone he passes by would raise their palms and expect a high five from him. Since he was a salesperson, he would usually go outside selling stuffs to people, only returning back to the office at around 4 in the evening. The moment he sets his foot inside the office, everyone inside would yell "Welcome back, Rick," much to his annoyance. They would also high-five each other before going back home, saying shit like "safe journeys" and "see you tomorrow" to each other. During meetings, when someone presents an idea, they would all clap hands, cheer, raise their fists in the air and chant "yes, yes, 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 yes" loudly. During lunch breaks they would gather at the lunch place, then one person would recite the prayers loudly, while the others say amen also loudly, and then they would eat together. Some would even say things like "mmm so delicious" loudly. Unsurprisingly, sharing food and feeding each other during lunch breaks are very common. Rick Quit the job less than a week. Worked for Stop Shop for a summer in high school. I worked front end as a bagger and cashier. There were 2 managers for the store and a front end supervisor who did all of our scheduling. One of the things that they prided themselves on was how flexible they were with hours and being accommodating for students. This particular summer I had a week-long vacation and week-long camping trip planned. I told my managers and supervisor way in advance. Prior to vacation, the first red flag was a phone call I got at home on a day I wasn't scheduled, and it was my supervisor asking where I was. I told her that I was home because I wasn't scheduled for today. I checked the schedule when it was posted about 3 days prior, and she told me that I was, and I told her I wasn't. I played nice and told her that I'm not doing anything now, so I can come in, and she told me not to bother because it was already 3 hours into my supposed shift, and by the time I got there it would be time to leave. She ended the conversation by saying that I'm not to come in tomorrow, and then hangs up. Well, now I'm pissed. Tomorrow comes and I go in straight to my manager. We'll call him Manager A. He's the nice one, and show him the picture I took of my schedule and tell him everything she bitched at me for. He told me he would handle it and for me to come in when I'm scheduled next. Next time I go in and everything seems fine. The next weeks go by and I remind them all that I'll be gone for a week on vacation, so please don't schedule me. I go away and I come back. The first day I'm home, I also took off to give me time to readjust. I call the front desk and ask them to give me my hours and they tell me that I should be working right now and that I missed yesterday. I tell them thanks and that I won't be in because I'm still on the vacation that I told everyone about, and that I'll be in tomorrow. I go in and after about an hour I get pulled aside by Manager B, the dumbest one, still in front of everyone, while he chews me out for not coming to work when I'm scheduled. I tell him that I told him I'd be away and unable to work, so he shouldn't schedule me. He gets real quiet and then tells me that I need to check the schedule every day or every other day to check for changes. I told him that if I'm away, then I'm physically unable to, and calling every day for my schedule is ridiculous. He then tells me to do a better job and then walks away. By this point I'm sick and tired of this place and I want out. One Sunday night I'm working closing with a couple other people and Manager A it's really slow, so me and Manager A have a real heart to heart and I tell him all of my grievances. He agrees with me and told me he's sorry for how bad they were to me. I told him I wanted out and he said to come with him to his office. He then proceeded to give me 5 hours overtime for the day on top of the time and a half I was already getting. Some Massachusetts workers get time and a half for Sundays, so he took care of me. He then had me write my 2 weeks notice and dated 2 weeks prior, making that night my last night. He told me that when the supervisor came bitching about where I was next week he would show her my 2 weeks notice and write her up for messing up the scheduling again. A few months back, the CEO sat in meeting with upper senior management and asked why so many of our employees were taking FMLA time. How about because it's legally required, because we want our employees to be taken care of, and because it's important. Yeah, but how do they even know they're supposed to have it? Cue me, flabbergasted and disgusted. This then turned into him suggesting that we seek legal counsel to see if we can carve this department out to be considered a separate company so that the number of employees is below the threshold. I knew then that I needed to go, but first I needed to get my people the raises they deserved. During that negotiation process, there were challenges like, well, doesn't that employee live at home with their parents? Apparently, you can justify paying someone less that way. Eventually we got it settled, 25% plus, which I'm so over the moon thankful for, and now it's time for me to move on. It breaks my heart. I have been here over a decade. I love my team and my boss, but I feel that staying will damage my integrity and my soul. I have worked so hard here, and to see leadership transform this company from a family, truly, in the best of ways, into what it's becoming. Well, I won't be a part of that culture. Currently, my employees are happy, they love working here, because the frontline management is exceptional and their day-to-day experience is pretty great. But, now that I know what's behind the curtain, I can't stay. The place I worked at last year blasted about how diverse hiring was their most important goal to enhance culture that year, and for the next 10, until they reach parity. They boasted about how different cultural backgrounds, sexual orientations, genders, etc. were of the utmost importance to them as an employer. In reality, once I started working there, all they ever did was marginalize me and make sure I felt like a quota hire. Not the best place to work. Would never recommend it. I wasn't given interesting work because my team deemed that type of work too important for someone like me to accomplish, even though I was hired on by the company for my expertise and years of experience in such work. The best part is, I was the most qualified person on my team to be doing any of that stuff. Yet, because I wasn't their typical hire, despite all of HR's ramblings about culture, I was benched from most of the high visibility, high impact projects, and forced to do more menial tasks related to my job title. I did, however, still get to take home a nice fat paycheck, but the boredom nearly fried all of my brain cells and my boss was an abusive cunt. So I left that job in quick succession. I proceeded to find another job at a different company that truly practices what they preach, which is something along the lines of get shit done, work when you want, make things better, make time for yourself so you can have a life outside of work. They give no shits what you look like or who you are, as long as you can be a functioning and contributing member of the organization. Now that is my kind of place. They didn't have some stupid culture mantra. They just actually have great culture. They spend their time doing the things that make culture great, instead of talking about it and pushing some our campaign that nobody is behind, because they didn't bother doing the work of actually getting people to understand how diversity fosters better problem solving. One of my former co-workers in college managed to get me in with a red gig 7 years ago. The company I worked for initially seemed okay. I even saw some of my former college friends too as they worked there. But, as time went on, the company felt like a high school football team mixed with a cult. Management was all over the place. Mandatory fun and mandatory meetings were fucking awful, even more so that attendance was tied to your performance review. I was mandated to attend Outward Bound with a few people too, and it was fucking weird and awful, especially when the CEO watches your every move. When I was promoted to another position, it was pretty shitty. Was treated like shit as a subcontractor. Management was even more weird and secretive, and I didn't know what to expect. The behavior difference between government employees and contractors was definitely present. I eventually had a meeting with two of the managers who stated that I was being let go due to performance issues. No one told me what the problem was, and I was just taken aback. I wound up leaving for a better position that was literally outside of my apartment. A few years later, that same company lost 66% of their business to a much better competitor. Some people lost their jobs, some people found better positions elsewhere, and others just stayed with the company. I will never work for a company like that again. Late to the party, but here it goes. Obligatory, not me but a friend. The US freaking Navy. If you live in the US, you've probably seen the commercials. Accelerate your life, etc. Hyper-patriotism. Everyone is hardworking and super tight. It's an elite brotherhood, so on and so forth. I served with a guy in Japan who was uncommonly good at his job, communication equipment repair, but absolutely hated the Navy. Didn't understand why until after his enlistment had ended and he had noped the fuck out. My beauty had been Joe freaking Navy before coming to this command. Loved everything about it. Was great at his job. Great Evil scores. Planned on doing his full 20 years as minimum time to retire. The kind of guy you want in the military. At his 8-year mark it's time for him to re-enlist and he's ready, but he has one request. He's married with children and his wife owns a business in Florida, so he'd like to stay in Florida for his next command if possible, or somewhere on the East Coast, if not to stay near his family. The detailer, guys that issue orders, says no problem and cuts him orders for somewhere in Florida. Not exactly in his hometown but close. He re-enlists and the next freaking day they cancel his Florida orders and issue him new orders to Okinawa, Japan. That level of buddy fuckery was just too much for him, and he noped out as soon as his time was up. To top it off, The command master chief of this command decides he doesn't like my beauty's attitude when he expresses his anger at the situation and spends the next 2 years shitting on him every chance he got. The same CMC that would deny people's housing requests because he had to live in a hotel for 8 months while waiting for housing, so should you. The Navy is a special place. Good times. Good times. Not me, but my husband. The company he worked for 20 years was always going on and on about how awesome their corporate culture was and how awesome their awards for loyalty and hard work, etc. It was all bullshit. Absolute, utter bullshit. During Christmas season, which lasted from September to January, he would work close to 80 to 90 hours a week, and the closer to the actual holiday it got, the worse it became. There were a few years where Black Friday weekend, he worked 36 hours straight with only meal breaks and maybe an hour or so nap in the break room. Corporate thought this was amazing and praised him for his stamina, his dedication, how he set such a good example for the other managers, etc. The last few years though, it just got so bad he couldn't take it. His GM was a dick and put so much pressure on him to be everything to everybody and to take on all the work in the world. He was coming home depressed and angry pretty much every single day. He started going to therapy because of his job. That's how much pressure it was putting on him and how big a dick his GM was. Last summer, a former coworker of his offered him an out. He offered him a job at another retailer for a little less money and more regular hours at a store that was closer to home. His old job was a 60 to 90 minute commute, depending on traffic. My husband didn't know what to do. He'd invested 2 decades of his life into this one company which had treated him and every other employee like utter garbage. He didn't know if he should jump ship. I told him to go for it. We'd survive somehow. The shit ton of overtime pay he was getting for working that many hours wasn't worth his fucking sanity. He's a lot happier now. I worked at Lowe's for 3 years in different departments. I learned a lot and got on first name basis with a lot of returning customers because I busted my ass to help them the best I could. Roughly a year and a half ago, the company had a huge shake-up in which the department manager position was being eliminated. Those former managers had a year to find a new position while being paid the same, surprisingly, or to leave the company. The number of assistant store managers rose slightly, with the new ones typically being picked from the depth guys. It was hellish enough finding a manager to get an override, but by the time I left it was impossible. We lost a lot of customers because nothing could be done and they didn't want to sit for 2+ hours on average to have a manager tell them that they couldn't do what the customer wanted. The micromanaging was deplorable and the workload expected would have been challenging for a team that only worked in that one department. They thought it better to have only one person in there at any given time and could not fucking figure out why people were so miserable. We actually loved working with each other and everyone was fantastic to work with, but the human element was removed and it went away. That's the first company I truly liked working for, but they gleefully shit on all of us. They still scratch their heads as to why other companies kick their asses annually. One thing that nearly set me off was the unavoidable issue that was people not being able to go to lunch on time and getting written up for something completely out of their control. I only ever did closing shifts. Policy discarded for full shifts that no lunches were to be taken no earlier than 4 hours after the start of your shift. Second, all lunch breaks were to have been taken and you be clocked back in by 7 p.m. Well, if you start at 2 p.m. and the minimum would be at 6 p.m. to get back before 7. That's not an unreasonable expectation, but when there is nobody else with you in the department and the employees in neighboring departments have no training in your area to be able to cover your lunch. And, depending on when you arrived to work, you can't go to lunch until the other guy gets back, and if that person gets back at 6:30 then you're sole. I got cornered by my immediate supervisor who challenged me on my lunch that due to my not being able to take my lunch on time due to the issue with other employees not being cross-trained, like they said they would, and the never-ending customers, that I would be written up. Before I was given the chance to respond, that manager asks me, do you know the definition of the word "insubordination"? Bewildered, I nearly quoted Inigo Montoya. After numerous complaints, manager got moved to another area, though she was still a pain with it. Found out later there was pretty heavy nepotism behind her instatement. Also, OSHA would have a goddamn stroke if they snuck a guy in there to check things out. Always had the threat of, yes, we are forcing you into breaking the same safety regulations that we hammer down your throat. And while you don't have the training and certification to operate this piece of equipment / repair this 30 feet tall shelf, if you don't do it anyway you'll be punished. I didn't get fired, but I was really the choice of being punished for breaking safety regs, or being punished for disobeying orders in fear for our safety. Having two idiots up 20 to 30 feet in the air to replace scaffold shelving, and not being able to wear any harnessing, is not a fun time. I work for a smallish insurance company / third party administrator, mostly local business, but expanding point. I work as a PN in the claims department, which is kinda the most important operational part of an insurance place, right? Claims don't get paid right, clients leave. Well, a few months ago, the lady who was the claims analyst supervisor / trainer / most knowledgeable one retires. As soon as she's out the door, the ones who are left fire every single one of the claims analysts she had been training for months. This should have been the first warning sign, but I don't think anybody really knew. Soon after they promote a woman to her position, who has almost zero experience in the claims department. She then promotes people from her old department to supervisor / team leader positions all throughout claims. Everyone is super uncomfortable with all this, so the COO sits us all down one day and says, don't worry, we don't actually need to know how to do your job to be managers, we just need to know how to manage people. This was the second warning sign, and I think more people started to understand. Now it's been a few months since then, and our most experienced people are leaving like rats from a sinking ship. There's no accountability, tons of high dollar mistakes. When issues arise it takes literally weeks to sort them out. It turns out that all these inexperienced managers don't know how to do our jobs or manage people. This was a 100 to 150 person tech company. This was in the span of about 1 week. We had to do self-reviews, which I immediately recognized as a mental health assessments. I filled out more than a few in my life. It creeped me out. The lunchroom was full of 4-person tables. Of course there were groups larger than that who wanted to sit together and chat at lunch. Often a couple tables would be pushed together to do so. We ended up having a company-wide meeting with the CEO about the lunch tables. We were no longer allowed to move them at all. If we weren't able to make it to a table with our buds, we had to find a new table. It was explained that this forces you to meet new people and come up with the next big idea. It's like they were trying to force out something that should come naturally, if all. And we're adults having seating rules at lunchtime forced on us, but we got a brand new ice cream machine. Like we're children getting a spoonful of sugar after taking awful tasting medicine. Sia further explained that the entire building was set up to make this happen. It was 4 floors, with only one break area on the top one. No water coolers anywhere, which were always requested. It was set up so we all had to go to the same place for a drink / snack / coffee and meet new people and come up with the next big idea. I'm surprised there wasn't one bathroom. Mind you, this was a tech company, meaning 75% of the people were on the spectrum and not at all happy about this. It felt like they were trying to subliminally / outright control us. Did not go over well. After that meeting was a work party. I had been manic AF at that time and threw probably close to a bottle of whiskey on that fire. Total psychotic meltdown in front of most of the company. Got fired the next day. Bet their assessment didn't see that coming. Sucked at the time, but it ended up being one of the best things to happen to me. Quite the opposite. For a little contrast, I found a job when I was 20 and looking to get out of retail at a small automotive manufacturing and design company. 22 employees or so. I started working at the front desk. While the dynamic at the place was unique, I found that while I could bitch, it really was fun. People supported each other socially and professionally, mostly, and it seemed that the majority people there wanted to enjoy themselves in life. There was one exception that comes to mind, but even though the guy targeted me for a few years, enough other people had my back that everything was okay, and in the end, the guy was given enough rope to hang himself. Within he became a different and good person. The owner worked at the building and wore his heart on his sleeve. When I started there, it was also my responsibility to shovel the front walkway and clear the parking lot. The owner brought in his snowblower to make my life easier. I was also so strapped for cash, my shoes had holes in their soles, but I never told anyone, just went through the day with wet feet. When it snowed. Being at the front desk, everything crossed my desk and my phone. I learned as much as I could, and soon had the management, production, and engineering, design, divisions fighting over me. By the time the company closed/imploded in 2008, through no fault of anyone there, I was a project manager, flying around the country and making things happen. The owner and several other guys and I still talk on the phone every so often. Heck, I was even able to give a recommendation that resulted in him getting a job on/around 2012. Something that made me feel good because of all of the opportunities he gave me. Oh my god, I've got this one. My close friend had a heart attack and a stroke at 25. I cried a little quietly when I got the call and asked my supervisor if I could leave work to go to the hospital. It was 2 hours before end of day and all my work was complete. I didn't make a scene or anything, but if you were right next to me, you could see I was teared up and worried. I came back the next day and my peer said you need to be more professional. When my grandma died, I didn't cry at work. We had a cool casual open culture in a non-profit that was constantly trying to point out how not like corporate they were, except they were totally corporate, but with mixed message twisty double bind shit thrown in there to claim they were otherwise. In response, half of me was like you fucking asshole. Half of me was like womp womp, I know I am unprofessional. Then I was like, oh shit, I thought I had been noticing all the toxic crazy shit in this place and was maintaining my clarity about it, but I hadn't realized I was actually internalizing it all. I gotta get out. Prior to that were so many fun little things, like when I was given a task that required me to write a creative piece about some people we worked with. We had an open office plan, so other people were making non-stop phone calls within a foot of me. And it was loud and very distracting. I had the suddenly brilliant idea to go use a laptop in the conference room so I could focus and execute the task. My supervisor came in and told me when you separate yourself from the group, it doesn't look good. I'm like, what? Don't you want the work product? You care about what it looks like internally amongst coworkers for me to be doing something that enables me to get my work done and doesn't affect anyone else? Worked for a large food chain. There were a lot of reasons why I should have left sooner, but I stayed long enough to go through manager training. The company constantly said everyone was valuable and the managers were encouraged to tell their workers that they were all making a difference in the company. Well, during my management training I was told that I was getting pushed through quickly because we had no managers. My first red flag. Then myself and another manager in training went to a meeting where we were told if we didn't pass the management test we were ensuring our store's downfall. Basically, if we didn't have enough managers we would fail our audits and our GM wouldn't be promoted. Red flag #2. It's like a month before my management tests and I can't take it anymore. The stress was killing me. I wasn't being paid properly, like only paid for 8 hours a day. Even though I worked 12, I was constantly being told that I wasn't doing a good job, and my GM stopped coming to work as often and wouldn't do her job while she was there. So I walked into her office and told her I didn't want to be a manager. She gave me this huge pep talk about how she believes in me and how we are all a family here, blah blah blah. Then she said she was so confident in my ability she was going to see about moving my tests up 2 weeks. They get moved, and the week of I get pulled into her office. She sits me down and says, I don't have any faith in your abilities right now. You will eventually make a good manager, but right now you don't have your stuff together. I shouldn't let you get promoted, but I want my promotion. So you're still going to go through the tests? And I already talked to my supervisor and regardless of how you do you are getting management, so it doesn't matter. I made up my mind that day I was going to quit, but then she turned around and clocked out during our busiest time and an hour into her shift, left until her shift was technically over, came back and saw we were still busy, and sat in her office screaming that she is not scheduled to work after such and such time, so don't ask her for her help. Once she left for the night, I told someone I wasn't coming back and I left. I had been working for a large hospital for about 7 years within accounting and purchasing departments. The last year I was there I had transferred to the accounts payable department. The manager was a sweet woman who we all knew was somewhat incompetent, but managed her position well enough to stay under the radar. There were many opportunities to raise efficiencies utilizing available software already used in other departments. The manager kept making excuses as to why we couldn't get the software for the department. Our workload was heavy and time consuming without the software, and my coworkers and I struggled to keep up. Our manager would give us printouts of Excel spreadsheets when we had projects to work on. Why didn't she send them through an email attachment? When I would ask her to send them as attachments, she would always have her assistant do it for her. I couldn't figure out why she couldn't perform such a simple task. My cubicle was right outside of my manager's office. One day I had overheard her and her assistant discussing a spreadsheet on manuscript Excel. After overhearing bits of the discussion, I realized my manager didn't know how to use basic manuscript Excel software. She had a bachelor's degree in accounting, and she didn't know how to use manuscript Excel. Her assistant was showing her how to sort columns. That was my cringe moment. I had an accounting manager that didn't know how to use accounting software. No wonder we couldn't get anything in there to help us do our jobs. She was afraid of it, afraid to learn it, afraid to show that she didn't know how to use software. I took the weekend to clear my head and figure out what I was going to do. Following Monday I put in my 2 weeks notice. We were all expected to have conversations with the director of the department to find out what could be better. I told him everything. How I realized she didn't know how to use basic software and that it was limiting our ability to do our jobs better. I made several suggestions for software and processes that would improve the efficiency and productivity of the department before I left. Last I've heard, and it's been a year, nothing has been done. Nothing has changed. I'm glad I left. Unfortunately, the signs have been here since day one. My company has a strong reputation, and the position attracts many self-starters / entrepreneurial types looking to carve their own path. Training was about the only positive aspect of joining, although I suspect it is identical to training offered by the competition. Warning sign #1 No instructions given on day one. Literally a post-it pad and a pen in front of my computer. Had to ask my desk neighbor how to do everything. Didn't meet a manager until probably a month or two in. Management has been a constant carousel of reorganization. Warning sign #2 The first years already have a washout rate of over 90% and are compensated probably half what the regional competition offers. People accept this for the upside of the long-term compensation. Only problem is I have met coworkers who have struggled here going on 10 years without that becoming a reality. Warning sign #3 For an organization of this size, it is flabbergasting how few resources are made available. Newbies are expected to supply their own leads, close business, handle all admin / back office paperwork, as well as manage any clients that they do manage, to bring in 80+ hour weeks lead to an equivalent of minimum wage compensation. Warning sign #4 People are often in and out of the office, client meetings, but management felt like this was being abused. They just incorporated policy that requires notification anytime an employee is offsite during business hours. It isn't very fun being treated with less respect than a college student. Can't get out. Thanks non-compete clause. Worked at the main HQ of largest national bank, where over 10,000 banksters fuck up our lives diligently every morning. Every morning as I arrive to my sector, then building, then floor, then wing, then area, then our private offices, then the vending area, I'd go and get a coffee from the machine. I worked there for over 3 years. My second day on the job I already learned that the vending and snack areas weren't used as much for eating / resting / socializing purposes, but to have private and sensitive WhatsApp convos either with lovers or shady business accomplices. This wasn't as shocking in an existential manner, but the reason they'd choose that little corner for such activities wasn't the snacks or even the privacy, it was the automatic electric shoe polishing machine. So many male coworkers were nuts about it. Some would spend so much time every day mindlessly, though anxious about it, sticking their feet under the magic roll that'd make them feel a tad better about themselves. A spin at a time, point, never mind the endless amount of illegal operations, adultery, all kinds of pornography, highly inappropriate mother-daughter pics of very dubious nature, intent. I worked in the largest cesspool of narcissists in my whole country, and I wasn't fully aware at the time, and eventually the worst stuff I went through at that job was all the usual and well-known narc repertoire of distasteful behaviors. Remember over 20 years ago how Hank Scorpio sold the idealized image of his company, as well as the actual style of the HQ? Imagine that. 50x's futuristic 1A band, 20x's corporative culture propaganda. Point, I spread anti-capitalist flyers all over the facilities during my last year working there, square miles, with a special focus on the emptiness of both money and the banking system, and a couple times I'd hear the main boss of our sub-branch and department outraged, going on about how could anyone be allowed to spread such nonsense flyers. He did this as he returned from lunch break, where he'd drive his car to some cool restaurant 10 minutes away from our building. Upon returning, half of the times he'd be visibly blushing and smelling of wine quite intensely. Point, this is the same person who in my very first day at the job, and in my very first ticket, on-site and apps technician, as I enter his office, good morning. What's the problem with the device, and how can I asterisk? The motherfucker has thrown a heavy laptop flying across his fancy important guy desktop and in the direction of my face, grateful that the laptop was so heavy and it fell over the desktop before reaching me as I stood there, so close and so oblivious to the workplace hazards at my own Globux Corporation. Point, it was 3 years of absurdity in so many shapes and shades. The cues to the shoe polishing machine though left me feeling a particular kind of existential despair, honestly. I worked at a small engineering firm that always claimed that we were all part of a family. I should have ran when I first got hired, and it just got worse over the years I was there. We won't be able to pay you as much as other companies might offer, but we have great benefits. Like minimum vacation time that doesn't get bumped until 10 years of employment. Another benefit included tuition reimbursement. If you want to go back to school for your master's degree in any related field, we offer full tuition reimbursement, which I foolishly did. They ended up paying for 1 semester, then forgot I was going to school despite me talking about it in the office openly. After I pressed them for months, they finally came forward and claimed it was a financial burden on the company, and they then proceeded to rescind the policy. Oh, while all of this was happening, they hired 2 new employees, offering them this same benefit, which I confirmed with them. When they hired one of these new employees, they forced 2 of us to switch rooms to make room for this new hire, even though both of us had been there for years. On top of that, they made me come in over the weekend to paint the office room I was relocated to. Point, we aren't allowed to make color prints on the color printer because it costs money. Sometime after these new hires arrived, someone printed 200 plus pages in color. Supervisor comes to me first out of anybody and accuses me of doing this. No surprise, it was one of the new employees. We have free sodas in the fridge that are for anybody, but we kindly ask you put $1 in the envelope inside the door anytime you take a can. If we have a deadline to make, you're expected to be here until it gets done. Sometimes I'm here until midnight or later. One of the older men in administration refuses to work in CAD as he doesn't know how to use a computer. He works off of old prints and often does 3x the amount of work needed because the plans he is using are wrong. And the employee who he has do the CAD work for him refuses to use a current version. He works in early 2000s software while the rest of us are in the current year. He can't open our files and often saves over them and somehow corrupts them. Frequently. Point, I made a Christmas card for the company one year. The lead admin loved it and everyone we sent it to loved it, saying it was the best one the company ever had. One of the other admins thanked another employee for designing the card and commended them in front of clients all month until I overheard him one day. All this other person did was print out the cards. No one corrected him until I confronted him about it. He didn't correct himself or apologize despite administration having nothing but praise for me during my reviews or praise from outside agencies and clients. I had not gotten a raise since I started. Meanwhile, the lead buys, not leases, himself and his wife a new Mercedes and a BMW every few years. Wonder why I left. Went to work for a company that billed itself as a tech startup. At the time of my hiring they had about 20 to 30 employees. They hit all the buzzwords for startup culture during the interview, talking about their great top floor office and perks like free food. They had snacks in the kitchen and such. I found out after I was hired that they'd been around for something like 12 years, but were privately owned by an angel investor in Israel. My boss, a pretty decent guy, told me soon after I was hired about the lavish Christmas parties of the past, etc. Within 4 months of my employment they laid off about 10 to 15 employees and then a few more a bit later, leaving us with a skeleton crew each time someone was laid off. My debt of 3 people had to absorb their work. They had me incorrectly labeled as an independent contractor for 6 months, although the original agreement was a 60-day probationary period before moving to full employee. This left me with a huge tax bill. The CEO was never in the office. She owned a 3-4 meter apartment in Manhattan and a mansion in Court, and I often saw pictures of her taking her kid on hunts in Africa and such. Yet somehow we almost never got paid on time. More on this below. CEO would occasionally buy breakfast for everyone and send out an email to the effect of delicious breakfast in the kitchen for everyone. This was always a plate of about 2 bagels and 3 muffins. And every person was expected to take 1/4 bagel or 1/2 muffin so that everyone could share. We had 20 employees. Christmas parties were the same. There would either be a plate of cold cuts and bread, where by the time the last 5 people in line got to the food, there was nothing left, or it would be dim sum with just enough so that each person could have maybe 2 dumplings, a shrimp and a small spoonful of noodles or something. The CEO would say shit like, "Man, that was so much food, I'm so full." TBH, I think she might have had an eating disorder. She was really thin, but most people went hungry at these events or were constantly paid late. One time a coworker said she needed to pay rent and asked about her check. The CEO cut her a personal check and then hounded her daily about when she was going to be paid back. Literally, she hadn't received her actual paycheck to pay the CEO back. Coworker ended up not cashing it and just giving the check back to her because of it. We merged with another company that was in another state, and I was pretty sure they would close our tiny office down, so I finally quit. Which was good, because they shut our office down 2 months later. Apparently they gave people the choice of moving out to the other state, but no pay for moving or anything point. But the real cringe moment was when my coworker, a young mother who was probably the hardest working in the whole company, had to call out because her 2 toddlers were violently ill and she was getting sick as well. I overheard the CEO later asking her why she couldn't just hire a nanny to take care of her children so she could be at work. Coworker was paid an extremely low wage in a very expensive city, while CEO was raking in millions. Unreal. I worked for a small business, 5 employees, that routinely talked about how no drama and completely supportive of individual goals they were. And for my first 90 days, they were everything I wanted in a job. Then my manager went to chiropractic school, and I dealt with her manager, the big boss and company owner, face to face every day. Dude, Jesus Christ. She got mean about small things. Then the health insurance I was promised after 90 days never happened, and I had to get my own. Then the paychecks started bouncing, even though the company was over $150,000 revenue in April, because of some really bad business decisions the owner made. Then she cut her hours in the office in half and expected me, the only other practitioner in the office, to make up the differenza, even though her services cost 6x what mine did. I noped out of there after I'd had a talk with her about needing financial security of paychecks on time. I'd said the next time there's a bounced paycheck, I was sending resumes to other places. I think she thought I meant next time I had a bounced paycheck, but I had meant for the office. I found out a month or so later my good friend had her last 4 paychecks bounce. The money was fair for my field when I got paid, but it wasn't worth it. I'm working with a good friend of mine making $20 more an hour now in a better location. Started with a payroll company a few months back which was lauded for its presence in the community and its work culture. I had jumped ship and was making a career change by quitting my previous job, alarm company call center, so I could go back to school. Interviewed and was sold a family-like environment. Welp, I started at year end and it was a shit show. Training as self-directed for 5 weeks with little oversight. Trainers check-in were infrequent. New hire manager regularly ignored 2 out of the 7 of us who were hired at the same time, but had the balls to send a team lead over to ask the 2 of us why we were ignoring her when she talked to the group. Seating was such that the 2 of us were cut off from the rest of the new hire group and we literally could not hear or see the group. What the fuck? On a tour of the facility, the room designated by New York state law as the room for new mothers to use breast pumps was called the crying room, where one could go to scream and cry when stressed. Back to the family culture. Everyone is so eager to help. New hires are paired with a mentor. Mine is in another city, which is apparently the norm, and it's common for the mentor to ignore your when you need help avoiding fucking up someone's paycheck or employer taxes. My manager literally stopped helping me when I sought help in the local branch. I've had people walk away from me rather than help. I was once here working 45 minutes into my shift when my manager called myself from across the room and left me a message asking if I was going to show up for my shift. If she got off her ass, she would have seen me at my desk on the phone with a client. The company literally springs last-minute projects on you during your designated training time and get pissy when you don't complete training or the project by some arbitrary deadline. Zero regard for balancing workloads. As someone working in payroll, you're expected to provide tax support since the tax team isn't client-facing, with little training. Amend returns, zero training. Tech support for web product, little training. I've been looking for another job, but I'm finding not many employers want to hire someone who intends on going back to school full-time in the next year. But it's still better than the alarm company, but having little support is causing a few of us in my training class to quit or look for other jobs. Management doesn't understand why. My old company always touted how they were amazing to work for, full of opportunities, had awesome managers, were fully invested in our careers, etc. They had videos, which they showed me during orientation, of employees, managers, executives, and directors alike saying how awesome it was to work there, and how they wanted to spend their entire careers there. It was a global company with offices worldwide, and that seemed to be their main selling point. Under our benefit plan we were given an extra day off per year to do volunteering work. We were encouraged to participate in company hackathons and conferences, and there were multiple company-run programs to accept. In my department, none of it appeared to exist at all. When I joined, my department was freshly acquired, so naturally they were already a bit out of touch from the so-called culture. My department made money primarily off billing hours to clients, so naturally our performance was based mostly off our percentage of billable time. About 6 months in we changed department heads, and the new department head was only concerned with bottom line, and we were never encouraged to participate in activities other than billable activities at work. Other departments would do stuff like weekly catered lunches, drink beer at work on Fridays, etc., while we would be lucky if we even got to help ourselves to other departments' leftovers. I told myself I'd give it a couple years to see if it got better. I quit at the 20-month mark or so. TLDR, my company apparently had an amazing culture, but my specific department didn't reflect it at all. I used to work at a place that had a really mega enthusiastic staff. At first I was pretty happy there, bit surprised that so many people were downright delighted about staying late in the office. Nobody had a bad word to say about the place. There was a lot of banter and joking around. Kind of too much. Christmas came around and everyone opted to work Christmas Eve. A couple of the managers seemed actually sad about leaving the office to go home to their families for Christmas. Yeah, they were all having affairs with each other. It's embarrassing how long it took me to realize. Once I scratched the surface and had a few gossip sessions with long-time staff, I found out there were managers sleeping with their staff, long-held resentments between staff who had been boning hard a few years back, etc. It all spectacularly imploded when a manager's wife caught him fucking one of his team in his office at the weekend. She stormed through the office on Monday, got to the CEO's office, yelling about how disgusting the place was. Oh yeah, and nobody seemed to do any work. Twist ending. I met my partner there. But crucially, we were both single when we fell for each other. We both handed in our notice shortly after. Dumped the workplace, kept each other. I prefer working somewhere that's not completely unhinged. Late to the party, but here's my 2 cents. I worked at a company who loved to get every last bit of anything out of you, stat-wise. Being a call center, you're graded on how well you do, how fast you are, and how polite etc. etc. After a few years of improving this and that, I finally hit that plateau. Nowhere else to go. Cause up as non-existent. Now bear in mind that the second you walk in door as new employee, you get swept up in the hype and awesomeness of it all. How much the culture is different from anything you have ever done. How much your bosses and company do for you and help etc. That cringe moment. It hits when you stop drinking the Kool-Aid. You clear that fog they blinded you with. You slowly realize it's just like any other company, but they massively sugarcoat it, so you don't realize it. My moment came in a manager meeting. Just a weekly meeting to touch base and talk stats and going on and how it was going. He said to me, "Stats are perfect, there's nothing more you can do." He laughed and then said, "Guess we squeezed all the juice we need out of you." I casually laughed with him, but in my mind, reeling from that sentence. What happens when they can't use your juice? Tossed in trash. For the next few weeks, I started noticing things I would have noticed from day one. Due to the fact they had pushed this culture so much, I never saw it. Promises of promotions, winning prizes, etc. All based on your stats. I bought into all that. But that sentence bounced through my head every day. I ended up leaving on good terms, my terms. I found work elsewhere, and now, looking back, I see a lot of that culture is very subtle brainwashing. I still have friends that work there. Worked reception/office manager for a company that touted they were one big happy family to all customers and potential employees. I had to take an hour here and there to see doctors leading up to a tonsillectomy, and even though I asked for the unpaid time 2 to 3 weeks beforehand, they kept threatening to fire me if I took more time off. I kept telling them I would have to take up to 2 unpaid weeks off eventually for the tonsillectomy, kept showing them copies of the doctor's note saying the same. 2 days into recovery from the actual tonsillectomy, they called me to ask when I would be returning. I had to have my friend answer and tell them I wouldn't be back for a week and a half. Came back, barely able to talk. They stuck me right back on phones and told me I needed to stop taking vacation days and show dedication to the company. I outright let them have it, scratchy voice and all. They weren't paying me a dime for my time off. I was out for medical reasons that they had well documented, and even with my time off I was keeping the company better organized in the front end than they'd seen in years, something I'd been told by many. They shut up, gave me the raise I asked for 3 weeks later, and threatened me again when I asked for an hour to do a follow-up with my doctor post-surgery. I put in my 2 weeks when they did that. Last I heard, 3 people left after me, and the company is struggling. This was a year before 9/11. That same year my boss spent $10K on hiring a consultant instead of giving us 5 employees at 2 locations a raise or bonus. We were all pissed too. I was mere change above minimum wage. A few years later, he'd gone on a business trip and gave us all specific chores. My list was tied into the other 2 coworkers' lists because they had to do something before I could do mine. I ended up having to do parts of his and mine while they just sat on the internet all day. When he came in the next morning and I had to open the store, he started in on me about the shit that wasn't done. My list was complete, but he didn't ducking care. No, it was invariably my fault that no one else got their chores done. I began seeing red. Takes a lot to get to me, but I was crying mad. I wanted to beat his face. I snapped. I took my name tag off and threw it at him and told him I was fed up with the shit. I worked my ass off that year to sell off all the residual products from several years before, as well as new shit. I'd worked there 5 fucking years, held up 5 fingers so he could count, with no raise. I was near minimum wage and had been renting my own place alone for years. I was tired of being in the poorhouse. I was so mad I was crying. He owned a couple of franchises from a corporation, which has a DOS in their name. Big red circle or anyone. Had a job working at a froyo place. I was, admittedly, not the best employee and I make no excuses for my lackluster performance. However, the owner of this location noticed that sales had started to drop to the point of at cost, and he decided that he would try to get more young customers in the form of if you know the employee you get a discount, which I thought was strange when we started getting in trouble for talking to the customers instead of staring at the yogurt machines. Literally nothing else to do. Then this new hip guy came saying he was going to start a new store in a new town with a gimmick, waffles and coffee. Now I'm no expert, but if your sales are slipping, you don't spend thousands on new hardware for a product where you had zero demand for. We had maybe 2 customers come in between when we opened and 12 PM. I suggested we just close for the mornings and open at 11 AM. Nope, waffles. I was terminated shortly after because I kept telling this owner that the prospective owner was scamming him to try and sell his brother's company's coffee and not to trust him. Good thing too, the store closed a couple months later. The other town opened and closed within the same year. TL. Doctor, if your company is struggling, fix the issue. Don't create a gimmick that no one wanted. Also, listen to your employees. Sometimes as an owner you're too close to realize the obvious red flags. My company was big on pushing healthy living. From eating right and staying hydrated to stretching and avoiding workplace injuries. Then I got injured on the job during a car accident caused by another company's negligent employee. There was nothing I could have done to avoid it, since I was parked, had my cones out, and was doing everything right. I never even got one full day off despite it being a back injury, and I was having trouble doing anything including sitting for more than an hour at a time. Workers' comp released me after 8 months saying my back was as good as it would ever be again. A few months later it was getting worse, so I went and saw a real doctor that had more motivation to heal me than get me back to work. He recommended more physical therapy, but focusing on a different area than before. Work wouldn't allow me to possibly shift my schedule slightly to accommodate the appointments. I wasn't asking for much, just if I don't have time to make store X and Y one Monday and Thursday, can I shift them to Tuesday and Friday? No extra help, no expectations of them reducing my sales goal, no full days off. I was still just working slower than before the accident, so I couldn't be sure I'd be off in time for therapy. I was told they couldn't guarantee I wouldn't get write-ups for it, which would lead to me getting fired. Apparently healthy living only counts on my time, not theirs, despite the fact the injury was affecting my job performance and causing me to work 6 to 10 more hours a week than I was before. So I left, took time off for PT, and got hired on with their competitor. I got hired as assistant manager of a retail shop with absolutely zero retail experience under my belt, just because of my prior knowledge of the products. This was a new store and the owner's baby. Well, my boss was apparently an alcoholic and got trashed on a company business vacation and threw up everywhere, so he got fired. The GM that hired him had apparently hired a couple other managers that were shit, and he got fired for hiring so many shit managers. One of the temp retail employees got fired of leaving dirty underwear in the bathroom. What? And basically it was just me and one other employee under me who had been there longer. That employee had me convinced that big scary corporate was coming in to law down the law and keep watch. Having been 19 years old with no experience working up to 11-hour back-to-back shifts and getting screamed at for small mistakes, I went into the back office and emailed hours directly saying I unfortunately wasn't able to continue working, then left my keys and drove home. Funny thing was the company owner, as in CEO, was in the store earlier that day and was telling me we are gonna figure it out, and here's all the resources if I need help and stuff like that. Super cool guy. The damage was already done though, and I was stressed and panicked and couldn't handle college and all of that real world shit. I ended up getting a phone call from the owner after I left asking what was going on, and holding back tears I half-assed an answer, somewhat protecting the other employee who, in hindsight, I believe just wanted me to quit so she could take my job. Never fessed up. Till this day I feel regret I let the owner down. He seemed really ambitious about me. Whatever though, all in the past. Hope that bitch enjoys her $9/HR. The company has this acronym, SIGHT, that represents the culture they like to brag about: caring, innovation, trust, and excellence. All four actively discouraged and ignored, but they enjoy the circle jerk pretense of it. Our director of marketing actually exemplified those values, the only director of the four in our small division, plus the GM, who was actually smart, deeply respected, and worked harder than any of those guys combined. Also the most calm and rational person I ever met in my life. Nothing shook this woman. She was just cool AF. 1 year sales sucked exceptional ass, and our Game of Thrones leadership team knew our GM and director of sales were in trouble. So they sent this woman on a grueling travel schedule, working back-to-back trade shows. It gave them ample time to put together the paperwork to Ned Stark her. She returned on a Sunday, and that very day received an email from the GM inviting her to her year-end review at 7 the following morning. She knew what was coming and got there earlier to pack up her office. When the GM told her that her position had been eliminated for the budget, all she said was, "Steve, you really put the seeing caring, Mick." Drop, walked out the door. It isn't cringe, but it was the most awesome murder with words. Exit from the last person you'd ever expect it from. Her undeserved beheading hit the top of my list of reasons to leave. I'm currently still at the company, one of the last people after a mass exodus and huge turnover of workers. The place did have a great culture. Half of us used to get together regularly, out of work friends if you will. Went out for dinners, gatherings at each other's houses, snowboarding, the whole thing. The business was #1 in the country a couple of years running, and really it was down to the culture. Now the culture's gone, work rate has gone to shit. Every year the same old spiel, no one's getting a pay rise, but how good is the culture? I know I wouldn't want to work anywhere else, says CEO who makes more than all of us combined. Then they fired our boss in a brutal fashion. It was almost like in Troy, where they kill the king then drag him around and really show everyone they don't give a fuck about us. Morale dropped at an alarming rate. People started leaving. I've never seen people leave so quickly. It was one person a week for a while. They were giving money to everyone now, trying to get them to stay. It was too late for most. I only stayed cause I was given a role in the direction I wanted my career to head, but who knows how long I'll be here. I looked on a JobsArc website and found our place of business advertising jobs. Perks were great culture. I had a laugh, then cried myself to sleep. TLDR, my work was cool, now it sucks, and I'm there because I'm a sellout jerk. When my wife and I were having our second child, I was about a year into this new job, so not here for the first one. I told my manager 5 months ahead of time that I'd plan on using my accrued PTO to take 3 weeks off for paternity leave. When the baby was born, she hemmed and hawed at me for a few seconds and asked if I could maybe just do 1 or 2 weeks instead. And another week later on in the year, I'd already thought maybe I'd made a mistake in leaving my old company and joining the new one, but that really fucking sealed it. After a year, I'm allowed to take that time off under FMLA, and there's not a damn thing she's allowed to do or say about it. I was planning on reporting it 2 hours. I also ended up going full throttle on writing resumes and applying for other places. But then, like a white knight through the gates, came forth a new CEO. He immediately restructured the company. My manager was let go along with a bunch of other shitty people. My new manager is great. I told him the story during a one-on-one. He was flabbergasted and told me to take off as much time as I needed. So I never actually left the company. Shit's pretty okay now, but if they don't make me a senior by the start of next year and pay me about 15% more, I'm the fuck out of here. I had to step up to fulfill a new role and duties, and I mean to get paid for it. On mobile, so forgive any typos and weirds. I used to work for a huge POS, point of sale, company that was being outsourced by a huge telecom company as well. There were basic POS equipment repairs areas and then our area for the telecom. We build site systems for businesses. Some of the people who worked in repair had been contract employees for years. I think the longest guy was around 7 years at this point. The pres of the company came down to our site, gave a raving report, and they actually hired some of the contract guys to full-time company employees. People were stoked. We had been busting, but he had reached crazy goals and had managed to get a bonus as well. Fast forward 2 to 3 months and all of a sudden a cleansing happened. People due to retire in less than 2 weeks to maybe a month were given slips. The people they had just turned full-time slips. And we found out we would be moving to a different location. For our department it made sense. We moved to a new staging area in our warehouse, so we would be right with our equipment. Before they would have to shuttle the pieces over from the warehouse. The warehouse was only a few blocks away, but it could be a pain. One of the managers in repair, who was slotted to retire in 2 weeks, got his notice. The only problem was that he was the only guy who knew the contacts and contracts. So after eating crow for 2 weeks they had to ask him to come back, but on a reduced rate. He said foo, and they were forced to give him a lot more. We moved and lost people, and then our workload doubled. No more bonuses, and it was so stressful. Myself, I was training lead for the EC, and our main team lead, who dealt with the customer, left. They tried to put the jobs on others, but they refused as there was no incentive to do it. Last we heard it was still a shit show there with a crazy turnover. That was almost 8 years ago. But I will never forget that they did to those contract employees. Talk about a slave in the face. We got a new boss, due to our boss going on maternity leave, that didn't like the culture, so she changed everything. Our culture was that of all the employees being family, and being able to be open with each other, and just have fun. Going to work was very much like hanging out. I supervised video production, ads, and we had a graphic design department that did print ads. In total there were 16 of us. I was kind of seeing a coworker outside of work. I know, a big no-no, and this will come in later. This new supervisor came in and obviously didn't fit into our culture. She was sort of thrust on us by our old boss, who had to leave 3 weeks earlier than planned to have a baby. This supervisor was buttering up her favorites by taking them to lunch and treating them differently. She considered our culture toxic and tried to change it. I got sick of it and got my current job. After dealing with her for a summer, I called the girl I was seeing what I was doing, and she started crying at work. She told everyone. 9 people quit that day, and when our boss got off maternity leave she fired the person who replaced her and tried rehiring everyone. Unfortunately it never got back to the level of greatness that it was at when I was there. It's sad really. Edit. I currently work for a sports team and we have a strong staff culture. I report directly to the head coach and supervise to junior staff, and our culture is pretty nice. Best benefit is unlimited paid time off with supervisor's approval. So far this year I've taken 3 weeks for medical, had a seizure in January, and I've had 2 small surgeries so far this year, and 3 weeks of vacation/personal time. All I do is put in a calendar request and I usually get a yes or no in 15 minutes. I've never gotten a no. My old company always talked about people first attitudes. I was passed up for a promotion to manager of our facility, which was fair. The other candidate had more experience and knowledgeable, and arguably more respect among the staff. But regardless, I was told they wanted to fast track me to be ready for the next opportunity. Within 2 weeks I was supposed to meet with our regional manager to make a gamma plan. That never happened. A few weeks later I was told my performance numbers were down, and I would have a senior tech help me with those. That took another 2 months, and turned out to be a very simple step that we figured out within the first 2 jobs. I still had to have him shadow me for a week. This whole time I kept asking about my personal development plan, and was given no answers. It was finally revealed that it was because of my numbers. I got frustrated, so before I worked with the senior tech I interviewed to work for a friend. They finally told us we were all doing PDPs, and I specifically was told I should be happy about it. Unsurprisingly it was supposed to only be about in-position growth, not advancement. My boss realized this and candidly asked me how I felt about the company, and I revealed that I was just waiting on a start date to give my 2 weeks, which came that afternoon. By the next day, when I gave him my 2 weeks, he had tried to make things happen, but it was too late for me. I started working for Disney, and even now, it's not the most unpleasant place to work. I imagine working for a company that is based around the family would Northeast a good thing. I'm 6 years in, really just holding on to this job to get through nursing school, and well, the longer I'm there, the more I realize it's a sham. Point. Disney does not care about family values. They'll turn wherever the money goes. When you hire in, you are put through training called traditions, which is essentially the company brainwashing you and letting you know that Big Daddy Walt's spirit is still alive and well, when in actuality, the company stopped caring about people within the first 5 years of Walt's death. Point. Many of my coworkers are hardcore Disney fanboys and girls, and frankly, the stronger a fanboy they are, the worse at the job they are. And frankly, Will Eisner, our CEO a few years ago, has said that monkeys can do our job, and that's really quite a fair assessment. These Disney fanboys buy into the fact, hook, line and sinker, that the company cares. Our managers care, some of them, but the corporate element, not really. Point. I understand most corporations you work for project a similar message, but with Disney, there's a certain amount of zealotry, and it's both funny and sad when someone finally breaks out of it and sees the company for what it is. I used to work for a credit union whose leaders were obsessed with how Zappos runs their business. They tried so hard, bless their hearts, to create a positive company culture. I think at headquarters it kind of worked, but not in the branches where I worked. They had an ice cream social at the headquarters building and wanted the people in the branches to participate. They sent the branch managers a $10 Publix gift card to go buy ice cream. We got shitty ice cream sandwiches, while headquarters had a Sunday bar. They also made us go to this big seminar on MLK Day when the branches were closed. It was at a hotel and kind of impressive with how they organized it. As soon as someone started speaking to us all, you could almost hear a collective groan and eye roll. They brought in some motivational speaker who paints in a dramatic fashion while he speaks. It was super cringy. There are always the few who thought it was awesome, but most of us were just counting down the minutes until it was over. They just kept trying things that other companies were doing, and they always failed in one way or the other. I skipped out of the branch on my last day. Best day of my life was walking out those doors for the last time. Point. The company I work for now actually has a cool company culture, and it's very evident. They do it the right way. The non-management staff were all called grand performers. Grand performer bartender. Grand performer engineering department. Point. Also, all of the benefits, bonuses, and perks were limited to within the company only. You could get free hotel stays, dinner certificates, massage coupons, etc. But it was all done by our own company. You couldn't earn a gift certificate to some outside restaurant. No hotel stay outside the company umbrella. It was all done this way, so it cost the company next to nothing to reward you. Free hotel stay? Sure, during non-peak time periods, as long as occupancy is below 70%. Massages, dinner, gift shop rewards were all cheap because they only cost the company the actual cost. Believe JT not, buying a dinner that retails for $200 realistically costs $80 to $90 and labor is already in place for the evening. The same with massage parlors. The workers already have to be there, so they aren't having to pay extra labor hours. They only lost out on potential revenue by losing a time slot, which only matters if the entire day would be 100% booked, which probably didn't happen. Point. Whenever a company renames standard positions to something with more pizzazz to make people feel like their job is better than it really is, the jobs probably suck really bad. And when a company is too cheap to give out real rewards and forego real monetary compensation, they are either too cheap to take care of their employees, or they are so full of themselves they think people who spend the majority of their time at work would want to be rewarded with products or services that are provided by the company or take place there. Gross. Either one is pretty shitty to have, but both should be considered torture under the rules of the Geneva Convention. When I was hired by my current company, approximately 20% of my job was supposed to be support for the client sponsor for a large pipeline company. Client sponsor means a senior person who manages the relationship with the client and does business development, but is still a technical consulting position. For some reason, the client sponsor for this particular client was an abrasive contaminated sites engineer who did not have great relationships within my company. The supporting team he built around him was also anomalous. Weirdly cutthroat people who would undercut each other, even though our company is employee owned, and we receive nominal bonuses and better dividends, to encourage collaboration, etc. His first request was for me to get all of the financial transactions we had with the client globally. This would be a chore for a person who had been there years. Our client operated all over the world, and we had some weird sub-companies and incorporations, because we also have incorporations all over the world. He lost his shit on me because I couldn't do this at the drop of a hat. I then was asked to be seconded to a client office to work with the client to manage a big $20 environmental assessment. I had previous experience with the client. EIAs are my actual career, and consultants don't say no to being over 100% chargeable. I explained this to him and let him know that I had advised the client sponsor lead. I think there were 2 or 3 days between being given the opportunity and then being seconded. He gave me the lowest rating he could that year on my annual review because I was requested to retrieve client financials and couldn't complete the task. The employee then abandoned the position and didn't find a replacement. I believe my manager at the time reamed him out because I still got a bonus that year, and he was saltier than ever when I saw him at the company party. It was also post 2008 when mining was still depressed globally, and while our office was mainly oil and gas based and not affected yet, turning down guaranteed work to futz around doing non-chargeable BS would have been ill-advised. Prior to the mining and oil downturn, the CEO had been trying to position the company for growth, and we all had stupid low utilization targets. Like junior staff were told 70% utilization was acceptable, and there were an enormous number of non-chargeable support staff. The CEO got ousted. We brought in a new CEO, unheard of. All previous CEOs had been promoted from within, and then the layoffs began. The company went from about 10k globally to 7k globally. We got actual performance targets we had to meet or exceed. We finally got treated like consultants instead of club members. The terrible client sponsor made it through those layoffs because contaminated sites is always profitable, regardless of the economy. Things stabilized last year. We started growing again. He got let go in December, along with some other senior staff that had always been in profitable groups, but now their difficulty/morale issues outweighed their expertise. As a person who holds a grudge forever, I was fucking delighted. Especially now that I'm starting to work with new hires. I will send them on scavenger hunts to help them figure out where to find things and who to talk to, but I don't give them impossible tasks and then throw them under the bus because they can't achieve them. My company definitely always talked up the employee ownership and the collaboration. However, when I joined it was definitely more like a fraternity than a business. I was insulated from the downturn due to my secondment, although I did sit through the rounds of layoffs at my clients, which was awkward, and when I returned it was like a whole different company. Suddenly people understood that chargeability is a business driver, and that you have to have hustle, even if you get paid proposal and vacation time. I was ready to tender my resignation and start my own consulting business, or go somewhere like E. Turns out, we just needed a CEO who can run a business like it's a business. This is so late, but fuck it. Went to school for pastry and baking. Teaching chef asked me to apply at her side gig because they needed good educated employees to teach coworkers. Needed to leave my current bakery because I had really learned everything I could there and needed an upgrade. Applied, trailed, offered position, accepted. Teaching chef goes on vacation for 2 weeks, resigns on last day of vacation. Staff that made a real impact on my position all quit or was fired within a month. Fuck. Work every single day, always there first to open the bakery, and my head down doing my job. 3 to 4 months in I get sick, and after finishing my tasks for the day they send me home early. I had finished my work, all of it, early, and thanked for it. Get better, they said. Right. 2 to 3 weeks later the whole kitchen catches stomach flu. I had no way of knowing this except that I had woken up at 1:30 am for my 4 am shift and started throwing up as soon as my feet hit the floor. Called out for the day. Later received a call letting me know everyone had it, and get better, I was at work, trying not to drag out at 4 am the next morning. They sent a bunch of us home early after we finished out daily tasks early. We were thanked for our effort and returned the following morning for work as normal. A day or two after this the owner gives a mandatory kitchen speech about how not coming to work affects everyone. Everyone is aware, we are not idiots. They made their point with a very threatening tone. Pulled a few people that had repetitive callouts prior to the sickening and had some private chats with them in our very public cafe. We all go on as normal until the email. The email from the owner demanding all shifts go to the same mandatory meeting. No problemo. Meeting is in direct contradiction to my safe and healthy sleep schedule. She wanted the 4 am to 12:30 pm crew to come to a meeting at 7 pm. Problemo. At best measure, if we leave the meeting at 8 pm, take the 30-minute train ride home, may get 6 hours of sleep before needing to return to work. Not seeing this as a huge deal, possibly overlooked. I'll let the boss know it's going to be a tight squeeze to get sleep and politely ask to have an earlier meeting option for the morning crew. In response I am told I was being considered for management, have now shown a complete lack of adult maturity, am no better than insert new employee name, and to grow up. In the same breath they then go on to say they see greatness is me and can bring it out, but I have to drop it. Manipulative language, fantastic. I drop it because I do not want to deal with it and just go to the meeting point. While all this is going on, for the past 5 to 6 months I have found out 2 family members have died and my little brother has a new form of cancer after going into remission. When I find out about my brother at work, I go into the bathroom quickly, have a good quiet cry, and go back to work. I did not disturb another soul, but I did looks little like I had been crying. Later my manager pulls me aside and asks what is going on. I tell them, being so fresh and new I cry a little. The next day the boss pulls me aside and tells me no crying in their kitchen and to focus with hands constantly moving on my task. I tell them I understand and go back to work. Being an exhausted full-time student, trying to complete school, and in an emotionally hard place being separated from my family, I take the wrong and easy road of apply for my externship at the bakery. I wanted to get everything done as simply as possible, and finding a possibly non-paying externship on top of my school/work schedule was terrifying. That was my mistake and I should have just left the bakery. They accepted, which usually means there is no issue, seeing as they only want externs that will later make them look good. So I assume everything's going to be fine. Wrong. A few weeks in another extern is fired suddenly on my day off. They called me to let me know she had been fired and would miss the nice employees. Then warned me they were fired because the owner had watched the cameras and accused them of using work time inappropriately. They had spent a few moments through the morning speaking while working with other employees. Apparently that added up conversation, some of which had actually been with me about processes and procedures, was such a waste of company time they were fired. Moments later I received a short and harsh email from the boss telling me to go to the office at 9 am the following day. Fantastic. I go to the meeting. The talking time was brought up. Apparently since my body faced the other extern, my mouth moved, and a few minutes were spent. The camera must of course know all. They of course did not want to hear that we were actually talking about ways to work out kinks in our kitchen system. I stopped trying to explain myself and let them tell me how horrible I was. An F+ employee, berated for leaving early. My employees needed me. Even though the 2 times they sent me home, owners as thanked for my quick and thoughtful work. That calling out was inexcusable. Even though it was once in 6 months and everyone called out not knowing everyone else was sick. Every phrase for disappointed in me that I can think of. But they saw the good in me. They wanted to harness that and teach me, and they could make me into the perfect manager. More manipulative language. Agrees and nods, just so get through the meeting. At this point I'm 2 weeks away from completing my externship. If they fire me, I have to start all over again, and I just wanted to graduate and look for a new job. I also had requested 2 months ago to have 3 weeks of vacation directly following the end date of my externship to take care of my mother post knee surgery. I really wanted to get to the vacation and look for a job, then I could interview and resign before I had to go back. I keep my head down and worked but not before I notice them pat another employee on the back, thank them for working while sick, tell them they kicked ass, and to go home early. The exact thing the boss gave me shit for doing. The following morning at 3:30 am, before any other employee shows up for their shift, my backpack and I go slip sliding down the stairs greasy with cookie dough they never properly scrub off the floor, crack my ass on the steps over and over again. Crawl up the stairs like something out of a horror movie, clawing at door frames and chairs, because I couldn't choose my left leg. The whole time I know I was screaming, like I had found a dead body, but the shooting pain was so intense. Long and short of it, I had a giant hematoma on my ass. It looked like it is smuggling an actual softball in the left butt cheek of my pants. I ended up calling twice more that day on the same place due to that flaw. Nothing was done, and only after the third time was I offered an ambulance ride. I denied it, continued to work, and just went on for 2 more weeks limping and unable to sit until my externship was completed. Finally, vacation time, get to take care of my mom and my ass, and I have graduated. Hardly. Every day of my vacation I have to badger my manager to turn in my paperwork to my school, to the point my school even told me they would deal with them because it had become so ridiculous 3 days before the end of my vacation. They fired me, which I did not mind, as long as they had turned in my paperwork, which they had. Turns out they gave me a C for my externship, cited that I was unreliable to come to work. I had not missed a day of work in over 2 months, not during my externship, and even came to work every day. Since my injury. They tried to fuck me. A low enough score with bad grades would have meant I had to start some portions over, or at least lose my dean's list and honors status. But seeing as I had a perfect grade at school, no missed days, I received my honors with .11 more than the required grade. I was a dumb cunt to work at and put up with this place. These stories did not even scratch the surface of the stupid shit I saw. But fuck that dumb bitch. I hope she chokes on her nasty cookies. We had this mentally abusive boss at the place I worked as a teenager. He told us we would never ever get a job as amazing as this one, and that no company was as much fun as his was. I was 15-year-old when I started working there and left when I was 23. He didn't pay us our salary and told us that grown-ups had money saved in these kind of occasions. He either didn't pay us at all or paid us 3 months late. We were young and we didn't know this was not normal and believed him when he said other companies were even worse. If we wanted to leave he would tell us horror stories about other companies and tried to make us stay with his mental abusive methods. We all fell for it until the company went bankrupt and he screwed us all over. I worked my way up to assistant shop manager and had a permanent contract. I had worked there for 8 years and was the best employee he had. When he went bankrupt he begged me to come back because he needed me and I was his best employee. I told him I would if I would get my permanent contract back and get the official title of assistant shop manager in it. He promised me I would get everything I asked for, so I came back. After a month he asked me to sign my new contract. 3 months, no guaranteed hours, and as junior salesperson, I would still have to work as a shop manager, but it wouldn't be my contract title, so he could pay me less. He betrayed my loyalty and that's when I left. After this, all of my former colleagues left too and now he has no one left to work for him. I worked one day, for free, in a nutritional foods takeaway shop, just to see if you like it, basically to see if she liked me. One day was more than enough. Bitch had me pick up her employee and buy £5 worth of stock for her on my way in, use my car to drive 4 miles into town to pick up more stock. I didn't mention money, so she waved a big wad of cash in my face, asking me how much her stock might cost. I was in a bad place financially at this point, hence me taking on a new job and she's waving it around. She'd already told me that all 4 of her staff were on £10ph, but if she took me on, I'd be on minimum wage, £8.40ph or thereabout. Okay, not a huge problem, I'm desperate, I have 3 kids to feed. I spoke to the chef and mentioned that all my food hygiene/safety certificates are all up to date, and he said to me, "Oh no, we don't have certificates here," while dropping a peeled potato on the floor and throwing it straight into a boiling pan and laughing. Whilst I was serving customers, the boss came out front trying to get me to sing and dance for them. No love. I'm not selling my soul for your profits and shitty shop. She told me she'd call me that night to let me know if I had the job, but I'd already made my mind up. She didn't call, so I thought I was off the hook. I called my cousin, her friend, 10 days later about a family matter, and my cousin says, "Oh, the boss said that job's yours if you want it." What? Tell her no fucking thanks. And I never got reimbursed for the stock or my petrol point TL. Dr. Boss was a bitch with zero management/social skills. Not nearly as egregious as some of these, but I had worked with an advertising firm for about 4 years. Great place that was making enormous strides to take over our market area. I worked in client services as an account executive. I had a lot of autonomy, got to give input, and management always spouted the Netflix model, which I agreed with. You dealt with normal politics of creatives who owned the place and wanted to use only their ideas. No problem with that. I got it. Eventually I talked with my boss and the CFO, who I really trusted, about how I think I needed a new path. I really believed, still do, in the product and service these guys sell. It's unique and the team gives 110% most of the time. So, when I spoke with them, I pitched a couple of ideas about how I could stretch my skills and learn new things in new roles that aligned with the long-term strategies and goals for the company. In 2 weeks, there were 2 new part-time employees in the office. Their jobs? To do what I brought up as ideas. People who didn't understand our services, our people, or anything relevant to the roles. They always said, "The best part is we are really great at moving people around. If you want to try something else out, then we make that available and do it." I asked 3 times in the last year I worked there to create new opportunities I foresaw in the company and head them up. Instead of letting me take that over, like they were always saying, they brought in others at lower prices. I get the business sense of it, but what a crappy way to treat a person who was invested and willing to work a very long time for you. I moved on. Still love the people there, but that showed me a lot of their true character. It was a blessing, really. After that I moved back to entertainment, now manage an entire department of 33 people, and I'm not in an office all day staring at a computer. The 2 different bars I worked at both happened to be big on this team is a family rhetoric. First bar, manager/owner pocketed 50% of the tips and then some. This is illegal in California. Second bar, in the 9 months I worked there, the turnover rate was ridiculous. It was a small wine bar, so the owner/manager had a small staff to begin with. 2 back of house and anywhere from 2 to 5 in front of house. First, my manager was inconsistent with enforcing his always changing policies and was moody. No one knew what to expect. As lead bartender/server, I couldn't train people properly because the guidelines were always changing. He gave people warnings/strikes on a 3-strike system when they made a mistake under this system, and then he'd fire them after a good amount of hyper scrutiny. He also was always noticeably far more contentious with the men on staff than the women about mistakes, which I suspected was an alpha male mentality he had. If they weren't fired, people quit all the time, citing lack of quality and inconsistency in management. And he was never be able to see why his employees quit, and would assign some reason to deflect responsibility from his management style. He was too cheap and too much of a control freak to hire a general manager to run the business. He didn't have the patience or energy to run himself. I say with some regret that I was way too loyal of an employee for what I was getting paid, so my boss liked me. He also needed me, since people were leaving left and right. I could show up to work late, where a coworker would have gotten a strike. I could slip by. I stuck around as long as I did because I needed the money and I was moving soon. Not enough time to commit to another job, and because it was a good opportunity to learn about wine. That said, if I had more self-respect for myself at the time, I would/should have quit much sooner. Small Catholic school with a great core team of very dedicated teachers was struggling financially, partly due to the religious focus in an area of Northern California where liberal secular values dominated. In order to raise enrollment, they brought in a new principal whose job was to completely change up the curriculum and over 3 years get IB accreditation, which would be the new branding for the school. For 2 months staff meetings consisted of videos and team building activities focused on IB curriculum. All I could think is how we could not afford the resources in these videos. I was already buying resources for my classrooms myself, just to teach a bare bones syllabus. Then they told us that at the end of the year, we'd all be attending a 1-week retreat in Lake Tahoe. But we would have to pay for our transportation and our lodging there. But the training course itself was free. I was extremely part-time as a music teacher, just 2 days per week, and I had 2 other jobs. I couldn't afford to take time off from my other jobs and also pay to go on a retreat to Tahoe for a week. I made up some excuse, gave my notice, and hired a sub. The arts teachers were responsible for finding and hiring our own subs for the last month and a half of school. That school lasted 1 year after I left, before it closed down for good. I felt bad for all the other teachers who had been there for years, some 4 decades, who lost their jobs and invested a year into paying for training and materials for that IB crap. Now, when I hear someone exclaim their school is an IB school, I roll my eyes so hard. That title is nothing more than branding that the school and parents end up paying for. I work for an upmarket supermarket in the UK. We aren't called employees, we are called partners, because we supposedly own a portion of the business which entitles us to a bonus once a year. I joined when bonuses had hit a record low and the chain is going through changes. They call these changes modern supermarket name, which basically means Noon has a specific job role and is expected to train on as many areas as possible, which ties in with pay grades. The culture is that of a school which is slowly going mad and broke. Few of the lower tier workers like myself know what's going on, and training is very lackluster and differs person to person. The customers are awful and entitled upper middle class dickheads, and the managers just let them run all over staff and use the quickest get out strategies when it falls onto them to resolve conflict, which often results in giving them free stuff. They have to pitch in as well, but very rarely go on to any of the counters unless there is no other option, and have no idea how to run them effectively. All they care about is appearance and are you working. It is a real shame, as a few years ago it was a great place to work from what I hear from the more senior members of staff, some who have been working there since the store opened 20+ years ago. I'm leaving next week and I'm never going back permanently. To anyone working a shitty retail job, keep your head high, and the next time a customer is being a bitch to you, spit in their food. This will get lost, but so be it. Another one of those family businesses. I busted my ass for them for 12 years because I had no post-secondary education. Bad kid, spent most of high school sleeping, and thought the job would be the best I could ever get. Family atmosphere was what they toted, but only when it suited them. I'd be written up for calling in sick, ended up rolling over 80 hours of sick pay for 8 consecutive years. Chastised for being late. Only way to the business was by crossing a set of railroad tracks, and there was a train a few times, so I had to wait. Then when I attempted to do as they suggested and leave home earlier to be at my shift on time, I'd be chastised for having overtime for arriving early because, of course, I had to work until the end of my shift or yet be talked to again. Family meant I was always invited to the president of the company's house during the holidays, given extra drink tickets during the holiday party, taken out to the bar once a year, and treated to lunch. Young and stupid and friendly with the family, thought I'd be in point. Long story short, I was fired in my 12th year, was told during the process that they wouldn't fight my unemployment claim, and cut me a 2-week severance along with the 120 hours of PTO that I had saved. I lived off that unemployment and some savings for 6 months while I saw America a bit before joining the workforce. I was quite angry at the time, though, and wanted to send that cunt director, my direct boss, one of those confetti thank you cards that damn cunt used to go on 4-hour lunches with men she found on dating websites because she was a lonely, man-hungry 50-year-old whore. then fired me because I was late a few times. I never got a chance to send the card, though, but heard a couple of years ago that she got breast cancer. Karma much, and those family outings I always attended. It came out about 2 years or so after the fact that my best friend, who was also a long-time employee of this place, who'd brought her daughter along to one of those family holiday parties, was sexually assaulted by the son of the president of the company, whose house we were at the time. She was 11 at the time, the assaulter about 16 or so, and also incredibly autistic. My BFF's daughter confessed to her later, after a few rough years dealing with the assault alone, and not understanding what had happened. I'm so angry now thinking about those people and that toxic place. Postscript. Family my fucking ass. That family place ended up selling to one of the conglomerates after I left, even though for my entire career there they shouted from the rooftops how they never wanted to be a corporate monster. I used to work for a grocery store belonging to one of the largest chains in the country. Worked almost every department during my time there, and knew pretty well how to do almost every job. Given the fact that all the jobs had been changed from how they were 10 years ago, and most management now only knew their one department, as opposed to multiple, this made people like me valuable, extremely valuable. This retailer also relied heavily on PT workers. Like very heavily. I'm talking literally. If you were not a manager, you were a part-timer. A few years ago they started talking about color culture, where being this color meant you were living the company's values and were a great employee. Standard stuff like putting customer first, helping your colleagues out, and getting better every day were some of the things. At this point, like many of the part-timers, I was working several departments so that I could get 40 hours a week. You weren't allowed to get 40 in one department. You could maximum out at like 24, then go pick up shifts and other depths to get the 40. That way you're not full-time, so no benefits or good stuff. I worked to close a store in cash office, and our weekending procedure messed up. I was supposed to be off at 11:30 and back in for 6 o'clock the next morning to open the store. Well, the system crashed, and if I couldn't get it back up, we couldn't close the week or open the next morning. I was told I need to figure this out. I stayed until 2 AM working with India. Managers were sleeping, can't wake them, and then I left with the promise it'd be fixed. I went home, showered and came back. No sleep, just back to work. I spent 3 hours working then to get the store back online, which didn't meet the company's requirement to have all the paperwork and things submitted by a certain time. So of course the phone calls from corporate came in. I explained what happened, and when it was all said and done, I left at 5 PM that evening. 3 hours overtime, and they didn't pay me, let alone the night before, and the 4-hour rest period which is supposed to be 10. When I finally came back to work 3 days later, they gave me a little green pin and said thanks for getting the store back online, but we lost a lot of sales when we couldn't open Sunday morning, so we are going to put a note to your file. Worst part is, I was stupid enough to stay in that store for another 2 years, picked up a spot in the payroll department, and that was what made me want to leave. I did part-time payroll for 30 hours a week. We had 250 plus staff, all on an archaic and probably not legal system to pay people where it'd dock you if you punched in a moment late or out a moment early, but if you came in early or stayed late, it wouldn't pay you. If you came in at 8:50 and left at 4:50, taking your hour lunch, it'd pay you $7.50 because you left 10 minutes early, and the lunches were automatically 60 minutes. Take a 20-minute lunch because you were called back. We'll dock the full 60 and only fix it if you can prove you were back working before your hour was over. Payroll was a daily thing, and I had a manager who insisted on calling herself the human resources manager. She wasn't, and had the IQ of a lemon. I'd work 3 days, she'd do 4, and the other day for each of us was paperwork or some other administrative thing. Anyways, it came to the point she was flirting with management and not doing any payroll, and I had to pick up the slack. Of course I couldn't report her because the boss loved her attention, as did his, and so on. Too many single men in management. My friends worked here, and as much as I wanted to stick it to the company, I didn't want their meager paychecks to suffer in the process. So my workload increased, hours and pay didn't, and hers decreased. Flirting takes time. Ick now. Fast forward 2 years of this shit, as I'm silently building a case and collecting paperwork to go to the labor board and file a complaint about these practices. I get called up to the manager's office. Apparently due to technological efficiencies, payroll is being reduced to 20 man-hours a week, and you'll no longer be required. They removed every clerk in the company. 1,100 of us were forced to beg and borrow to get jobs as cashiers with the company to keep our jobs. I was lucky though, because they'd still need me a few shifts a month, so I was guaranteed a job in the store on the shift. I found out it was a 2-hour shift every second weekend more or less. I left, and ever since, she's been forced to work 60-hour weeks because she can't find time to do her own paperwork, payroll and flirt, and no one will take the job I was doing for a promise of 2 hours a week, generally before a holiday, during a stat holiday, but just take 2 hours lieu time you'll have to fight to use instead of overtime. Or when you cold had a full shift in another department. Found out their sales have been steadily decreasing too, because since I left, a lot of people have been leaving the company because their colorful culture should be brown for their bullshit, not color, and they can only replace them with people who are otherwise unemployable or just don't last more than a week or two. A few years ago I went through several rounds of interviews with a company in Palo Alto that wrote software for doing cancer analysis via genetic testing. Got an offer, but ended up declining because 1. I got a better offer at another place, and 2. So much cringe during the interviews. For the most part, the people I met seemed nice and honestly just trying to build better software. But each and every one of them had a story about their personal connection to cancer, whether this or someone they knew, and how it drove them in their jobs. Okay, I get it. Sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you were able to turn it into something productive. Cringe/strike 1 came when I was taken aside by their internal recruiter and told that people liked me, but were a little put off that I didn't have my own cancer story. They felt it meant I might not share their passion. I explained that, while I did not have the personal, life-defining cancer story to drive me, I had been a coder since I was 5 years old and got just as much passion from building cool software. This placated her, and I guess everyone else, but it squeaked me out. YTF do you feel you need my personal motivations to come from some dark place? Cringe/strike 2 came on the 3rd round of interviews. It was a long day. SF Bay Area interview rounds are generally done in 4-hour blocks, and I was on my final interview of the day. I hadn't gotten the list of interviewers for the day, so I was winging it and taking a moment to ask each person as we started who they were and what they did. Last one comes in, a guy in a suit, and launches into some personality questions without introducing himself. I vamp, but the way he's jumping around I don't really get a chance to ask him who he is. About 10 minutes in he asks a question that I would answer differently based on how technical he was, so I say, so I want to tailor my answer to your level, but I'm not sure what you do. Are you engineering, product, sales, something else? The guy looks like I slapped him and goes bright red, not from embarrassment but anger. I'm the CEO. You didn't do your research and see my photo on the website. It's shockingly common for this kind of cult of personality thing here in the SF area. People will trash talk companies because their C staff came from some smaller university instead of Stanford/mid/etc. Dude, I don't care. Are you building good software? Then I don't care who your C staff is or where they come from. I'm certainly not interviewing because I saw someone's photo on your website. Cringe/strike 3 came when I got the offer. It was about 10k less than I was making at my current job, had worse health benefits, would require a farther commute, and was in the heart of downtown Palo Alto with no dedicated parking. But literally the exact same job title I already had. When I pointed all this out I was given a condescending speech about how everyone at the company was in it for the passion and the good they were doing to cure cancer, and that not everyone is driven by money and convenience. Sure, fair enough, and good for them. But the offer was downright insulting, as was the attitude. Nope. Worked at AF right before graduating college, sociology/criminology, got a pretty good job working in the wash and development labs unrelated to my degree, but a very interesting and rewarding job. I liked my hours, my co-workers, and my bosses were awesome. Point sounds great, right? So I'm in year 2 at the post-college job, maximum bonus and raise each year. Year 5 at AF as a whole, when a job in brand protection opens up. The job specifically states a background in criminology and sociology is a huge plus, yay me, and that the job will require international travel. Cool, I'm single, and would love to do that. It also states that a deep brand knowledge is required. Great, I've been here 5 years now, and I've been making tech packets for the actual clothing producers for the last 2. Double check, I'm qualified as fuck for this job. So I walk over to the brand protection guys in my building that I eat lunch with from time to time and ask a little more about the job. They say they hoped I was applying since they knew I went to college specifically for this kind of thing and I knew my shit. Got 2 recommendations from 2 brand protection managers. Hell yeah. Walk over 2 hours. Talk to the hour person who is doing the interviews. Submit my resume and recommendations. Wait a week. No call. Call our guy asking if they have started round 1 of interviews. Yes, they have started. Expect a call. Wait 3 days. Walk up to brand protection guys and ask if they had seen my name for the round 1 interviews. They say no, and that round 2 had started already. What the fuck? Call ours and get a sit down meeting with VP of ours. Get told to my fucking face I don't look right for the job. I asked what she meant. I have 5 years in the company. I know my shit. I went to college for this kind of field. I had recommendations from 2 senior managers in the department. How do I not look good for this job? She responds, you are qualified. You don't look right, as in I'm not handsome enough to represent the brand overseas. I was a fit model for Hollister for almost 2 years in college. I'm stunned. What the actual shit, af, I'm not fucking hot enough to go hunt down counterfeit clothes overseas. Get fucked. Fuck that fucking company. I stayed at my job in development for 6 more months and separated amicably to do something else with my life. Opened my own pizza shop. 3 in so far. Earlier this summer I went to a group interview at UPS, where I had already heard it was hard to get a job by word of mouth. I was hired on the spot. They tout their culture, brainwashing you to think there's tons of teamwork, making you believe that you can work your way up the ladder if you work hard enough. I was really excited. I started immediately at 10.35 an hour, what they consider competitive pay, loading delivery trucks from 4:30 am to 9:30 am. The fact that this worked around school and the tuition assistance they offer was perfect. I told them I needed certain days off because I was getting my wisdom teeth removed, and all was well. After starting and watching training videos, I started to notice little quirks. My supervisor starts loading packages, training me, but I'm not allowed to touch a package. While he's working, I'm not allowed to work because of the union. Instead, for about 2 hours, all I do is watch him. Don't get me wrong, but this seems like the exact opposite of teamwork. All I wanted to do was help him. Not to mention that the package loaders have little respect for what's inside the packages. Fragile, handle with care, throw it over there. This side up, who cares? This happened with every package. I later learned that all they care about are the numbers, how many packages per hour, pph, you can load. This was also wrong to me. I wanted to do good work, organize the packages, and make it easy for the drivers, but they just want the pph high. When I went to talk to one of my higher up supervisors about my wisdom teeth surgery, they made a big deal of it after I had already cleared it. The guy said he was fine the day after his wisdom teeth surgery, so I should be too. I got him to concede, and we would see how things turned out. After the surgery, I was miserable for the next 2 weeks, and worked some of those days. My pph was low, and the drive that early was putting me to sleep on the road. Every morning I hated it more and more, and I realized they wanted all 3 on the good, cheap, and fast triangle. I can make 10.50 at Walmart or Hobby Lobby doing much less physical labor at a normal hour of the day, and I've made more as a waiter in a smaller town. As soon as I called in to quit, my main manager was immediately more reasonable. It was sad. I gave no notice. I was there for less than a month. Totally buried by now, but I have a few. I worked for a well-known North American body products store that touted their family-oriented and inclusive fun environment. The manager of the store would regularly choose a "golden child" and she chose me. She would ignore things other staff said to her and only talk to me at times. When they saw me interviewing in the same mall for a well-known crystal store, they called me in and offered me a pay rise and a promotion to one of the new stores opening. I loved some of the people I worked with, so I stupidly agreed. The manager in the new store is part of the reason I now can't stand Bakehouse women. She wouldn't help me run segments in the store. We each had segments of targets we had to take responsibility for. When I felt I needed guidance, she would just leave me to it. Her and one of the other managers constantly went behind our backs to disparage myself and the 2 other assistant managers. There was a manager, 3 assistant managers, and myself, a sales lead, to the regional and corporate. One of the assistant managers and I worked on Family Day together. We are still in contact today as we always got along really well. We made the day's budget and then we made over the week's budget in that one day. The manager and shitty assistant manager took credit for it in an email to the regional and corporate. We found out because we wondered why there were no emails for us to check most days. All of a sudden, we found out he shitty too were deleting them, so we had no guidance from head office. They forgot to delete their sent and deleted emails though, so we found out they were talking shit about us. The shitty assistant manager would constantly put me down in front of our staff, saying things like "don't listen to her, she's just an Australian," or "you don't need to do anything she says, just do what you want." Which would make me look bad when things weren't done. When I quit and the regional manager, who loved me, wanted to talk to me directly, I told her flat out that I couldn't work with those 2 shitty managers anymore. She ended up telling them both in a meeting afterwards, and I spent my remaining time there chilling on my phone and chatting with my staff along with the other good assistant manager who was so done with them as well. I also worked for a famous high-end chocolate company. From the get-go, the manager would pit me against one of the other girls working there. She constantly broke health and safety regulations, would make the girls work with stomach flu, we handled food, would make us work for up to 5 hours without toilet breaks in the store kiosk alone. I ended up getting really sick and turned yellow because of some medication I was on. I had to go, have liver function tests, and see multiple doctors. She insisted I still come in for my shift, even though I was feeling like death and should not have been around food as I was constantly throwing up. My roommates said I was so yellow I looked like a Simpsons character. I went above her head to the regional manager, who said that if I got a doctor's certificate I wouldn't have to go in. I called her and told her that. The next time I went into work she pulled me aside to talk to me. I started the conversation with "Let me make something very clear. What happened the other day will never happen again." She looked at me with a smile, as though I was about to apologize. I continued with "My health comes first, and I will not be pressured to come into this job and work around food when I'm not well enough to do so." She then put me on probation. Well, from that moment on I was done. I called the regional manager and told her everything my manager was doing that was illegal. She would send the regional the week's schedules and then change them after they were approved. She would disappear for hours at a time and say she was going to find clients. She would melt chocolate that was 6 months out of date to dip strawberries into, and many other things. I would keep notes and have constant communication with the regional. She found out somehow though and stole my phone from my bag. I didn't have proof, but she was the only one who could have done it, and my passport and $50 were still sitting in there. It got to the point that I felt that the regional manager wasn't believing me. My visa had expired, so while I was off waiting for a new one I quit. I should also say that during my time working for the store I briefly managed another store on my own for 3 months while one of the other managers was on paternity leave. He ended up quitting, and I made friends with the new manager they brought on to run the store. It was the only store manager experience I had, so they didn't want to throw me into the deep end with Christmas coming. My manager at the other store seemed to resent me for running my own store, so about a month into waiting for my new visa I get 2 calls in one day. The first from one of the girls I used to work with who hated me because the manager told her I'd said shit about her. Said manager was walked quite dramatically. Turns out she had to take some time off, so they had people come in to help from other stores. Those people reported back to their managers who reported to regional and head office. bugs in the chocolate case, expired chocolate, weird rosters, everything I'd been telling the regional manager. The girl who called me had also told me that she had been reporting to the regional as well, and the regional said back quote, "It's everything Satan's big sister told me." To top it all off, they discovered that she was stealing company funds to fund items for her own business. They walked her and had to have security escort her out because of the tantrum she threw. She then later called one of the girls, who was explicitly told not to have any contact with her and to call the regional if she contacted them, and asked her to bring a bag out to her car. Well, she did. A bag that contained the safe keys and all the employee files. Last I heard, they were following up with criminal charges after the employee called me. I received a call from the manager, who took over from me at the other store. She wanted me to come back and run this store as assistant manager and then manager. I respectively declined given my history with the company that didn't believe me. The best part was that a few months later I went into the store. I was working at a uni at the time. One of the girls there who always hated me had been promoted to assistant manager and decided to try and rub it in my face. It gave me great pleasure to tell her that not only was I earning more than her an hour as a temp, but that I turned down the position they gave her and she was second choice. I used to work for a high-tech sales company that was the most toxic bro-y atmosphere. While there for my interview, the bosses in question went very far out of their way to express that we aren't a high-pressure sales company. We don't go for the hard sell, and we consider our approach more like a consultancy. We will only push our sales to business that need solutions to their problems. Seemed cool, and despite the fact that the job was 90% cold calling, we were told to not act like telemarketers, but salespeople. Upon accepting the job, on my first day, I noticed a framed poster for Glengarry Glen Ross in the break room, the movie about a high-pressure sales environment whose succeed or die attitude leads one of their employees to break the law. I shrugged it off, because hey, it's a movie about sales, but it was definitely the first time I noticed a severe red flag. As I continued to work there, I discovered that we were not paid overtime for 40+ hour work weeks. This was because 3 hours out of the workday were technically lunch breaks, but highly motivated salesmen will work during that time to stay ahead of the curve. And if you did not, and instead took your 3-hour break as, a break, it was seen as a problem. The first Friday of every month held a happy hour at one of the nearby bars, where everyone was expected to show up. Never mind the fact that some of us were exhausted for working 50 hours for the previous week, and didn't really like drinking, anyway. At one point, my boss came up to me on a Monday afterward and make it clear that I didn't seem like a team player because I didn't want to spend my Friday afternoon with Douchy Celebres instead of home with my wife. At one point, during an argument between coworkers, one of them passive-aggressively printed out a picture of him with his R15 and taped it on his cubicle to show that he wasn't someone to be messed with. And the low pressure sales pitch told during the interview was complete bullshit, obviously. Eventually, I was let go because it was obvious my heart wasn't in the work. You're right. Predatory, bullying sales where you'll lie to a prospective client to make it seem like they need your services aren't really where my heart lies. The company was memory blue, and it was somewhat new. While I was working for them 5+ years after my time there, it seems that the Glassdoor reviews have started to come to light and show this company for what it really is. I worked in a shop which has a reputation for being fun and alternative, but the job essentially revolves around buying and selling used electronics, games, phones, etc. It seems like an okay place to work at first. You can wear whatever you want, as long as it isn't offensive. You can play any music you want, as long as it isn't obscene. There are work night outs funded partially by the company, if you do well with targets. Contact between higher management and sales assistants is casual, chatty, and there's a general chill vibe around communications despite sales assistants essentially being in charge of quality assurance for the items we sell, and the stores being constantly jam-packed full of people. The pay is minimum wage. When I was promoted to supervisor, there is a 6-month probationary period in which you are still on minimum wage. Once you pass probation, your pay is bumped up by less than €1, still a smaller hourly wage than what I'm currently making in a different retail job. The company was driving a new way of doing business which involves mobile tills. That is, an open plan floor, with phones as your till and money belts for your float. You have keys to all the cabinets which contain items of a very high value. You deal with customers face to face. When they get angry, you realize how vulnerable to attack and robbery you are. But, because of our store's performance, we couldn't afford more than 2 staff on the floor at any time, and definitely no security point. The store I was supervisor in turned out to attract a lot of dodgy people. One customer verbally attacked me, threatened to shoot a sales assistant, and spat on a colleague. He was using a false name and the police told us he was wanted for assault and battery. Another bunch of gems were a group of teenage boys who would routinely crowd us and try to sell us goods, even though they were underage. We eventually limited their entry in the store to 1 at a time, but when they kept violating that, we banned them entirely. They still kept trying to violate that and began following myself and my colleague while we went on lunch breaks or after work on our way home. They once came into the store in masks. The company refused to give us security and told us to call the police whenever the guys came by. We did. The police were helpful and the boys didn't come into the shop anymore. But they were still always trying to talk to us, follow us outside the shop. I began having panic attacks because of this and because of the pressure of buying second-hand goods and being responsible for any flaws/fuck-ups that were made in the procedure. My phone had to always be on to communicate with my management team, who were great, so that we could solve any issues we were having. Sometimes getting a message on the WhatsApp group when I had a day off would make me hyperventilate or cry uncontrollably for a while. One day, our area manager took myself and my fellow supervisor aside. He told us that we needed to relax more, not to take the work home with us, that we weren't making enough to let it rule our lives. He told us to tell the men threatening us daily just to fuck off, as if we hadn't already. He told my colleague that she was taking the work too seriously and to learn to detach more. He told me directly after telling me not to take the job too seriously and that I made very little money, that I needed to take more responsibility. The next day, I gave my notice. Everything could have been better if staff were paid fairly for the responsibility they took on. If we had security. If the company wasn't driving for a till system that was very flawed from a security standpoint. But no, all they want to give staff is a pizza party every so often, a few free pints every year, and the right to wear whatever you want. It's bullshit. Holy crap, I described working at this company, non-ironically, as, imagine you were in an artsy prison camp, except they insist that you pretend you're having the time of your life. If the guards overhear you saying anything to the contrary, you're shot. And some of the guards dress up like inmates and try to find out the malcontents. People would report each other for not fitting in with the culture. It was insane. The moment I realized this was batshit insane and I had to leave was during my first mandatory fun moment. They would just stop working and dance and cheer, but you could tell that like a 1984-esque thing. People just weren't into it and tried hard to hide it. So the way I left was that I had only worked there for 3 weeks. I was hired to come in and hack into their infrastructure equipment and recover/reset all passwords and teach the people how to manage the equipment. Read between the lines. The guy who set it all up left or was fired and they had nothing. I was making good progress. Then they hired a new CEO and he wanted his own team to come in and take over. So I was told I needed to go to a meeting with this guy, but not to take any notes. It was a get to know you meeting. It was not a get to know you meeting, it was a technical ambush to develop ammunition to fire me. So they call me 2 hours a day later and the recruiter that placed me with this company was there. They proceed to tell me that my technical skills are not up to the job and they are letting me go. The recruiter, who will presumably be placing me at my next position, is visibly concerned. So I can't let this fly. I ask for specific details of how my technical abilities failed to achieve any goal I was assigned. They had nothing. We went back and forth for 20 minutes, where their feeble excuse just couldn't hold water. So, here's what they offered. I would stay on and work for a week, all the while I had to tell everyone I had quit, and they changed the reason for the termination to not a good fit with culture. The greatest outcome I could have ever asked for. About 2 weeks after my last day they called me and asked for the passwords for all the equipment I had worked on. I told them that just like the interview with the CEO I would need my notes for that, but I had left them in my desk when I left. They could not find them and had let so many people go that one of them must have taken the binder. Sorry, so sad. I just don't recall all of them. Another couple days goes by and the recruiter, who in fact had placed me at my new position, calls and says they are offering to pay me to come in after hours and on the weekends in double secret mode to recover the passwords. I declined. Another couple days, same recruiter calls to tell me that if I do not accept they are going to sue me and the recruiter and the recruiter's company. He said, officially he strongly advises me to take their offer, officially only. Unofficially I was covered by the recruiter's insurance and they really didn't have a case against me because I did nothing illegal or malicious. I declined. Another couple days and the ad manager calls and plays a good guy role against the CEO and company's bad guy role. I didn't know it at the time, but she had me on speakerphone in the ad room with the whole ad team in the room. She tried to convince me to come back and help them and don't worry about the company, you'll be helping me out. Well, let's just say I didn't owe her any favors. She set me up for the technical ambush. I said, working for that company is not a good fit with my culture. And hung up. My buddy who still worked there said the IT team burst out in laughter and sadly they fired them all over a couple weeks. The ones I kept in contact with went on to bigger and better things. I just saw on LinkedIn the one guys I was good friends with hit a few years anniversary with his company. There was a group of ex-employees that would rant about the place on Glassdoor and a group of Kool-Aid drinkers that would get on there and defend it and try to figure out who the people that still worked there were. If you ever get a job offer for the barrel companies, be very cautious. I used to work for a very large automotive dealership that was family owned and operated for 40 years. The owner treated everyone well, and several people had been there 20 plus years, a couple over 30 years. It was the best display of loyalty I'd ever seen in a business. Fast forward a few years, after I got hired, and the owner decided to sell the dealership to Penske Automotive. For those who have gone from family ownership to corporate ownership in just about any business, you all know corporate ownership will ruin a place like that. Sure enough, pay cuts to all the commission employees. Have a good year? We need to cut your pay because you made too much money. Some commission employees took as much as a 40% pay cut in the first year. Hourly employees went 3 years without any raises. All the decent and fair health insurance plans were scrapped and new shitty plans brought in. As you can imagine, morale was destroyed and turnover started increasing. The GM who was there before the ownership change, the dealership was doing well, and Penske kept the GM, was so brainwashed, having to speak to employees during Penske sanctioned events we had to go to, telling us how great it was and how lucky we were to be working for Penske. I was grossly underpaid for what I was doing. I had been there 7 years and asked for a $3 per hour raise. They said no, so I said bye. Where to begin? I worked for a company for 2 years that claimed to be the best online shopping cashback portal. It was cool at first. Free food, catered lunches every day, free soda and beer, and lots of unnecessary arcade games. I worked in customer service. We would be evaluated based on 10 random emails that were pulled from our outbox each week to determine if we were keeping to the script. While I always got 100% on everything, a lot of people that I knew were very thorough weren't getting good reviews. Some of the reasons were too many smoke breaks, taking advantage of downtime, and various other ridiculous reasons to mark someone down on their reviews. What was funny is I'd often be taking breaks and or sitting by these people regularly, so I should've gotten in trouble too. Anyways, what happens is they hire a bunch of temps right at the start of fall, August/September-ish, to keep up with the influx of back to school and holiday shopping. Black Friday is like a holiday to these people. Once the holiday shopping season is over, only 30% of the temps get hired on to stay. There's literally a week where they pull temps into the manager's office one by one to let them go after letting them work for a few hours. We never knew when it was coming or who'd be next. The biggest moment where I realized holy shit I need to GTFO was when I was transferred to a new team. The girl I was replacing, I didn't even know they were letting her go, was working that morning. As soon as I got in, the manager pulled her aside, let her go, and had me wait awkwardly while she cleaned out her desk so I could settle in. It was awful. Finally got out of that place a year later. Just in time to hear all the rumors. That place was cliquey AF about me sleeping with the boss, and that's why I was the only one who got a going away party. So glad I don't have to work there anymore. Most unprofessional culture I've ever encountered. I have it gotten out yet, but for me, it was during a mandatory class/meeting we had to attend. Where I work there is corporate, and there is the rest of us. The rest of us are always stressed out, overworked, underappreciated, and are always getting into trouble for breaking promises corporate makes we can't possibly keep. We all feel like expendable people, and Corp has a tissue box full of resumes they can pull one out when they need another drone. This meeting was going to be held in groups over 2 days, morning, noon and evening, because there was a bunch of us that needed to go. I went to the first morning one. We go to this meeting, and it's being held by a co-person from out of state. She starts talking about all these bonuses they get, awesome programs they have for us, the stress-free awesome work-to-life balance the company wants for their employees, and much more. All this great positive stuff. As she goes on, the room's atmosphere starts to change. You can cut the anger and tension with a knife. We are all hearing about these stuff that none of us has access to. The lady notices and stops presenting. She asks someone what's wrong, and he asks her why we haven't heard about this stuff before. Quality she releases she was giving the wrong presentation for that group. She was given the corporate presentation, not the grunt one. She starts over with the right one that was completely different and showed how much the company I work for cares very little about the people who actually do the work for the business. On numerous occasions I've seen this company pat themselves on the back, hand out awards to their corporate folks, and circle jerk themselves to silliness, while throwing employee after employee under the bus anytime a corporate person makes a mistake or screws up royally. Most of the time, when it's blatantly obvious a co-person screwed up, someone who works under them gets fired, but the co gets a bonus anyway. I'm moving out of state in a few months. At this point I'm just soaking up a paycheck. I don't give a damn about this company. I worked for cellular sales back in the day for a grand total of 4 weeks, 2 of which I was on vacation. I figured out it was a bad move quick. First, everyone talked about how much they loved it there. Second, they used new people to cold call former customers. Third, I figured out how they got the information to check the plans. Customers would come in to pay a bill or something. They'd type their username and password into an Excel spreadsheet before logging them into their account. Later, they can just use this password to see their plan and how old their phone is and stuff to hustle more stuff. This seemed like a serious security breach to me. Fourth, they charged a $40 setup fee whenever they sold a phone, despite not really doing anything to warrant the setup fee. Seriously, they just pressed next until the phone was ready to go and completely threw away anything resembling privacy in the process. Fifth, their network infrastructure for one of the locations was in the publicly available bathroom. This means that anyone interested could probably just put a Raspberry Pi with some bad juju software in there and call it a day. Sixth, they seem to care only about pumping up sales numbers and not at all about providing good information to the customer. Seventh, they would get pissed if you didn't shave every morning. People who grew hair quickly were told they needed to shave twice a day, once during their lunch break. I left the company. I highly advise anyone with a Verizon phone, avoid any Verizon store that says cellular sales on the sign. That company is fucked up. I can't guarantee the non-cellular sales stores are good, but I can guarantee that the ones that are cellular sales are bad. Slightly different than most here, but I think it fits. I'm a teacher. Several years ago, I landed an interview with a top-notch private school in my area. This place was on the top of every academic performance list you could think of, as well as topping most salary lists for teachers. It seemed like a dream. On the day of the first interview, the principal and dean of students spent about 45 minutes talking to me about my experience, my education, and my personal educational philosophy. It seemed like a standard, if a bit intense, interview point. On the day of the second interview, the principal, no dean of students this time, laid out what the salary and benefits package are. Tremendous, on both regards, what the students are like, and what the culture is like. For culture, he constantly talked about how everyone was invested in student and school success. I swear, I heard invested about 24 times. He also talked a lot about how all of the teachers and staff have a strong sense of school community, how we are so supportive of one another, and how it was the most amazing place he had ever worked. Well, when he was finished, the would-be chair of my department took me on a tour of the building. As luck would have it, this department chair is someone I knew in grad school. She had been at this private school for about 5 years, and knew the ins and outs. Since we knew each other outside of this setting, she was more comfortable telling me the truth. Apparently, invested in student success meant that you were not allowed to fail a student, ever. If a student failed to turn in a single assignment all semester, handed in blank tests, and slept through class, the lowest you could give was a C. You were not allowed to enter anything lower than a 70% in the school's grading system. Also, strong sense of school community meant that you were required to be at every home sporting event, period. If there were two at the same time, that is a swim meet in the pool the same night as a basketball game in the gym, you were required to split your time between both. You had to be seen at every event to show that you were there to support the school. Even if you were staying after for another extracurricular event, such as theater, you had to make a token appearance of at least 15 minutes. This often led to directors and coaches having to temporarily skip out on their own students in order to show support for the basketball team, or supportive of one another was a euphemism for an idiotic policy that the principal, in his second year at the school, implemented the year before. During staff and professional development meetings, brainstorming sessions were often held to find solutions to various student issues. The rule for these brainstorming sessions was that no negative critique was allowed. You were only allowed to praise an idea and add positive additions to it. You couldn't even do the "that's a great idea, but here's an alternative." It had to be "that's a great idea, and here is how we can build on it." The end result would be a proposed solution that just got ridiculous as more and more additions were added. Instead of a reasonable call a student's parents, if they are caught bullying others, it would turn in to call a student's parents, hold a meeting with the parents and all of that student's teachers, have the student write a letter of apology, have the student read that letter in front of the bullied student in class, and then have the bully and victim eat lunch together for a week. It was nuts. Of course, the principal vetoed about 90% of solutions offered, but damn, those teachers were really supportive of each other's ideas. My would-be department chair urged me to apply to a different school. I didn't hesitate to listen to her. Luckily, she left a few weeks later for a public school nearby. A colleague of mine got cancer and dropped everything for the time of fighting it. I told my boss I'd try to cover the position for that time. He appreciated it because the software he supported is extremely important for our business. Luckily my colleague won the fight and came back after about 9 months. Unluckily my boss is an asshole and threw the double amount of work at my colleague when he came back. So the colleague took his first chance and left the company. Best he could do. Now everything was completely on my shoulders and it's fucking heavy. So I claimed for a new colleague as a backup. After nearly 1 year they finally found somebody. He got every trainings for the position within 2 months that I received over 2 years. And he got them before he even knew the software he had to support. Another month later I slowly realized that he is the absolute wrong person for that position. Not capable of speaking or even reading English, which is quite important in an IT position. Absolutely no programming skills. And you need them in this position. And he's sick quite often, mostly when some important meetings are scheduled, or a week before I'm on vacation, so that I'm not able to instruct him about any tasks he should watch for that time. Fuck him. He's sick again now for about 2 weeks, and I'm on planned vacation after that. There is definitely a pattern in this. Never mind. A few weeks ago something freaky happened. Our CEO called me and asked me what are your tasks in our company? Seriously, what the actual fuck? The answer is everything that keeps our company alive at the moment, because there is nobody else left who is capable of working with this software and it's the company's backbone. I think I'll grab my next opportunity too. And yeah, the company also wants to be one of the top employers in our area. Can't confirm that. PGE in California. Granted, I was released from duty due to medical issues, so I didn't quit, but my gods, PGE runs a great marketing campaign about inclusion and diversity. However, the reality of that, at least in my department, 100 folks, couldn't have more white good old boys if they tried. The entire company is all about whose ass you kiss the most, so promotions are hardly merit based. When it came time for recruiting new hires on my team, we were told we needed to diversify because my team was 8 white dude, 1 API guy, and black dude. The entire time the recruitment was active, the bosses liked to make sexist comments about finding a person with the right assets while making a gesture of grabbing breasts. The interpretation by leadership for my department all the way up to the director level was essentially a quota system. 3 black dudes, check. 1 Latina with large breasts, check. That sort of thing. Most of leadership went to church together, so favoritism was rampant. We even caught a dude that stole 40 hours of time from the company, lied about it, and got his boss to cover because the employee was friends with his kid and they went to church together. It might be better in the Bay, but I'm reluctant to say that because I worked with some folks that relocated from the Bay and the stories they had about people and events portrayed a very close-minded organizational leadership that simply pays lip service to the various communities they serve. I worked at a local credit union that always reminds the members that they are not a bank. Every day we were told to have conversations that matter with our members and help them build their life. It was all supposedly about what's best for the members, so they told us to recommend a product based on the person in front of us. We had a goal, but really it was treated as a performance quota point. In reality, we had to get different credited and funded products, including a mortgage and a few loans. When I wasn't meeting the quota because of the mortgage, I was then told I have to offer a mortgage to every single person. The entire company was behind in loan production and the staff were told, if we don't make up the deficit we will increase the quota every month until we hit goal. We were expected to call every member with an outside loan. We had to develop plans and commitments for our products. Every single morning we had a group huddle which we were expected to give an update on our sales, because if we can't meet your already unrealistic goals, it makes total sense to increase the quota. Even if by some miracle you did meet quota and did do your job well, upper management did not allow a score in the 90% 4-year annual review, because there is always room for improvement. Temp at Wells Fargo, you know, their disposable labor force. Regular employees give you the bitch work, and if you complain to management about harassment, which I have done, then it is your fault. I had been told, while being screamed at by temp agency MGMT. But, little younger me, bless her heart, had student loans, and thought the solution was to get F/T, Wells employee status and duck down. Well, I went into the interview with a manager and a random higher up assigned to such screening gags that masquerade as interviews. The lady was a one-armed vet, and the manager went to a state school in Iowa. So, I'm thinking education is not going to be a strong point when they ask me about it. I going into my spiel, but preface it with, I know not everyone goes to college, but I did, blah blah, at, blah blah, fellow temps, and I waited eagerly to hear who would be hired on. I started hearing stories about people who had applied 5 times for the job they had as full-time employees. Keep in mind, this was to apply for the job you were already doing. That struck me as odd. Then, management told us who was hired. It was all male, and I was not part of it. By way of explanation, they said, you should be proud to have gone to college. Nope, fuck you. You don't get to tell me that my feelings about an experience in life make me unqualified for a job I was already doing. Was I going to call the temp agency to complain? So they could yell at me for no longer getting a bonus for being in charge of me, part of my hourly pay? Nope, zero accountability. The company pushed this all about safety culture and that if you were hurt to not hide it because they will take care of you, and it turns out they were the exact opposite. I had spine injury at work on the job and they fought my L&I, workman's comp, claim for about 3 years. That's when I knew I was done there. Even if I could have returned to the job I wouldn't have. Them appealing everything and dragging it out 3 years until I got the surgery ended up causing me to have permanent nerve damage in my left leg and left foot. I basically have no feeling in the right side of my left foot and minimal feeling down the left side of my left leg that the surgeons think wouldn't have happened if I would have had surgery right away. The surgeons also said by the company appealing and making me wait for the surgery it turned the injury into a career-ending injury. The longer you're injured and waiting for treatment the less chance you have of making a full recovery. So here I'm at 35 years old going to college, paid for by L&I who then charges the company. My wages are paid for the 2 years I'm in school. The downfalls are I can no longer do any sort of amusement parks rides, no sports with heavy contact. Can't lift as heavy as stuff, no jumping on the trampoline with my nephews, etc. I now have loose vertebrae in my lower back, and if I were to ever injure it again they would have to fuse all the loose ones together. I also went from 150 pounds to 199 pounds over the course of the injury and recovery. This is a little different from your question, but in the same vein. I work in high-level sales for a fairly respectable company. There's always been a very strong culture of competitiveness, one-upmanship, always push yourself to do more and make more. It's a very money-oriented culture, way more than I personally vibe with. For a while it really got to me. I'm very good at my job, but I simply am not as financially driven as they want me to be, generally reside at around 75th percentile. Company-wide, so above average. I make what I need when I need it, then basically don't work until I need to again. I dictate my own hours to some degree. It's actually amazing. But the stress of thinking I wasn't doing as much as they wanted, or worrying that they were seeing that I wasn't challenging myself was getting to me. I thought it was potentially an insurmountable issue, because this job is a means and not an end in itself for me, and I can't fathom feeling differently about that. Finally it got to a point where I had to do something about it. So I approached my boss and said I need you to know a few things. I'm never going to be a top performer because I'm never going to be as money motivated as my colleagues. My goals are simply different. But I will continue to perform as I have, as long as you understand that I no longer want to discuss rankings, no longer want to discuss analytics, and no longer want to hear from market director / his boss what arbitrary goals he wants me to aim for. It was a huge relief, because my boss basically said, if I realized how much these things have been detrimental to your experience with this job, we would have cut it out a long time ago. You make us money, and without any issues, so you're basically free to keep doing what you're doing without any hassle from us. Now I fucking love my job. I was working for a medical billing company in the ad department in systems / networks. My manager, a great guy who stood up for his subordinates, decides he's had enough bullshit for what he's making, and turns in his 2-week notice to go make 2x his prior wage for half the stress elsewhere. I do not blame him a bit. They decide, since this is it, and they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, the IT staff should interview the person who is going to manage them. So far, fairly reasonable. We interview 5 people. We had to write an evaluation of each for the VP. First guy is incompetent and lied about his certification / qualifications. As in, first year person going for systems integration at a 2-year technical school would know massively more, and any business school grad or anyone with any experience would be massively more qualified to manage. Second and third guy and gal are qualified technically and seemed decent as a manager would go. Fourth seemed like a hands-off dude as far as the tech went, but seemed to be a solid manager, delegator, which in big companies works well, in small not so well, and fifth just never showed up. They end up disqualifying 2, 3, 4 because they want too much money, a reasonable wage, and hire the first guy, and the VP trying to buddy up with him lets him read our written evaluation of his interview, where we say he's utterly incompetent and a liar. Needless to say, When he brought that up at our employee evaluation time, none of us stayed long after. I had already turned in my 2-week by then. Couldn't take his shit. Few years later, he loses 2/3 of the biggest customers for the company. The only IT staff they have are his personal friends he hired who don't know shit. And downtime is at a company all-time high. They got rid of him finally. They could have promoted any of the existing IT staff to manager and got better results. They could have hired 2 or 3 and got better results, but they were too cheap. Everyone I know who worked there left within a couple years. Was crazy. Ran company into the gutter, and they had a really solid product and solid IT team, if underpaid, before him. I worked for TUI as a singer. TUI is the world's largest travel company, and left to move to Costa Brava, Spain from the UK in June and return in November. As soon as I arrived I was told they were understaffed, so I'd have to do a few normal rep stuff, for example, sell excursions and do airport pickup/drop off. I thought, well, it was all too good to be true anyway, but let's give this a go, and I'm sure it'll be me singing in classy hotels in no time. Oh, I was so wrong. I turned to a guy one weekend and said, I wish I could just sing. He said, mate, I've got the same job as you and haven't sang in 3 months so far. I just have nothing at home to go back for. Broke my heart. I then went to go speak to my manager, who insisted this was rare and I wouldn't get job benefits such as living abroad anywhere else, to which I replied, I'm not interested in being abroad, I'm following my passion for singing. She then told me I would be fined £250, have to pay for my own flight home. I had 60 kilograms of luggage and work for free until Saturday. Next available TUI flight. This didn't make sense. Surely nothing would stop me leaving on my own accord. So I rather passively aggressively said, I'm going for lunch at my apartment, because I suppose I don't have any money now. Slammed the door and left. I went back to my apartment, packed my things, changed the codes on my work iPad and phone, left a note saying I don't work for free, get fucked, and spent the next 6 hours on a wild goose chase with 3 suitcases attempting to get to Barcelona airport, where I flew home after a dramatic car chase by my manager. I can honestly say it was the best day of my life so far. Never felt so alive just being unapologetically me. I would never recommend a job with them unless you have nothing or no one. If you do, it isn't for you and you should just run. A few of my friends will work for them and love it. Maybe I was very unlucky, but they treated me like shit and weren't welcoming at all. Considering how far you are from home, work 16-hour days in shirts and trousers in the blazing sun for next to no pay, there really was nothing about it I liked. Especially with the hostile environment. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and putting you in between. TUI, we create smiles, what a load of shite. P.S. I still holiday with them, because the holidays are fantastic, but always spare a moment for the staff. I think no one has any idea how much they work. When I got hired at a previous job, they overemphasized the fact that they were nominated for a local Cool Places to Work award. Food was brought in weekly for meetings. They had a popcorn machine, and they had a really good money market thing where after 3 years you were 100% vested, and the company gave you $5,000. Plus good-sided yearly bonuses 1 month after the started. They cancelled the money market, and since I hadn't been there for 3 years, I received $138 after my 3 years. Before taxes. The popcorn machine was used on once in the 10 years I was there. They said they were a family, which you all know is a bad sign. They also put us on a pay freeze for over 3 years and only increased my hourly income when they hired someone new and realized he would be making the same as I was, and I had been there for 3.5 years. If all that wasn't bad enough, I overheard the CEO say that she wished she could hire and fire based on religion. She was serious. All of the managers, except one, were born again Christians of the type that didn't act like Christians, but thought they were holier than thou. Unfortunately, the housing collapse hit, which impacted the company I worked for, and then the recession, so I couldn't leave. After a while, I was able to save up some money and plan to move. But before I did, I asked my manager if I could switch to a normal shift, since I had been on nights/weekends by myself for 8 years, and I had been voluntold for that shift, because when they gave it to me, I was the lowest in seniority and no one wanted it. It was difficult to get people to cover my shifts if I needed days off, and policy was that in order for me to get vacation time approved, I was required to find someone to cover my shift. If I couldn't find someone, I couldn't get the time. You'd think the manager would step in to find coverage, but no point, so I approached the manager and CEO about switching to a day shift, since I was now one of the highest in seniority after 10 years with the company, and I was told no. They no longer assign shifts based on seniority. In order for me to get rid of my shift, I would have to find someone willing to take it. I tried for 3 months, but had to beg to even get days off at all, so someone taking my entire shift wasn't going to happen. After 3 months, I started job hunting and planned a cross-country move. I took a huge pay cut, but I no longer work for a company that says they are one big family, while simultaneously treating me like the red-headed stepchild. Late here, but who cares? I've been waiting for the opportunity to bitch about this shit company forever. Extended stay hotels. Everything they did could go in a corporate horror movie. Point acronyms. Acronyms. More acronyms. The company has spent the past 10 years whittling away property budgets to almost nothing. The reception computers are 15 years old. Important stuff breaks and they won't fix it. One time the front desk printer ran out of ink and the district manager didn't approve a new order for 2 weeks. That's my boss in charge of approving our office supplies. They pay the managers nothing. They pay front desk nothing. Housekeepers get 25 minutes to clean each room and also get paid nothing. And they have no clue why a housekeeping position opens, and they get 0 applications. The place is staffed to the bare minimum to save money. A 90-room hotel that has 1 person working. Come on man. Point. They give managers bonuses if they spend under certain amounts. I filled in at hotels that had no dishes, didn't have enough towels, and one property that was putting sheets on the beds with cigarette burns because that was all they had. Point. Before I left, my new district manager sent an email out that said we can't provide a 5-star product, but we can provide 5-star service. That's corporate speak for we want perfect customer reviews and we want you to do it with no budget. The entire company is ran by B-school grads who have never stepped foot in one of the hotels. Most of the initiatives have no chance of working. Point. Not that they care. All they see is the bottom line. The CEO was creepy, not in a sleazy way, but in a barely human kind of way. I'd love to know how these almost people types are usually in managerial positions. This guy was a mixture of new age hippie, actor snob, businessman, arrogant rich bastard, and just generally the type of person to use pretentious catchphrases and buzzwords to try to sound intelligent and with it. When I met him, it was clear he had no clue who I was or what I was doing at the business. He gave me one of those airy what the fuck smiles when we met, like he'd never heard of an intern before. It was also clear he barely interacted with staff beyond the once weekly group lunches. At these lunches, he made staff do presentations about their research on some plan/product he might want to invest in one day, but he'd continually interrupt their presentations with questions and try to trip them up on their lack of knowledge. He'd also critique their performance. He'd interrupt to talk about the employee's tone of voice, volume, stage presence, and use the moment to brag about his own acting classes. Meanwhile, the employee just wants to eat their damn lunch. Point. He also had these creepy ass introduction videos for newbies where he spoke about the building up the rhythm of business or some shit, at one point comparing it to such which every morning employees had to stand in a circle and do some sort of action to build up a rhythm, which was some sort of positive reinforcement motivation crapola. He was never present for these, and it was simply humiliating. Found a job between schools that was an MLM thing. Didn't realize until a week later. Let's see, they had a wall of people in tiers for prizes. First tier, discounts of our merch we were selling. Second tier, take a slightly expensive item home. Fifth tier, trip for 2 in Cancun. Yes, Cancun. This only applied for the people who could sell the most product within a 2-week period. We were made to watch a video training us to use our demo kit. When we got the kit, we found out that we had to earn the actual kit, as the kit we had was 1/5 of what we were supposed to have. 3. We didn't sell by telemarketing or going house to house. We were asked for find 10 people to practice our demo with and ask for references for. There was a wall for references to that was like a wall of honorary employees. Most referrals gotten in one cell, in one day, etc. 5. Our paycheck was minimum wage, but we were heavily encouraged to sell as we would get more money as it was actually commission based and not mentioned in the interview. If I knew this, I would not have joined 6. Our boss hinted that the more successful we were, the better he would be paid because his entire salary was dependent on whether we made a sale. No pressure, right? I decided to draw the line because I realized that in #3, where we were asked to find 10 people, I forgot to mention that they encouraged to find people older than 30 years old, married, and had their own house. This meant they were financially stable, and it was encouraged to sell this particular product to the men, as they were the target demographic, while selling to the wife, like we were looking for approval. They had us use family members and friends' parents to practice on. I realized after the 3rd practice demo that my friend's stepdad, who loved me to bits, would have actually brought the product, even though he was poor. I nearly cried when I realized what I was doing. So this is more like intimidating to super uncomfortable instead of cringe, but I felt like it fits. I left under a pretense that left me on good terms with them, but I now know what to look for when looking through jobs on Craigslist. Every time I got told to do something that counted as disciplinary. Strangely enough, all these disciplinaries had my signature on, although I'd never seen them in my life. One time I asked for a holiday. Why? For my birthday. I'm turning 21 and my family are throwing me a party in the local pub. You're invited. Everyone from work is here. If you think you're having a holiday just for your birthday, you are sorely mistaken. Notice I said one time I was never allowed holidays. The employee of the year for 3 years running asked for the morning off to go to the dentist. First time she'd ever asked for time off, and she offered to work extra in the evening. The answer was a swift and blunt no. One of the staff was getting married. We all asked for some time off and were willing to work extra and organize it around each other's work schedules so we could all go to either the ceremony or the evening party. The answer was no. If you're rotted in, you work, even though people who weren't rotted in and weren't going were happy to cover the shifts. Just after this, a sign appeared in the staff break room that read, "You work for the company. The company does not work for you." We were all on 0-hour contracts. For those who aren't aware, that means every hour you work is classed as overtime. If we asked for time off, or refused too much overtime or overtime on a certain day, if we were busy, the response was, "That's okay. Guess you'll be down to your contracted hours from now on then." Side note. 0-hour contracts are now illegal here in the UK for this very reason. Even after all this, I still stayed because I was naive. I was eventually sacked because a customer complained I'd screamed at her while she was going through my till and asked for a bag. I didn't. I just gave her the bag. I could been more polite in hindsight, as I didn't say a word. I certainly didn't scream. In the meeting, I said, "Check the cameras. Ask the other staff in the area." I didn't scream. The response? "Oh, we know you didn't. But we always act on customer complaints." They then proceeded to go through my disciplinaries, which I mentioned about above, and then concluded with, "We are going to be giving you your 2-week notice." I immediately responded with, "Well, here is my verbal resignation with immediate effect. You'll get the written copy in the mail," and walked out. In hindsight, I should've got out a lot sooner. That company taught me a lot about how not to treat your staff. When I interviewed, they said Thursday was kind of the social night where people tended to grab drinks and stuff, but no pressure if you have other things to do. Coming from a stuffy place, that made them seem social and nice. Turns out, social night is actually hack night. People are expected to stay until 10, 11, 12 p.m. Oh, and also, this is every night. It's just that Thursday is a day you might get pizza. Sales guy who's basically Michael Scott. I work hard, play hard. I'm also in my late 40s. I always shoot for 200% productivity, then if I don't reach it, I still make 180% of my sales target. Flash forward to every monthly review and sales hits about 40% of their targets. I once asked for some info on how something worked to get my current job done. Developer answered me, well, you wouldn't have to ask if you were still here at 11 PM last night like the rest of us. I worked a 12-hour shift that day, fuck you point. If we lose a sale or a customer, the CEO sends email to the whole company shitting all over this company. Company had legit feedback about the bad service they got, but rather than take that on board he ranted late night they just don't see how awesome we are. Point it. Appears they get their Glassdoor stuff removed. I see bad reviews go up, and they get taken down a few days later. The only review left on our page is a 5-star written by the head of marketing. Point, we have fake users and social media accounts plus a super like button to make all these users make our online activity seem like it gets traction. The engineering team is a mess of dysfunction. We are hiring just to grow, but have no work for them. Nobody on the team has actually worked anywhere but shitty startups before and insist they know everything. But it's a mess. Coming from an actually organized company, I've tried pushing them towards changing a few things and had complaints made to management that my ideas were unwanted. They already care better than anyone how to do everything. Worked for an exceptionally large modeling agency in a major city. After I got into a position of being the most professional, the most punctual, and one of the 5 most requested for my category over 2 summers, that I worked with marketing directors to distribute the campaign properly. Because no one knew what the fuck they were doing, I got invited to a meeting in the owner of the company's office. I thought for sure, because of the major city that I was in, that there was a 50-50 chance that I was going to be fired anyway, because turnover is pretty high in the entertainment industry anyway. Point, I sit down at a table with lavish refreshments, but even in my 20-ish-year-old self, I knew that each one of those refreshments came with a price tag. The gentleman went on and on about how great the work of the agency was, how only a certain type of caliber of woman could achieve being on billboards, asking me if I was clear on the vision for my career. Did I feel like achieving elite status? A girl disappeared under the table giggling, and I stood up and shouted, oh my fucking god, what are you doing? This particular girl, I had flown with her all over the world for various fashion shows and different large-scale branded events over the previous 2 seasons. We often got booked for the same campaigns. Shock was an understatement. A cold chill left the base of my spine, expediently headed for my neck. Point, our boss starting giggling, and he replied, she's doing what she's supposed to. If you wanna be here, babe, you gotta follow the rules. You want to make it in this business? You'll start finding the rules very accommodating. I said I wouldn't suck your rusty peanut for all the billboards in Paris. Consider me resigned. I left and went back to bartending in my city. I'd rather make $2.15 an hour than deal with the likes of somebody who literally lets young teen girls suck his rusty peanuts for billboards. Imagine feeling like you have to suck your boss's dick in order to further your career past the ceiling you have arrived at. There was no way around it. I'd rather just go home, thanks. So I was brand new to the company, maybe 2 months in, when we had Comms Day. It's the time of year when everyone is told if they were promoted, their salary, and bonus. My team sat near another very large and new team in an open floor space environment. I was on a team of 5, but the other team had 25 employees. They were constantly hiring. 10 of these employees were hired at the same time to help build the team. They were getting paid, I don't know, let's say $40k. They spent a year learning everything and were the backbone of the team. Well, they had found out that these new hires, 15, that came in recently, were making $50k as entry-level employees. They were close to rioting when they found out, but their manager assured them they would be caught back up during Comms Day. Point, well, when it rolled around, only 2 people got a promotion with a 2,000 bonus and an 3,000 raise. The rest of the 10 got something you could barely call a cost of living increases. Riot ensues. The entire floor was just hostile energy. People were walking out of the office. Even the new employees felt cheated as they also only got a collar adjustment, even though they were making more than the originals with experience. Over the next month, half the team was gone, and they had to pull in contractors who got paid way too much. It is still a problem a year later and only like 2 people are still there. Point, it was juicy as fuck to watch. However, the next year I got an official Comms Day story of my own. I was promoted to the team manager without a raise, and I got to see my at one time peers, now subordinates, salaries. Everyone makes more than I do, and I was told I'll be caught up next year. Exciting stuff. I worked for the company's retail wing. At the time, people who worked at shops within London got a boost to their salary to reflect the higher cost of living. This was extended a short way outside the city as well. I was running one of these shops outside London but close enough to get the uplift on salesman salary as I hadn't had management training. I then left, went on the 3-month training course, during which I was seconded to another shop some distance away, and returned to the shop as a qualified manager. I ended up moving into London around this time, as my partner also worked for the same company as a manager, and had just taken over one of their shops in the city. Prior to this I'd been on £14,000 plus a £3,000 uplift, so £17,000 in total. My management salary was £16,000 and I continued to get the uplift, so I was receiving £19,000. 3 months in, my manager told me that I shouldn't be receiving the uplift, as the company was phasing it out for shops outside London, and they'd removed it from managers first. I should have lost it as soon as I completed management training, but it hadn't been noticed, and I hadn't even been aware that this was happening. So, as a reward for completing management training, I was going to get a £2,000 pay cut. Not only that, but the 3 months overpayment was going to be deducted from my next pay packet. I made a big fuss, and eventually my boss told me that he'd managed to write off the overpayment, but the salary reduction would stand, and I'd used up all my favors, so shouldn't ask for anything else for a very long time. The part that really made my blood boil was that the starting salary for a manager in that size of shop was banded £16,000 to £18,000. So they could have just kept my salary exactly as it was, and that would still be within the rules. I ended up speaking to the manager of the inner London region who happened to have a shop without a manager, so I took that over. Then I left a year later, when I realized that hadn't been an isolated incident and the company's alleged commitment to strong values and behaviors was superficial at best, and a stick to beat you with at worst. Wasn't so much a moment as a realization that nothing ever got done. My old company was very proud of their Google-like culture. No, it was a lot of flash with poor management, no real direction, and a bunch of underqualified young people stumbling around trying to figure out how to do simple tasks. Senior members of the team had no clue how to manage everyone and make things efficient. No, we don't need 8 people from 3 different departments to answer a simple question. I could have done and was doing, at my prior job, the work of multiple people in far less time, and with far less energy spent. Basically, I realized they talked a big talk, but never followed up with substance. When my mentor of a coworker left, I followed shortly after. And it was great timing, because about a month after I left, they let my manager go, and merged a little team into another team. But holy hell, they loved to talk about how awesome they were. I've never seen anything quite like it. It was nice for a short while, especially in my usually deadpan, crazy regulated industry, but they focused more on meaningless team building bullshit than they did at creating meaningful substance and value for clients. They wanted everyone to be their friend, literally. How about we just get shit done, while treating each other with mutual respect, while realizing that none of us would be doing this if we didn't have to. Enterprise rent a car. The moment was when, a few months after getting a promotion alongside a coworker to assistant manager, I found out they had doubled his commission percentage compared to mine. The thing about Eric is that every manager from the lowest branch AM to the group VP makes the same salary every month. As you go up in the company they start chipping you percentages of the income per car generated per month on the number of cars you are responsible for. So a branch AM gets X% of the 100 cars at the local branch. His boss gets X% of the 500 cars from the 3 branches they manage etc. Eric talks a big game regarding a great corporate culture, work-life balance, flex time for personal stuff, promotion possibility and the potential to make serious money. It's one of the things they do to attract young inexperienced kids fresh out of college into a job that has you working a minimum of 48 hours a week without overtime. During training, they swore up and down that pay was not reflective of seniority. It didn't matter if you had been with the company 10 years. If you and a newbie got promoted to the same position at the same branch, your percentages would be identical. My coworker had been with the company a year longer than myself and had been passed over for promotion twice before getting promoted alongside me. When I found out about the pay discrepancy, I brought it up to my branch manager and it went nowhere. So I went to her boss, the regional manager, and nothing happened. I brought it up to the group VP and ours and was told to basically STFU. So I quit. Got a nice payout for threatening to squeal to the Ontario Labour Board about how the branches were avoiding paying overtime and told them where to stick the non-compete they wanted me sign. This was a slow and drawn out process for me, but the last one was the tipping point. My tuition assistance was denied because it was irrelevant to my line of work. My degree is computer science and I literally work with computers every day, Excel, SQL, and sim in-house programs. I fought it until they told me there wasn't room in the budget. One employee in a similar position got theirs approved in maritime transportation, which is so far from what we do that I just find it funny. Another co-worker got his approved in global relations, another super irrelevant degree in a line of work. Whatever, I'm not knocking your hustle, do your thing. Second was when my group of engineers started getting updates on their computers. Not just your regular weekly update, but new software, new programs and training. I was the last one by a month, for no explainable reason. The guy just said that my licenses took the longest to get. Whatever, what can I do? And lastly, I approached my manager to ask if I could do something more challenging. He said sure thing once I finished my current assignment. The project I was working on had no end in sight. Literally, there was no deadline. It was a project that had a 10-year span and was just getting started. I've put in my 2 weeks and start a new job next week. I was giving this job a chance because of the people, but in the end, had to do myself the favor and get out. We had a rough year at this large construction company a few years ago. It was just a few years after the start of the recession, and it had finally reached us in the construction industry. So, everyone was told we would all have to make sacrifices, no bonuses, no raises, and we would have to trim staff so overhead wasn't such a burden. The day after this memo goes out, the district manager rolls up to work with his wife in matching custom Corvette Z4s. Beautiful cars with transparent glass and neon lights over the engines. He then distributed custom-made coins for all the 500 plus staff members, commemorating thank you for making our best year ever. We later found out from his disgruntled secretary that he bought those cars with his bonus money, along with those coins. The next week, they laid off several of my colleagues' bonus reason. Around this time, I got a new manager due to organization restructuring, part of the effort to get lean. One of my colleagues has recently been diagnosed with stage 4 colorectal cancer. Obviously she was scared, but she faced it down and never lost her joyful acerbic humor. However, she had to take a lot of time off as she started an experimental treatment. She would leave for a few hours in the middle of the day, but still come back on weekends and work a few extra hours, so she didn't fall behind. During the round of layoffs, she was fired for performance. Just a few months after her diagnosis and start of treatment, she died 6 weeks later. When the company sent her $401k survivor benefits to her sister, the company sent her a form letter and misspelled my colleague's name. Her sister couldn't find a lawyer who would sue the company, since Arizona is a right to work state with more statutory protections for employers than employees are left. A few weeks later. Fuck those guys. I worked as a developer at a startup that had an amazing culture and actually pretty nice benefits from the outside, except everything had some crazy catch point, like they had unlimited PTO, but realistically if you took more than 2 weeks off in a year they fired you. They gave out stock options when hired, but the vesting schedule was set up in a way that no one would realistically reach it, because only good salespeople would be around long enough to reach it. They basically fired everyone else after a certain amount of time. They fired people without any warning, and no matter what it was actually for, they would say it was for performance reasons. to get out of paying unemployment, which I got to personally experience. We always said yes to every stupid feature, and most of them were never used. We rewrote a massive workflow feature 3 times because it held a 0% conversion rate, and management was convinced that it was still a great idea. Surprisingly, a feature that got a lot of praise from customers was adding a timestamp to a generated document. Having kids and a family was seriously frowned upon, and they very rarely hired people with kids. But once one of the founders had a kid, they added a parental leave policy and the maximum was 2 weeks. My wife's grandmother became gravely ill and was given less than a week to live, so I immediately took time off and we drove out to see her. My wife saw her that evening, but she died the morning. We decided to stay through the weekend to bury her. I was promptly fired the next week for performance reasons. This was just recently. I got hired to work at an in-sales job that I thought was great. I'm 20 years old. The job had benefits, was based off commission. Everyone on the floor was making $70K a year and the atmosphere was really cool on the sales floor as well. Plus the bonuses were insane in my opinion, and you get paid weekly, which they bragged as a great deal. Being 20, I was excited. So I get hired, and I'm in a training room for 2 weeks because they knew I had no experience with sales and they promised to train me. The entire time they said I was making great progress and said they were impressed with how hard I was working to learn the sales pitch and objections, and they assured me that when I got onto the sales floor I would have pros to learn from as well. Now's a good time to mention I thought the trainers were really awesome and friendly too. I couldn't wait to get in the floor and start making some new friends and money. The day that training is supposed to end, the trainers pull me into their office like no big deal. They were BSing with me like we have been all week. With a smile on their face they say to me how impressed with the progress I made and that they were proud of the work I put in. Okay, thanks mom, but you're like a fish trying to climb a tree and the progress you're making isn't sustainable to the company. I was speechless at that point. It was 10 AM and I had already made phone calls that morning. Why 10 AM? What the fuck? They went on to tell me that they don't normally do this, but they wanted me to take a different position in their customer service department that makes significantly less because they loved my work ethic so much, so that they can train me in my spare time until I prove that I can be on the sales floor. They never told me I had 2 weeks to get up to speed, and they repeatedly assured me that I was making good progress and even said I will learn faster on the floor. It was a complete slap in the face. Even after lying to me, they had the audacity to offer a position that pays significantly less with no benefits so they could train me. They even suggested that I interview that fucking day at 11, like I would be excited about it. What the fuck? No fucking way. I was going to take time off school to take a chance on this position and no one fucking told me training was a fucking tryout. No one told me I had 2 weeks. I wouldn't have taken the job because I took a risk with this. And if you thought my work effort was good before and I was making insane progress, then you should have told me that I wasn't progressing fast enough, because then I would work twice as hard on my own time and you would have seen some real insane progress. You guys lead to me and you expect me to stay and let you train me when I could be working towards finishing my degree. That's what I wish I said, but I was too pissed to speak. I said something to that effect. Anyways, the cringe was the look on their faces when they realized I felt misled and didn't take their offer. It was a mix of hurt and disappointment that I didn't want to shake their hands as I left. My previous company constantly brags about company culture and creating the best place to work for coworkers. They're a staffing firm and all they talk about is culture, honesty, ethics, and integrity to clients and contingent workforce. What they don't tell you is that's all complete bullshit. This company did nothing from our mission, visions, and value statements. My position was a full desk recruiter, meaning I sold our recruiting services to other businesses, and on the flip side, source and recruit candidates for said businesses. My boss would constantly berate me and others in the office for interviewing people over 30 years old. He believed that older people are a lost cause and that nobody will hire them, and to not waste our time. Our job was mostly done with 2 programs and could work from home if you needed to. like for appointments or when the electrician has to come by, etc. However, he would sometimes refuse to pay a full day because he thought working from home wasn't as productive as being in the office, regardless of you actually work the entire day. Being a relatively small office, you can hear pretty much everyone while they're on the phone. My boss would laugh and make fun of people, not in a fun way, while they were in the middle of talking to clients/prospects when they said something less than perfect. Almost all of our office were new to the industry and are still learning sales and overcoming objections. Instead of saying what we could do differently, he would just make fun of you and publicly ridicule so that their entire office could hear. Talk about a self-esteem killer: not paying commissions, not doing company promised community service days, forced to use vacation instead of sick time for an ill family member, etc. Toxic environment. Worked for a Fortune 500 company, one of their call centers. I was there for 10 plus years. I was in sales, and one day in May, I won agreements that hit my yearly targets. In fact, it pushed me over those targets. I was thrilled. I had 2 littles and mortgage and car payments, so I thought I'd get my family ahead. I was good in sales, so this wasn't going to stop me from continuing for the remainder of the year. Nope. Was asked to meet with the GM, and he told me that he was only going to pay me out 1%. So, instead of an $8,000 bonus, I would receive $800. There was no cap on my bonus plan, but he chose to impose one. I asked if doling it out monthly would work. No. I asked if he had imposed the same cap on my counterpart, who I had worked with to win this. No. Will the numbers still apply to the center? Yes, he said. Oh, that's nice/C walked out, if that meeting pissed, but composed. So my work ethic flew out the window. Mind you, those same sales numbers were used to bump his bonus for the center. They were also used for the team I worked on, therefore the manager received her bonus and my manager received her bonus. This same manager, who had 13 of 17 employees go to ours and file complaints about regarding her abusive behaviors, of which they did nothing. I have no doubt that she was the one who suggested this cost saving measure. Shortly after that, the cream of the crop started leaving. Management took note of people leaving this team and began the manager shuffle to place her somewhere else before it got too bad. See, she had been firing good employees very slowly. One coworker was let go because he took too much sick time and had too many appointments. The dude has one of the worst cases of Crohn's ever. Another coworker was let go because she was in the middle of a divorce and spent some time dealing with lawyers, and several others. But none of these impacted their metrics. I know because I kept track of everyone's sales. I knew I was next. I had not kept my mouth shut about her abusive MGMT style. She frequently humiliated me, tried to jaff in front of my entire team. My team knew I didn't care, but I took it because it kept her focused on one person. So I slowly cleaned out my desk. It was empty aside from training materials. The day came where she met me at the door. She ambushed another manager to sit as a witness. That manager was visibly mortified. While she was getting that person, I sent my cubicle neighbor a message and asked her to open my PC and go to my email, hit CTRL+A, then CTRL+del, or whatever that shortcut is. I don't recall. Bam. Bye bye. All of my business didn't care. I got 8 months severance. That manager held a meeting announcing that I had been let go. Coworkers were stunned. She had told them that I received the remainder of any severance available, so any future downsizing without severance was my fault. Our next victim was saved by another manager who had seen my dismissal as ludicrous. That manager was moved to another team shortly after that, and 2 years later, was met at the door herself. Edit. Formatting: as I hate people like me. I worked in banking for 3 years. The first bank I worked for was okay, but I left and went to a different bank for a better position and pay. The new bank explained to me that I would be hired on for X position, and after 3 months, I would be promoted if I got a good review. Never happened. This bank also praised their southern hospitality and community involvement. People from other departments publicly talked down to me in front of my clients and told me how to do my job incorrectly. I was doing the branch manager's job within 3 months and not getting credit or pay for it. My managers told me to essentially falsify documentation and sign people up for services they didn't need/want without asking the customers. Managers expected us to make sales calls as a personal banker, yet we were always understaffed so no one could leave. Can't leave one person with a vault that requires dual control. I was at the company for 5 months and was teaching my managers, who had been there for years, things they should have known. I ended up getting fired for having a bad attitude, and in all truth I did. But getting fired was a blessing because I had so many good benefits, a cushy schedule, and good pay at the bank I wouldn't have left by my own doing. Now I'm a teacher in a highly respectable child care center and I get to do what I'm going to school for and what I love. I should have left the bank a month after I started, but I'm thankful for my experience because I learned a lot of hard lessons, like run away at the first red flag. Was sold on amazing culture, new office build out, startup feel in an older company, with a software company day one. Learn the new office hasn't even been started to be built, and they have new hires in the city, where the new HQ/office is being built in a temp space on card tables and folding chairs. I was director level sitting on a fold out table in a corner of an empty floor basically. Day 2, I'm told that part of my job is terminating all staff I inherited in the old office location and replacing them with 50% less budget in the new city, and my focus is on early in career hire people with less experience so they cost less. Day 3, I'm given responsibility of tracking a massive, aggressively managed initiative to migrate off an old CRM and Oracle EBS to a new CRM and Salesforce plus NetSuite, which they decided was a good idea to do after having me terminate the old staff who supported those systems, who obviously couldn't give a fuck about helping us now, and while I was still trying to hire the new team who'd support those implementations. Day 4, the CEO who hired me, and was the one that fed me all the lies to begin with, was fired and my org was dismantled, and the 20% that remained, bunch of early in career kids, moved under the CFO who knew jack shit about how to run an org. What really got me though, and was the final straw, feedback about my team underperforming, and being told to not waste my time managing the situation, with again, basically kids in their first or maybe second job out of college, and to cut my losses and just find other people. Walked out of the building, and didn't come back after that. It actually started out great. In the beginning, it was the Canadian branch of a multinational services company, and the small office environment really worked. There were 5 of us, and we had a team in the States as well, so it was easy to go for a little break outside, join a couple of team members for a smoke, and discuss solutions. At which point we landed a larger client, and needed to hire and move. The corporate atmosphere went to shit, and we became a body shop, a place where people are replaceable and blame gets shifted downward instead of things being fixed, with a rigid hierarchical structure. They started importing a lot of people from home office in India, and the turnover became pretty serious. There was one incident that made me leave. The stress didn't do so great on my bipolar, and I was smoking more weed to keep the stress at bay. This affected my performance, so I asked for a discussion with ours to come up with ideas for supports or accommodations to address my bipolar. The head of ours sent an email: "We can't make accommodations for you, otherwise we'd have to make accommodations for everyone else." I was pulled into a meeting with the head of the operation in Canada, who said, "Your performance has been going downhill for some months. It's rather convenient that you bring this up now." I have the conversation and emails recorded, but I'd rather not traumatize myself by going through the legal channels for money. If I could find a lawyer who would be willing to take care of it for a reasonable fee, I would pursue it, but most of the options are well outside of my price range, and I don't know how much of the financial outcome would be mine. Point that said, I'm in a much better job in a different career that uses my skills much more effectively, and more importantly it is lower stress, and they value my contributions much more. I work at a place that peddles products that tell people to be happy on them, and their culture claims to be super upbeat and fun. It couldn't be any further from the truth. In reality, point during the company-wide meeting, CEO and founder tells us that the way to move up in the company is to work long hours. Too bad all the management positions are held by the kids and relatives of the founder and they aren't going anywhere. So yeah, let me work long hours because you dangle an non-existent carrot of advancement over us. During the same meeting all the relatives gave awards to themselves, while the rest of us rolled our eyes. They also demote people, constantly change job titles, and take away raises, based on if the family likes you or not. They changed all the graphic designer job titles to design associates, even though most of us were in senior positions. When I got in a wreck and later needed to take off 2 hours at the end of the day, and use 2 vacation hours, I'm told next time I need to schedule my vacation hours 2 weeks in advance. Sure, okay, let me rewind time to before the wreck and schedule that in. The next day daughter boss takes off early to go to her family's beach house. Point boss daughter and other daughter constantly getting in fights in the office. People crying, huge turnover in staff, because the family is super hard to get along with. No one knows what to do, because most people have only been here for a year or less. It's complete chassis and almost everyone I liked and worked closely with is gone. Ours does corporate anonymous surveys. It's supposed to be an anonymous time the employee can give honest feedback about his manager, company and so on. Our group had a huge blow up between a middle management group. I was in that group. Higher ups needed a division of duties, so they split the roles. Same pay for both, just separated by which manager you reported to. The group I was in was seen as the better role. The other group had more of the shit work and less of the direct ties to performance metrics. In short, they couldn't be held as accountable to fuck ups directly, but our job was seen as easier. Pretty soon after that they started just not sharing the load. Their manager said they never had to work holidays, weekends, or be present in a supervisory capacity. A big part of our duties was to act as management, call it cutting teeth for becoming a manager. We supervised over 400 people, both combined groups was about 30. Now all the responsibility for these things was cut in half. It put the 15 of us that were on the good job in role of covering all weekends and holidays. No one cared, least of all our boss. We begged and pleaded for him to reconcile this difference, but he and the other group's manager were friends and he never made an attempt. Point survey comes out. In the comments section that goes to our director, head of the office. I wrote a few scathing sentences about the problem, how it could be addressed, and suggestions on making it equitable for everyone. I submit the anonymous survey and move on. A month or so later the results come in. We have a big meeting to review the results. Both groups are called together in a big meeting room to review. Something is up. This never happens. These groups are now like oil and water. Why are we meeting together? At the end of the review the last slide of the presentation is shown. It is what I wrote, verbatim, projected on the wall. Our director, the other group's manager, and our manager were in the room. They demanded to know who wrote this. They spent 10 minutes telling us how this isn't how it is, and how this isn't what happens. People in my group responded that yes it is, explained the details of how it happens, how it makes it more difficult on us, and how the other group basically gets paid for being supervisors without having to take on any of the hardship of managing people. They then start going down the line and accusing people of writing the statement. They are hellbent on finding out who wrote this. Someone else responds that isn't this supposed to be anonymous, and for the benefit of feeling comfortable sharing information? They ignore this and continue to hunt for whoever wrote it. I keep my fucking mouth shut. I don't say a word. I know I was probably suspected, but even with the bullshit, I was getting paid okay and wanted to keep my job. Rumor was they were going to fire the person that gave this feedback. Point I found another job in the company pretty soon after that. I enjoyed my job then. I enjoy my job as much as one can now. I tell this story as a cautionary tale against being too forthright with your opinion at your workplace and in general. Now I share my opinion in a more guarded fashion and am less open. I also stopped submitting any kind of survey or feedback within my company for fear of getting fired. CEO sends email saying that profit for the quarter went up by 12%, which is about $1 billion or so to them. But for that to happen, they cut starting wage down by over 10% and expected us to work our normal shifts without the overtime, guaranteed after 40 hours. Our lady was really shaky on this and just gave me and my squad our proper part point, but I watch everyone else suffer terrible work environment. A Russian lady who waits until noon to clean the men's bathroom, effectively shutting it down right around the time we have to pee. Industrial clean water dispenser condensing on the machine itself, turning it brown and showing everyone that there's some gross chemicals in the water. Supervisors and management that are only in the building 2 times a week, so you have to delay your concerns and hopefully forget about them. Vending machines that are 40 cents higher than the vending machines on every other floor. Giving workers grief for taking their scheduled lunch break when there are calls waiting, and I myself am expected to appease everyone with free food, fun events, anything to take their mind off of the workplace abuse. I love my people here. I hate the management. I'll do everything I can to make employees happy whilst making sure to milk every penny out of the company black card to do it. I'm the head of the internal group whose sole goal is to increase morale. No pay raise when I was promoted, or extra benefits or bonuses. Then they yell at me when so many agents leave that the company loses the contracts for that particular desk, resulting in losses of millions. We've lost 4 contacts since CEO spoke to us, resulting in losses overall of about 120 mil. If our lady is to be believed. Currently I'm looking at other positions outside the company. My resume looks good to me, I guess, and I'm confident that my government certifications will help me get a better paying job. Talked in the interview like they were so amazing I should have heard of their reputation way before applying. Nope, you're a small town software house in one building which mostly repackages other companies' products. Ask trick questions as well. For instance, when Bill Gates create DOS, he didn't be bought it from IBM. No paid overtime, but a monthly competition for an Amazon voucher going to the most unpaid hours worked. Sold shares to staff to fund move to a new building, promising to issue real stock when the company got listed. Company was never listed, and they just kept the money until people asked for it back. Paid no interest of any kind. Paid employees with a check in an envelope. Very unusual in Europe. I assume to avoid bank charges and to help liquidity, while staff paid them. And constant reorganizations and rearrangements of the office, partially due to the high turnover rate of staff, which was a nightmare for the overworked admin. Debt on top of running the infrastructure. When one of their key size admins left, offer and the PMs and call center staff the on-call hours, for which they were not trained, at a higher rate than the experienced techs were on point. When the head size admin went off sick with heart problems, tried to get around it by hiring teenage apprentices to avoid paying the going rate for experienced people. The youngsters burned out and left after the other techs wasted their already scarce time training them. Meanwhile, the company director drives a top-of-the-line Mercs I've hired by the company, has all his salespeople driving BMWs and attending conferences like they are hot shit. The place had a lot of legacy customers pretty much locked into their software due to the costs of changeover, and was barely scraping along with the amount of people vs the work they had. Some of the above happened just before or after I left. It was my first real dev job and the salary/commute were terrible. I lasted just shy of a year in it. I later learned they hired 3 of us expecting 2 to quit. I was the second to leave. Holy shit, perfect timing. I was fired from a company I was with for almost 9 years. They gloated every day about being the best place to work, and the owner was proud of never firing anyone. They would just make your life hell until you quit. About a year before I was let go, I thought I needed to start looking for a new job. The owner's wife would start rumors about employees and have their managers confront them and threaten them. Then she wouldn't show up to work for a week or 2. She came into a staff meeting crying one time after our COO and ops manager left, and equated them to murderers, and talked about how she wouldn't allow murderers in her business, and went on and on rambling incoherently, and the entire staff was blown away. Most of us liked the guys that left. We know she has a pill problem, so I guess that was it coming out to the rest of the staff. We left the staff meeting in silence. 2 weeks before I was fired, the owner sat me down in his office and talked about how great I was doing, never had any bad write-up, and he wanted me to get in front of one of their largest customers to sell our services. I got in with a customer quickly and turned around quite a bit of work and had a large backlog. Then one day I walked into the office from lunch and was fired with no reason. Since then the CFO, our director, VP, 2 PMs and the director of special projects have all left and they are blaming me and have filed a lawsuit against me and my current company. The company was constantly losing money over the last couple years. I'm happy as hell I'm gone. If I would have quit I had a few grand in training I would have had to pay back. There is so much craziness I cannot articulate it. Everything works out for the best. I worked for a equipment leasing company in Utah. It was a salary plus commission job that had a revolving door of employees, meaning nobody worked there for more than 6 months. The owner was a pompous jackass that was stuck in his junior college glory days. This is important to my story. When I was hired it was all talk about culture and how much money you could make if you just worked hard. They sold me on that I would never work more than 8 hours a day and have an hour lunch and free lunch on Friday. This changed within a month of working there. The owner would waste tons of money on vacations, galas, PR stunts, social media presence, mandatory weekend sales training in Park City every few months and tons of shitty swag that had his company logo blasted all over it. Well, this was all great until he realized how much money he was burning on stupid shit and then would freak out and demand 12 to 16 hour days with no lunch and no breaks and try to get us all motivated with company pep rallies at 6 AM with rave lights and 30+ year old men trying to mosh to pop music. This was their idea of culture, demanding enthusiasm at 6 am. The true culture was, and still is, that the work you like a child in a Chinese sweat shop until you find a deal and then fire you once it's closed so they don't have to pay you commission. Fuck you Onset Financial and fuck you Justin. This is gonna get buried, but fuck it, I'll comment anyway. My previous employer is a medium company run like a small company with a spirit of poverty so infused into the culture it permeates from the walls. I can write a short book on the stuff they did / say, but here are some of the better examples. We would host big clients, $1 million accounts, in a shithole warehouse turned office facility once a month. We would feed them Subway or pizza from the local grocery. $5 large pizzas, price label still stuck on the box. When we would visit their offices, we'd be treated to some seriously good local food. I had multiple clients that I had good relationships with tell me that they were disappointed that they flew all the way to New England to have a bagel and a Subway sandwich. One of them threw egg on my manager's face and just ate a power bar, refusing to eat, as he put it, bread with cheese. The pizza was really bad. When they expanded they leased the warehouse on the other side of a hill. They then expected people to walk across the hill back and forth to continue collaborating. Problem is that we were based in New England and ice/snow would make the passage impossible. Their solution was to pay some dude to lay a path made out of sand and then have a Porsche muck from the shop shovel/de-ice it every day. Eventually 2 people fell crossing because the president frowned upon people being too lazy to cross over for meetings, although he would drive from his designated parking spot on one building to the other. Luckily no one was seriously injured and didn't have a good case for suing. They would submit themselves to surveys by a regional entity that would rate the top 20 places to work in the state. When they were very small, at 30 employees, they made it to top 16 and would rave about it even to this day. That was 5 years ago, and each year they kept losing their place until they didn't even make the rankings anymore because the 80% of employee response threshold wasn't being met. Worse, the most negative response was trust in management. It's scathing bad. The response was 1 to 10, 1 being worst. They got a 4, and it drove the president crazy. He took everything personal, and to him, it was a "we don't trust you," instead of considering that most of the negative response was from people responding about their direct managers. That same survey does not allow showing results for departments with 15 people or less to protect the identity of the responses. My manager, a team of 4, demanded us, in front of ours, to tell him why we didn't trust the president. And the our lady didn't even try to curve him. She just sat there looking at us. I didn't leave the company, but my current company used to be like this. I came in 3.5 years ago, when it was still a small mom and pop place. The son, my boss, had just recently taken over running the company from his dad. They had maybe 30 employees, a lot of whom were family. They sold this amazing culture, but it was actually riddled with nepotism, the dad's religious beliefs, and had abysmal pay and benefits. I was the new president's first assistant. I started at $12/HR and was tutoring part-time, but I quickly began working overtime and struggling to keep up. At my 30-day review my boss had high praise, and I told him I wanted to ask for a raise. He asked how much, and I hadn't done my homework on my market value, so I said I don't know, I just need this to be enough to live comfortably on, and it's not. If you want my undivided attention as your assistant you're going to need to pay me, so I can afford to give that. He ended up having me bring up my monthly bills and did my home budget for me with miscellaneous spending included, and we came to $16/HR. I found out I was at that point the highest paid admin on staff, even though some had been there for years, but were still at $11 to $12/HR after multiple raises. It was definitely rough though in the company overall. They eventually had to phase out their one good benefit, profit sharing, and there was a season of layoffs and a failed project to lean the company. I say failed, but it did work in some respects at an executive level, but the lower level employees despised it. I almost left a few times, but I honestly loved working for my boss. He and his wife were not only generous to me, but also very supportive of some big life changes I went through. Over time we had a lot of serious talks about how polarizing the religious affiliation could be, the pay for millennials, and how I felt he had a company that was the logical launching pad for employees who would eventually leave for our competition. We were getting headhunted like crazy and had no non-compete in place. What eventually helped was creating a level of middle management from our hardest working senior employees, and he fired half his siblings and nephews. I think there was even a fist fight at one of their family events over it, and one of his brothers won't talk to him anymore. But it's helped. Our base pay went from $9/HR to $12/HR for part-time and call center, but call center has monthly performance bonuses that average to more like $14 to $17/HR. I've been moved up to operations manager in one of our fastest growing new divisions, and I'm opening a second office next month. We now have 250 employees and gross $44 million instead of the $12 million when I started. I was initially criticized for being too flexible with my employees and hiring at too high a rate by my division leader, and had one position that's been a pain in the ass to keep filled, permitting, but that was 6 months ago. I ended up finding the right employee when our part-time helper in permitting, who was a full-time bartender, started a family and decided to quit bartending for more stable hours. I went from a team of 3 to now 9, and my division leader is now extremely complimentary on my team's speed and efficiency, who I make sure have flexibility to work remotely or make up hours if they need to leave due to childcare, and they were all started at $15/HR minimum. I think that upper management had to swallow a few hard pills while growing the company. We ended up rewriting the mission, vision, and core values of our company last year with the help of an outside consultant. It's become a whole new company and everyone is pretty intensely loyal to the company and our boss. I even have an employee who has to move next month due to family relocating, and she's really having a hard time letting go. Most of the employees still there from when I got hired or earlier have nearly left at least once along the way, but are in higher positions now, and we have regular monthly meetings with culture as part of the discussion. Hopefully it keeps going this way. I know our boss definitely sees the value from a numbers standpoint in caring. Perhaps not an answer to this title, but I as an office worker, and fuck wage slavery. If there is one thing I've learned in my 10ish years of career life, it's that working for money, survival, is ultimately what fucks everything up. Ironic, I know, right? I work at a company in Canada, one of the big 3, but seriously, it doesn't matter. All companies/work are probably generally like this. They basically have values written on their wall like win as a team, or not at all, and whatever other positive team mumbo jumbo management can come up with to create a positive employee image. And ideally, they aren't wrong. Problem is, we are all working for ourselves, because of dat mones. I sit in 30-minute meetings every workday to go over projects currently happening. When a problem comes up, the first thing isn't how do we solve this, it's Who fuked up? We then spent 20 minutes playing fuck you hot potato until someone kicks us out the meeting room because we went over our time. And I get it, cause no one wants to eat shit because money, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I do it too, because I like to eat food and sleep in a warm place every day. I want to provide for my family. Trust me, I'd love to be straight arrow and tell you where we fuked up and how to solve problems. It's what I do, but shit, if the risk of telling the truth is getting fired or going down that road and losing out on DAP monies, then I'ma play the shit out of fuck you hot potato, especially if everyone else is doing it. So rather than us being a team, everyone will try to do the bare minimum, so they have less risk, request the most time in the project line to do their part, but worst of all, play stupid fuking fuck you hot potato every fucking morning. Why? Because win as a team or not at all, and fuck. We ain't winning shit, point boys and girls. Welcome to adulthood. For all you millennials, like myself, and Gen Zs as you are about to enter the workforce. But, fucking luck point, as much as I want to say things like, be a team member, and help each other out, act out of compassion and love. Make sure you fucking help yourself out first. Cause this is your life on the line and this is the game. For one reason or another, we've come to play in the big adult world of survival in modern capitalism. I worked as a front desk supervisor of around 25 employees at a gym in Ontario, expensive place and mostly for the upper middle class of the city. I was there for almost 3 years. It only took me about a month to realize why there was such an insane turnover. Upper management preached out their fucking assholes about how much they cared about the members, which was mostly true, and their valuable employees, definitely not true, and how they just loved to curate the best experience possible. Instead of saying we sold X amount of membership this month, they would say we changed X amount of lives this month. In the weekly managers meetings, I genuinely liked the people I worked with, the other supervisors and those who we supervised, but JFCR managers and head office were fucking idiots. They loved to make these enormous changes in gym policy / pricing / etc. point and tell us that it was all going to be amazing for our members, but in reality it made everyone's lives a living hell, and for literally 4 months straight we all had people screaming bloody murder at us at the front desk on top of the regular assholes we got every day. Douchebags would yell at my staff first, then me, and then sometimes they would request to speak to a real manager if I didn't give them the answer they wanted. I always backed up the other front desk staff because I know how shitty it is to be undermined in front of an irrational customer. But the managers couldn't give two shits about that, and more often than not I would be enforcing the policies and rules that those managers made, only to have them turn around and completely ignore them. Out of almost 30 employees in the customer service department, I had been there the longest, including the managers. I walked into work one Thursday afternoon right after Christmas and was let go without cause. I got severance, but zero explanation as to why I was fired. Like, zero. Then they sent an email to everyone in the company saying how I had moved on to bigger and better things. We'll miss her so much. I was escorted off the property with like 3 managers, even though I had gathered my things quietly and wasn't allowed to talk to anyone. There's also a 6-month probation if you're fired where you can't be on the property of any of the locations. Honestly, it was a blessing in disguise. I had been looking for new employment for a while and this was the push I needed. Still sucked not being able to say goodbye to my favorite co-workers though. You people suck. If you catch my drift, go into interview, get bombarded with their glorious corporate culture, help pay your college, benefits, bonus, all these great things. I worked there for about a month, and when I tell you that the operation they were running was a shit show, I'm alluding to using the toilet after spending $20 at Taco Bell. Shit show point. My supervisors were all kids fresh out of high school. They advertise their supervisor positions as no experience needed. Who got sucked in with a "we'll give you an extra $5 an hour and give you 1 week off for 365 days, but other than that we own you" spiel point. One time, I asked to use the restroom 4 times within an hour during a shift, and all 4 times they told me with a straight face that they couldn't allow that to happen. Whenever that happened, I just stopped everything I was doing and went. Multiple times during shift people had to leave against their manager's will just to pee. One time, my manager promised us pizza if everyone came in on time, and when we did, and they didn't deliver, 5 people literally left and went home. Best part is there were no repercussions whatsoever after your first month. They are supposed to throw you a pizza party to celebrate, and one of the guys I worked with had to wait 4 months because so many people quit since he'd been hired, and there weren't enough first month people to suffice. They had to add a weekly bonus into our checks as an incentive to be on time every day. Literally free money on top of hourly to show up, if that paints a better picture for you. Point other than all that bullshit though, to be honest, the peers that worked alongside me were great people. It's easy to bond when you share the same opinion on your position. Luckily I secured another job and just left in the middle of my shift one day. Felt great. My takeaway from this experience was that if a company has more than 2,000 employees and makes more than 50 million a year, the bigwigs don't give a shit about their subordinates. This is actually ongoing right now. I work in apartment maintenance. Not a glamorous job, certainly not corporate sales, but it pays the bills, and I kind of enjoy doing it. I like my residents, the work isn't terribly difficult, and I get a significant discount because I also live on the property. The company I work for though is awful about underspending and overcharging. Market rent in my city is $550-700 for a 1-bed 1-bath, with some of the newer properties bringing in closer to $750-800. Our property was built in 1984, and no structural updates have happened. No amenities like a pool, clubhouse or gym, just apartments, 113 units. I have a couple residents that have been living here for 20+ years and have had no updates done in their apartments. But for some reason this company keeps increasing rent. They are expecting to get $700 for a 1-bedroom apartment. I have started looking at houses and have found a 4-bedroom house about 20 minutes away for $735. But I digress. They are raising rent on residents by $10-20 each year when they renew their lease, and are offering nothing in return. Now this brings me to employees. I don't make a lot of money, but like I said, the rent discount is nice. There are 14 paid holidays this year, including all major Jewish feasts. I'm not Jewish, but the owners are, and 2 weeks of paid vacation time. So that all kinda makes it slightly better. I've been working here for a little more than a year and had no maintenance experience before, but lots of construction and general laboring experience. If you have any mechanical inclination at all, you'll be okay. It's not that hard to switch out electrical sockets and garbage disposals. About 3 months ago, the service manager at another property, owned by the same people, quit to pursue other interests. I asked at that time that I be considered for the position. It is a smaller property than mine and was doing really well at the time. I was told that I would not be getting the job because I did not have the experience necessary for the position. I later found out that another service manager told them he didn't think I was ready for the job, even though he and I never worked together. But a couple weeks after that, my service manager quit at my property. This was all February to March of this year. Finally in late May they hired service managers to fill the positions at both properties. For 2 months I was taking care of my property while rotating with 2 other service managers to cover down on the property that had no maintenance services at all. Now the guy that they hired to be my manager has been an absolute delight to work with. He refuses to take managerial responsibilities, barely knows how to do his own job as maintenance, and has 2 other personal businesses that make him have to leave in the middle of the day for several hours. His incompetence has finally spilled over into other properties and the district and regional managers have finally realized their mistake, but initially the response was, "We can teach him." Which loosely translates to, "We'll have the guy that we said didn't have the knowledge and experience necessary to do the job, teach and coach the new guy how to do that job." This has been ongoing since he was hired. Numerous emails and phone calls complaining about him from myself and other property managers with assurances that he would talk to and counseled. My regional manager was in last week speaking to me about the situation, and then suddenly this week my boss guy was sent to another property to help out over there. I still don't know what is going to ultimately happen because the lack of communication is astounding. I'm pretty sure they're hoping things will just work themselves out. But if I'm not offered the service manager position at my property with a competitive wage, they are going to be looking for more employees and keep scratching their heads wondering why the turnover rate has been so terrible in the last year. This is a slightly different one, because I still work at the same property, but structured differently and directly for development group, rather than management group. But in any case, I was working a standard 60 to 65 hours in a normal week with at least an hour or two of emailing and calls once I got home at night just about every day. No real days off. I would take Sunday, but still end up on the phone, putting out fires, because the property was a the 24th of July 365 sort of thing and I didn't have anyone to do my job when I wasn't there, managing community as a whole, 2,000 plus acres, with no direct team. Only contractors, etc. I want to point out that, although it's extremely stressful and has an enormous amount of responsibility, I enjoy my job and made a great career choice. That said, we had one of our weekly manager meetings and we were told that on one Friday each month we were going to have all management, not hourly or even salaried non-management, but only executive management, basically do manual labor for 5 to 6 hours at a rotating area of the property. It was billed as a team building thing, but in reality it was a let's save a negligible amount of money and piss off our most loyal managers. I was a little higher up the food chain than the rest of the people in the weekly meetings as I worked directly with the owners of the community and development group, and I sat down the next week with the CEO and told him I was a team player and he knew that, but that this new Friday work day was beyond insulting and implied that we didn't have enough on our plates already. He had no idea about it, agreed, and immediately sent an email out cancelling the workday going forward.